US, yes or no?
No. Both my parents are legal immigrants here.
Okay, but like back to.
Did you hear the word legal?
So both of them are from Nigeria. They came here legally. They went through the entire process. And I was born here in Chicago. I'm an American citizen, and a proud American at that.
As far as I'm concerned, your parents are American citizens.
4K, where is 4K?
Did
real quick,
you say the word
I'm
legal?
I'm an American through and through.
I was going to ask 4K.
All of the things that make America America, the Bill of Rights, all of our Constitution, I believe in those principles. I believe in everything of it, and I'm a Protestant Christian.
How do your parents feel about illegal immigration, King? Hold on, K1.
They feel just like me.
Me, I'm born in London, just so you know.
Oh, I think we're gonna say, guys, we gotta say 4K and Solomon, because they're both named King. King Solomon from Chicago.
My thing, 4K, is you need to be deported from London too. All of you who refuse to adopt the cultural principles where you're from, you need to go back to whatever shithole country allowed you to come in. That's the problem with Europe today.
But where am I going to go?
That is America's problem.
Where am I going to go? I was born in London.
Yeah, but 4K, where's your parents from?
If you're born in London, that's different. I don't know. But do you believe in the UK law? Do you believe in what it means to be an Englishman, I guess?
Yes, 100%, mate.
Are you Christian?
I am not a Christian.
Then you need to be deported.
What?
Because if you were an Englishman, you heard what I said. If you were an Englishman, you would be a Christ follower.
Alhamdulillah.
You are Christians in the way. You can do all of that.
I'm not a Christian. I was born in America. Just to keep it real with you, I think you're reaching a little bit, man.
Hey, listen, we can't.
Solomon, if we're doing that, can we kick out all the anti-Semites?
Wait, hold on. Everyone mute up.
Can I say one thing?
Everyone mute up. That includes you, you fucking retard with ketchup on your goddamn hot dog. Moving you down. You don't have discipline. King Solomon, so you talk about upholding these traditions. If you would deport people based on their religion, then you don't believe in the First Amendment.
Yes, I do. I just believe in the First Amendment as the founders believed in it. I don't believe in whatever subversive nonsense that modern leftists and others try to imply they believed.
No, hold on. Show me a source that says that any of the founders thought that people should of a particular religion should be deported. Please show me a source.
Yeah, Mojo, let's be honest.
Please show me a source for that. No, I'm asking for a source.
We can talk about it.
So you don't have a source.
It's very simple.
You don't have a source.
So our founding fathers were all Protestant.
No, they weren't.
Except
no, they weren't. There was a couple of idiots.
Yes, they were.
There was a couple of idiots. No, listen, you're a fucking idiot.
We had over 200 founding fathers. Most of them,
you're a fucking
90%
idiot.
of them.
That's not all of them. That's not all of them.
90% of our founding fathers.
All of them. Okay, so I'm glad you walked it back. But hold on. Can you go recite?
So do you want me to answer your question?
I want you to recite the First
Amendment.
I want you to recite the First Amendment.
Do you want me to?
I just asked you to recite the First Amendment.
Do you want me to answer the question?
I asked you to recite the First Amendment. You don't know the First Amendment. Okay, you don't know the First Amendment.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he doesn't know the First Amendment. Don't bring his fucking clown ass up.
Wasn't Elvis's mom Jewish?
Yeah, I've talked to him before, and yeah, he thinks that.
These guys are fucking retards. I bet you somebody on this stage is friends with that fucking retard.
Not me, but I do know of him. He is annoying.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the Constitution. He clearly doesn't understand the Constitution.
Yeah, I think what's worse is that I've actually pointed to past quotes from the Founding Fathers, and he just completely souls insists that they were somehow still Christian, that the United States was still Christian.
Hold on. He says this is how you win arguments, goofball. No, listen, I don't want to argue with you because you're intellectually dishonest. It wouldn't be any fun. I asked you a simple question, and your retard ass couldn't fucking answer it. And pretty much the people from Chicago were batting zero.
But Roger,
what about the idea that there were certain of the, original 13 colonies that had kind of theocratic rules about, established state religions within the state, things like that, mandatory religious observances.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I had to grab food from the door.
So what about the fact that, or what I think is the fact that certain states in the beginning days of the United States had kind of what we would consider religions. They had mandatory state observance of religions, etc.
Well, deism wasn't that Thomas Jefferson's religion?
Okay, I guess he fucking asked you. You know what? I'll just go on mute, and then when everybody
Stop
else...
it. Go ahead, Roger. I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead. You
Stop.
He thinks Mojo is a Muslim.
Who thinks I'm a Muslim?
Solomon.
Solomon's a fucking retard. These people from Chicago are not the smartest.
I mean, he is a black Hebrew Israelite, and he hates Jews with a passion.
He's
not
not
wait.
Israelite. He's not
Wait, hold on. If he's a black Hebrew Israelite, I'll bring him back up.
100%.
He's
That
not
might
100%.
And I've known him for 3 years. I know what I'm talking about.
I know him, but
You see how everybody treats you like a big baby? You see how everybody treats you like a big baby?
You're not going to talk over me. Look, you're from Chicago. You're going to have to learn your place in this world. So I'm going to ask you a question. Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not. I told you I'm a Protestant.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I just told you I'm a Protestant Christian.
You
At
lying
the
sack
end
of
of the day,
tape.
Mojo, the fact that this guy, I think it was Mike brought up to you that the states in America, the founding states, 13 of them, not all of them, but they had religious tests to even be considered part of government. We can bring up the state constitutions.
King.
What's up, man?
What do you think of George Washington?
Hey, hold on.
I think George Washington was an honorable man.
Before we continue, I just want to make this clear. I'm going to check who's friends with this guy, and I'm going to judge all of you. If anybody's fucking following this fucking clown from Chicago, well, then you're...
Unfortunately, I follow him, and he's going to be kicked out of chillism.
Mojo, this is how, Mojo, you're in high school? This is how you operate?
Yes, this is
You
how I
look like
operate.
a clown.
Yeah, this is how I operate.
You look like a fuck.
Yeah, this is how I operate, because you made a claim that 100% of the founders were Christian. Matter of fact, you said that they were Protestant, which you lied about. You then walked it back when I just gave fucking a little bit of pushback, and then you got up in your feelings because you're a pussy-ass bitch from Chicago. You probably put ketchup on your fucking hot dog, too. You don't understand the Constitution. I asked you to read the First Amendment. You couldn't fucking read it to me because you probably can't fucking read. We can...
Well, can I go back to George Washington?
Sure, and if this guy is your friend, I just lost a lot of respect for you.
Okay. Is he in the audience? This guy?
Yeah, he is.
So, can we all agree that George Washington was considered one of our founding fathers?
Yep.
Does everyone agree to that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So George Washington wrote a very famous letter. You can see the original of it if you go to Rhode Island, if any of you have ever been to Rhode Island. And he wrote the letter to what was called the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island. And in George Washington's letter, I'll just read one sentence in it, where he says, "May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own time and vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here in his own due time, and may he be everlastingly happy." That was just one sentence in the letter written by George Washington to the Jewish congregation in Rhode Island. And that was written in August 18th, 1790.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I mean, that's a letter written from a politician to, I don't know.
Right, to try to get votes?
I'm not saying that he was just trying to get votes. I mean, who the fuck knows? But the point that I brought up to Roger still remains. Like, Massachusetts, for example, that. And I mean, I don't think anyone with any sense would argue that the modern conception of separation between church and state, like that the founding fathers would recognize this as what they understood to be that separation.
Well, I think we're getting lost from the original point here. This whole thing was, I mean, religion has never ever been the basis of deportation.
Well, not from this country, but
That's what I'm saying. So when the whole thing was like, oh, you're not a Christian, you should be deported. It's like, well,
I would welcome all of you, and I'm going to highly suggest, that you take a trip to the city of Philadelphia and visit the Museum of the American Revolution. And in there you will see part of the exhibit, an exhibit on the original religions that were here at the time of the founding of the country.
Hold on, but now we're just saying not true shit. Okay, so
not true shit? You think so? You think this museum is a fraud?
Listen, I was referring to the idea that no one has ever been deported off the basis of their religion. In Massachusetts, dissenters, i.e., people who weren't of the state faith, faced prosecution, including fines and exile.
When it was already part of the Union, after the country was founded,
Yeah,
and our Constitution existed.
This sort of thing did not fully end until, what did it say? It's the 1830s.
so if they didn't abide by the state religion of Massachusetts, they'd be kicked out of the country, or they had to go to another state.
They would be kicked out of the state.
So not deported. So not deported from the country.
Well, we had a very different conception of what a state and a country was back then.
Well, we already had a union then. We already had a constitution. So were they deported out of the country, which was the point? No.
Yeah, because I think the whole
Well,
thing.
Thomas Jefferson considered states to be countries.
Wait, didn't Roger warn against this yesterday, Mike? Arguing something when you're just reading ChatGPT?
I wasn't reading ChatGPT. I was reading from the
Oh no, I was talking about Mike.
I was
Not you, Abby.
ChatGPT.
Not you, Abby. Mike.
All I was saying is if you take a trip to the Museum of the History of the American Revolution, you will see an exhibit showing the different religions that existed at the time of the Revolution and the time of the founding of the nation. And there are relics. There are relics of Catholicism. There's candlesticks for Shabbat from Jews. There's Muslim coins. These religions existed here during the founding of the nation.
So, Mike, what are you arguing here? Are you arguing that you had to be Christian in order to be a part of this country in this whole thing started?
Well, this is evolved. I mean, we're having a retarded conversation. So
Duh.
It's Clubhouse, right?
Yeah. So anyway, about those Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I've always asked is something that I was talking about last night is that if the founding fathers wanted the United States to be founded as a Christian nation, why is it that the Constitution never mentions God?
Freedom of religion.
Exactly.
So, Mike, were you just being a troll when you liked his comment that people that aren't Christian should be?
I was enjoying his smoke for that.
Got it.
So it's interesting because the Speaker of the House, I heard him speak, it's a year and a half ago. His whole speech was all about how everything in our Declaration, our Constitution, and the founding of the nation is about faith and God. So, he would argue the opposite of what you just said.
And I was gonna say, this is one of the main issues I have with the Republican Party, though. There are a lot of people who look like this, which is fundamentally, it does not align with our Constitution.
Wait, say that again?
See, this is the thing. This is the narrow point that I was pointing out, Sarah, and I'm not making my own personal opinion. So you just said it fundamentally does not agree with our Constitution. That is I agree with you that is the modern understanding of our Constitution. That was not the understanding of our Constitution.
Okay, great. So give me a source that has an interpretation of the Constitution that would suggest that you don't have the right to freely practice your religion.
I don't have a search for it.
I didn't think you would.
And Mike, I understand you want to say that's a modern definition, but I live in today, right? As someone who lives in the modern day of America and today, that's like one of my main concerns. I'm a Republican, but this is one of my main, not one of, this is my biggest concern with the party, is that I feel like they think America belongs to Christians only.
I don't think so. I don't know if I agree with that.
Some people believe like that, Mike. This other Mike, just right now, he kind of agreed with it. King wanted to deport non-Christians. I mean, you're saying you don't agree with it, but right now,
but Sarah, there's stupid people at every party.
I understand, but we have more of this in Republican Party, and a lot of people don't talk about it. Trust me, there's a good, probably
Just smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors.
Oh, she wasn't actually saying anything, Sarah. Go ahead.
Actually, I was just saying it's more like smoke and mirrors, like.
Yeah, I forgot what I was saying because she interrupted.
In terms of Christianity, like, I mean, this administration, it's not necessarily about the religion, I don't think.
I agree with the fake. We should have some type of test for voting.
What kind of test would that be?
Like an aptitude test or.
I think the one that people take to gain citizenship is a test that most American high schoolers would fail, and I think that could be a good litmus test.
Yeah.
Or just speaking English, or just just the basics.
So are we talking about how US is better than China?
Oh,
If
count
you
the
want to
wins.
scan,
Is there a way in which China is better than the US? Can anyone
Yes,
give a-
many
Yeah,
ways.
sure.
Well, hold
There
on.
are many things. There are.
All right, hold on. Give me your
calm
top.
down, Libs.
Give me your top three.
Infrastructure. I
In
mean,
terms of
infrastructure.
technology. Yeah. Okay. You go on. I'll speak.
Your the liberals like seeping out of y'all's quarter right now. Go ahead. What do you go?
I was just waiting for somebody to
So
say.
okay, so it's more into technology. They are far ahead of US in terms of technology, and I think so. The people over there, they really, I can say, they respect their leader. Like they cannot say anything against, like, even if a foreign person
Because
goes to
they'll
China
die.
and- yeah, they will die. Yeah, exactly. That's the fear they have created. But the third and the most important thing is that the people are loyal to the country. They will never do anything to go against China.
Because they'll be killed.
I think so. That's like a little bit like, I think.
Yeah, but hold on, Nick, slow down. Saying that they'll never go against China is basically saying that you think that it would have been virtuous if slaves never fought against their slave masters. So what you're calling a virtue, I would call a very huge problem.
It's not, I can say it's like a slavery or something. They respect their leader because if you see, like, decades ago, centuries ago, China was nothing. China was not even somewhere to the US economy, or it was not advancing as well.
Wait,
But
hold
all of a sudden,
on, Nick.
Yeah.
So, do you think that China was it was a proper thing to be loyal to Mao when he was?
No, it's not a proper thing, but they always remind their citizens like what they were like a decade ago. Like nobody.
Okay, slow down. Listen, with that accent, there's no way you're gonna get away with talking fast because I will only catch one out of like every 5 words.
Every word comes straight.
Okay, I will slow down. I'm so sorry over here.
No, you don't apologize. Let's just slow it down. Because I want to understand what you're saying. But first of all, let me ask you: do you support the policies of Mao?
The policy of Mao? No, I don't support his policy.
Okay,
Mojo, I think you should expound on that. I think he thinks that Mao is currently in charge. I don't think he knows.
No, he doesn't think that.
Is that right? Who's in charge of China today?
If I can say, in charge of China, it's still the president.
Which his name is?
Xing. Yeah.
You just Googled it.
Enough.
There's actually some question about that as well. So
Xi Jinping.
If you see the policy of
how many Chinese nationals last year illegally came across the border into the U.S.? Do you know?
Well, to be honest,
They're so loyal
I'm not talking about the illegal immigrants trying to enter a country.
But you
like
just said they're so
happens.
loyal and
Yeah.
they love their nation.
Nick,
so why are they leaving and trying to cross the Rio Grande?
Nick,
Yeah, never when they get here, they denounce where they came.
Nick, for clarification, are you from Andhra Pradesh or Hyderabad?
Sorry?
Are you from Andhra Pradesh or Hyderabad?
No, I'm not from that.
What part?
I am from Mumbai.
Oh, okay. Just everybody take into consideration it's a 76.2 median IQ in India. Good.
If we are talking about like how a particular nation is better than other nation, then geographically we need to also see that what is happening, like why that particular economy is going ahead and why are they advancing. It's not about that the people over there, they are slaves or something. Equally, there are many YouTubers who are going to China, they are talking to people over there, and why the people are supporting that particular nation. It's everything comes down to people. If they want to support the person, they will support the person. If they want to go against the person, they can go against the person. That's how democracy is.
Wait, does he forget Chairman Mao and the 60 million or no?
Like, if I have to say, I have never seen any businessman or a big entrepreneur or billionaire talking shit about their own president.
In China?
It's not right.
He's in China.
I don't
That's
think
a jab.
I don't think
That's a
that.
jab. That's a jab.
I have never seen Alibaba founder talking anything about the.
He was
Chinese
locked away in a hotel for months because they said that he had too much power. They put him in jail in his own hotel for like multiple months. What are you talking about?
So do you want your president to,
Do I want my president to take Jeff Bezos and put him in a prison for multiple months?
No, it's not.
Because he's too powerful?
Your president is, he's like, I can say he's like, if I have to put it into words,
Gangster?
he's not even a gangster. I cannot say that he's a gangster, but he's representing you guys on a very international.
Mojo, come on. You don't even like Trump, but come on.
It's not even liking a person. It's not about that. I am speaking about.
What are you saying?
But I am saying.
Say what you want to say.
I don't even know.
Are you saying he's a bad president?
People will go against me and they will just say that all of a sudden
People
your
against you,
conversation will become
they
about
are
India. So I don't know
already
where
against
it's
you.
going to.
Hold on, let him make his point, guys.
Everyone mute up. Everyone mute. Everyone find the mute button. Whoever doesn't find the mute button in the next 3 seconds, I'll just move to the fucking audience. So that means you, Nick, the mute fucking button. That's in the lower fucking right. Mute button. The mute button. Retard. There you go. There you go. Listen, if you find yourself speaking at the same time that somebody else is speaking, just shut up. Just shut up. We can only speak one at a
Nick, what are you saying about President Trump? What are you trying to say?
Can I say something, man? I have something to say.
Go ahead, buddy. Yeah, go ahead.
I know Mojo, we've been in the rooms. Not rooms. Yes, rooms. A long time ago. And I've been around with him. It was Biden and presidency once we had a conversation. But it was Trump now, you know? And man, a lot of things changed, man. A lot of things have changed. And I'm from Sweden.
most things for the better, right?
Absolutely. More things for the better. 100. That's the thing, you know. We had always these kind of conversations is who this and we were like trying to be very formal about. I'm not trying to be I'm not nothing direct or indirect, but what I like now is people coming out and actually asking questions, you know. Before it was, they're so afraid, you know, to, you know, put people in their position. Now it's like, all right, you got something to say it. Absolutely say it, you know. And that's what I love, man. Now, this is what real Americans are about, man, you know.
That's how it should be. You agree, right?
Absolutely, you know, real men, you know, talking and saying what they want to say and what they want to feel. You like it or you don't. It's up to you. But they're gonna damn say it. And we can have a conversation about that. That's cool. And man, it's nothing but love and respect, man.
That's why I didn't get the China thing, because like Nick mentioned, he's like, well, the people there, they're always loyal to their government or whatever.
It's always the same, man. China, Palestine, Israel, same thing, man. You know, you guys been fucking in wars for a long time, man. You know, your kids, man. Come on, man. You guys need to fucking relax. You have done it, you know. Absolutely. All right, let me tell you. All right, you know, what I'm trying to say is, what is your best interest? Is it your family? Your home?
If I can get clarification, Hussein's a guy who claims to be a Muslim, but also drinks alcohol and smokes weed. So he's probably an inebriate.
That boy.
Wait, hold on. I don't care if he drinks, I don't care if he smokes. I don't even care what religion he is. But what I will ask, because
it's always
hold on, I'm gonna ask you a question.
You know what I mean?
How old was Muhammad's wife when he first fucked her?
5 years.
What do you mean 5 years?
Wait, is that true?
Is that right? That's disgusting.
No, she was 9.
Nick's close.
Hold on, stop. She was 9 when he first fucked her. She was 6 when he first married her. Hussein, am I correct?
Yes, I'm with you. Look, you know, I always, you know what I'm trying to say, yeah.
No, let me ask you this.
You exactly answered answer it.
Yeah, but
So
I want to ask you a follow-up.
I know who
I want to ask a follow-up question. Why would a group of people, and there's billions that believe this happy horse shit, why would they follow a so-called prophet that was a pedophile?
But because it's brainwashed. Hey man, let me tell you one thing. What you're trying to say is you have something in your head that you wanna put out. Yeah.
No, I've already said what I wanted to say.
I get it. Because what I wanted to say, you jumped straight away. I never talked about that. Why did this conversation come up?
Oh, I was putting in context that you might be inebriated, so they might have to talk to you differently.
It's just an ongoing curiosity of ours. So we're just trying to get.
It's not that, man. It is absolutely not that.
Well, yeah,
Hussein, I can promise you it's not personal. Everyone that gets on this...
It's never personal,
No,
man.
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Listen, I just want to clarify this. It is definitely not personal because... Right. So if anybody else identifies as Muslim, I always ask them that question.
Why did this come up, though? I never asked no question about that.
Well, no, hold on. Listen. I just am very.
What? I mean,
if you shut the fuck up, you'll get what my point is.
I know what your point is, man.
No, you don't. I want to spit it out. It's not personal. I'm not personally attacking you. What I'm attacking is a worldview that billions of people have bought into, where the centerpiece of this is a pedophile that in their own documents suggests that he married a 6-year-old and fucked her when she was 9, and I'm just wondering how people defend that.
Hey, man. Your people are not angels as well, man.
Who's saying I would?
There's still fucking kids till this day.
Wait, for clarification, who is Roger's?
Don't play the moral police on me, man. To be honest, you guys are not the moral police, man. You're not the best of guys in this world.
We're not pedophiles.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying that. Go check the Hollywood and check TMZ. You will realize who people are. Now.
Wait, are those people prophets? Are those
not me.
Are those people prophets in a religion?
They don't. Just go check it out.
You certainly don't
say nothing.
Say their name. We don't say peace be upon them.
Look, I never said nothing, but I'm telling you, go check. And you're never gonna hear me say nothing.
Dude, quoting TMZ as a source is not reputable.
Yeah.
They're fucking they're gossip.
None of those people are prophets. None of those people are prophets in a religion like Muhammad was.
Right. But Hussein, I want to tell you this, Hussein, honestly, I swear to God, I want to say this honestly. It's literally not.
Do you believe in God?
Hold on. Do I believe in God?
Yes. You swear, and you say, I swear. What is your swear? What is it you swear to?
Oh, when I said I swear to God, it's in personal, it's figure of speech.
Yes, but
don't worry. Don't get
caught up. What do you swear to?
Don't get caught up with that. Look, I just
swear to something. No, you said that, not me.
Yeah, I get it.
What is it you swear to?
All right, figure of speech. Forget I said it.
What do you swear to?
Bro, figure of speech.
What do you swear to? I'm telling you that. You said that. I swear to God.
I've never had a follow-up question.
I'm asking you a question. Please answer me that. You swear to God, you said.
I'm telling the truth right now.
What is your swear?
That I'm telling the truth to you.
No, on what? Yes.
Well, I'm about to tell you.
What is it? No, what is your swear?
I'm about to tell you. You want to sit down? Ready?
Whatever one swears is irrelevant, dude.
All right, ready? Hussein. This is a general curiosity of ours. It's not like it was
ours. Who's ours?
Bro, come on, man. You're not. I can't take you seriously if you're gonna do it.
All right, then go ahead. I know exactly. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. So it's literally a general curiosity of ours. We find it a little weird when we talk to a Muslim, and then Bo's asked that question to a lot of people. What I always found crazy was this. I always found this crazy.
Yes.
Every time that question's been asked, it's never been like directly answered, and they'll always try to deflect, and then we'll say, well, they were 9 years old, and you're like, well, look, we know what you're talking about. If you knew exactly what we're talking about, why when the question was asked, you weren't like, yeah, she was 9.
Give me a
Like why? Like you yourself.
How old was Aisha when Muhammad had sex with her?
He knows the
That's
answer.
the question. Hussein.
5 years old.
Hussein. The question is, how old was Muhammad when he penetrated Aisha?
No, not Muhammad. How old was Aisha?
Yeah. How old was Aisha? How old was Aisha when Muhammad penetrated?
It's all your life based on that.
No, we're just asking.
See what I'm saying? Why can't you just say 9?
Times are
Say
different.
9. Just say like she was 9. He fucking
Times were different.
Islam people are pedophiles.
He said wait. He said times that were different then.
Absolutely, times are different. I'm not gonna answer that because I wasn't in that time.
Times are not different. A 9-year-old always looks like a 9-year-old.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Is Muhammad a perfect example for all Muslims?
Are you really asking me that question now?
Yeah. Is Muhammad a perfect example for all Muslims? And is the Quran eternal and never changing?
Is Mary cuckolded by God? Why did Mary
I'll tell you one thing.
Why was she an adulterer with God? Why did God have sex with Mary?
Do you know how stupid that question is?
Why did
He did. He's the immaculate conception,
Fucking
untouched by
retard. Okay, so Hussein, is Muhammad a perfect example for all Muslims?
Hey, hold on. Who knocked Max Million down?
Not me.
All right, hold on. For those of you, no, actually, don't even answer. Whoever did it, just chill out. I think that it's only fair that if I get to ask the question of the self-identified Muslims on the stage about the sexual proclivities of the Prophet Muhammad, I think that it's fair that we allow for somebody like Maximilian to ask a question about things that are in other biblical texts. I think we should have a little bit more patience with that.
Oh yeah, I was actually lining up to answer that because there's no evidence in Scripture that God had sex with Mary. He just caused her to be pregnant. So Hussein, is Muhammad the perfect example for all Muslims? Yes, sir.
Muhammad is our
just yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Is the Quran eternal and never changing? Yes or no?
The Quran is
it's for all time, right?
Absolutely, it is.
Okay, cool. So there you go. You can't say, oh, it was a different time. It's a perfect example. Muhammad is a perfect example of a 54-year-old man who had penetrated a 9-year-old little girl.
Yeah, you walk
and
right
it's an
into
example
that.
for all Muslims.
Yeah, let's say you met a guy who said you met a guy.
You can say whatever you want to say, and you try to manipulate your words, and it's fine. I just want to get to end. I just want to get to the end of it.
Well,
Let's say someone moved in next door to you that was married to a 9-year-old and was having sex with a 9-year-old. Would you be friends with that guy?
Absolutely not.
So, but you worship Muhammad?
But the time is different, man. If you know time is different.
Yeah, so
those times, you don't know the age. People don't have no age.
The age difference is
Who says 12 years old?
He's
How do you
referring
know
to
he's
the
12 years old?
lifespan being shorter.
No one
But the
knows.
lifespan being
They
shorter
want to
back
say
then
they're 12 years old.
does not
No one
equate
knows.
the equivalent.
Yeah,
It is unknown at that time. At that time, it was different. Now, if he did that, I agree with you. I'm against him. But what the fuck?
Don't a lot of Muslims
What the fuck that
child brides?
now you guys do now here, man? I'm gonna ask you not about before. I'll ask you about now.
Hussein, isn't it
What
practice?
do you do now, man?
Isn't it practice?
You're not angels, man. You're not angels.
Oh yeah,
you know?
it's in practice.
You're not angels.
It's in practice.
You're not angels, man. To be honest,
Hussein,
to be really honest, man.
Mute up for a second. Hussein, isn't it in practice now? Taking child brides in some Muslim nations?
Do you think this is Islam?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why?
For the Quran tells us so.
Okay. It was it your plan to modernize those countries? What happened?
Wait, where are you obfuscating? Why are you?
What happened? Was it your plan to make them a better society?
Why are you changing the subject from your?
No, I'm not changing. I'm in the exact subject.
Making it.
If you ask me that question, I'm replying to that.
Let's walk down the.
Man, come on, man. Hey, let's not be. Let's not joke with each other, man.
England, the United States follows probably what's
United States,
and we follow what the age of majority is, and it's in most Western countries. There's an age of majority in all the states in the United States. There's an age of majority. So
you asked the question, I'm answering.
Taking a 9-year-old bride would not be something in most Western nations.
Well, and if it was a different time, Christianity.
But you guys said if we neutralize those countries.
What do you mean
it's gonna be
what word are you
nuclear. I mean nuclear.
We do what?
You denuclear those countries.
Iraq. What countries?
Iraq.
Iraq? When did Iraq get nuclear weapons?
Did you see that?
Iraq get nuclear weapons.
Oh, Abby, he's trying to.
Man, how old are you? How old are you?
WMPs in Iraq is his point.
How old are you?
How old am I? Older than you.
All right, but wasn't that the issue? Before
what the
that
issue?
Iraq had nuclear weapons, they wanted to.
They had a nuclear. They had an intention.
And what happened?
And Israel
You
took
bombed
out
them.
their.
You bombed them. Killed a lot of people. They came to Europe.
Hussein's
and Europe don't want them.
Their potential nuclear.
Europe don't want them. So what?
Europe doesn't want who?
You started the problem, and
Who started what problem?
Come on, girl.
Come on, girl.
When? What are you?
What problem?
Do you know what you're talking about?
No. Do you know what you're talking about?
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
So what are you talking about?
Let's go back to history. Yeah. 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
How old are you?
He's just happy we're
You never ask a woman. So if
how old are you? 96.
If you know what's appropriate, you never ask a woman her age. By the way.
Right.
All right. So now I'll be. So that's is it
what about Elvis Presley? Elvis Presley
Come on, man. You motherfucker.
I'm old enough to know. I know.
Elvis Presley had sex.
Come on, man. With your bullshit.
He was 14 years old.
Come on, man. With your bullshit.
Do
you really want to talk, or you just want to hang around and people clap you, man?
Hussein, what happened in 2000? Why don't you tell me?
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
What happened?
What happened with Iraq? Who fucking... It was a government there. Yes? Americans went there for a war with British. For a war that has no reason. Young kids died from both sides. Americans and British kids died.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
And they realized
nobody
there have been no nuclear weapons, nothing.
Hussein, you're not going to find a single person on here that's going to agree with going to attack.
I don't care.
Okay, hold
but
on.
That's the truth.
Hey,
you know, the truth is truth, man.
Calm down, lady. What I'm saying is that...
Lady, who's a lady?
Would you agree that once Saddam was taken out, that the people of Iraq...
I respect the soldiers.
You remember how Saddam died?
I respect soldiers.
They didn't kill Saddam. They didn't kill Saddam. The people of Iraq fucking hung his ass.
I don't respect the government.
Don't talk over people.
Yeah, hold on.
Someone, Hussein, you're gonna not talk over someone. Someone's answering you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can we get back to the question, because the title of the room is "What Does Islam Teach?" I think it's a very important question. We all have our inquiry.
People understand Islam wrong, man.
Well, I don't know why you interrupted me. You're going to have to stay on mute while I'm speaking, and then when I'm done speaking, then you can speak. So I'm going to ask you a question, Hussein. When the Prophet Muhammad took a bride at the age of 6, fucks her while she was 9, and then people hold this character up as the prophet, the holiest, the best example of that God has to offer us. I want to just ask you this simple question, Hussein. why do people follow the Prophet Muhammad, the pedophile?
When you yourself, you wouldn't.
Let me tell you one thing, man. First of all, man, you are a fucking dirty. You're a scumbag. Once you say that, because you know what you're saying. I know that.
Muhammad,
You want to react,
bro? Your prophet sexually assaulted a
You're a dirty person, you know. You're very
Disgusting, filthy.
You are a disgusting guy.
What a surprise! The Muslims are manifesting.
No, you are a very dirty person to say that.
You shouldn't talk about Muhammad like that.
Wait, hold on.
You are a dirty man
Hold on.
to say that.
No, hold on.
You want that reaction, I know that. You want that.
Listen, Hussein.
No, you want that.
You said, you acknowledged.
What I said, man. Tell me what I said.
You acknowledged the age. You acknowledged the age of his wife when he had sex with her. You acknowledged that. You said that she was 9. So if you're acknowledging that he had sex with her. Wait.
I said it. Different.
You want me to get the replay?
Who's saying yes or no? Is it true that he had sex with a 9-year-old?
Is it true?
Man, you guys are really.
Rebecca was 3 years old.
Are you guys like so obsessed with us that much that you want to prove us that bad?
I find it weird that you follow.
Hold on.
Man, we're good.
Hold on.
We're good.
No, hold on. You're not going to speak while I speak. Okay, got it.
For you guys to be so obsessed with us like this, man.
Hold on. You're welcome to stay on the stage, but you cannot speak while others are speaking. I'll give you an opportunity to speak. I thought it was a fair question. I mean, look, I haven't even read this book. I was told by people on this app, this is where I learned it. People on this app said that the Prophet Muhammad's married a girl at 6. And I thought, no way, that's crazy. There's no way that happened. Like, I thought, no, that's fiction. I defended it. I just said, there's no way. There's billions of people that like this guy. There's no way. And then they said, oh, and even worse, he fucked her when she was 9. And I'm like, no, I can't hear this. This has got to be untrue. Then I started asking people that practiced the religion, and they said, no, Mojo, this is true. This is what he did. And so now I'm just like, okay, well, why do you guys think he's so cool then?
Right, and the question's always been, why do y'all follow, why would you want to follow a guy who's done that? When you yourself said you wouldn't even want to be friends with a guy who's done that, but yet you want to worship him. And I find this crazy. And by the way, did y'all hear he said, well, it's just a different time. Look, man, Christianity predates Islam. And there is no mention of shit like that in fucking Christianity. So what are we talking about right now, bro? It's insane. And the part I find most, sorry, Nick, I'll let you go real quick, 4 sentences. What I find most insane is I've heard Mojo ask this question now probably 4 times to people. And every single time, they won't just be like, why? What's so hard to be like, yeah, that's fucked up. Muhammad should have done that. Like, come on. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say exactly what Mike Allen said. You know, like when people say, well, in that time it was different, it's like, wait, how it was different? Because Judaism, Christianity, they were all before Islam. You know, neither one of those religions, there are stories of them, you know, having 10 different wives at like 6 years old, 10 years old, having sex with them. Prostitution wasn't legal in their religions. You know, like in Islam, prostitution is legal. You just have to say a sentence that would make it legal for you to sleep with someone, and you always have to pay whoever you sleep with. So you can actually marry someone for 10 minutes, you can marry them for 1 hour, you can marry them for 6 hours, you can do it for overnight, you can do it for a week. I mean, this is prostitution, you know. It's like, it just like everybody says, like, how do you justify such behavior? I don't even know if this is a real prophet. I just feel like some sick old pedophile men, they were sitting together and they're like, let's come up with something new. And then here it is. This is what they came up with, because how can this even be real?
I mean, what I find worse is that the fact that you're appealing to cultural relativism. Well, I mean, when did Islam ever respect other cultures? I mean, when Muhammad did not respect the culture of the Arabs who worship other gods, I mean, he had them killed. You know, he had Jews tortured because, you know, they did not give him secrets. So when has Islam ever been consistent with moral relativism?
Also, Allah turned the Jews into pigs and apes and lizards.
We got 9 years old. We're talking about a 4th grader.
Okay,
That's all right.
I posted at the top of the bin for everybody to have a look at. Author by the name of John Esposito. He is considered one of the preeminent scholars on political Islam. It reads above Esposito, Political Islam Beyond the Green Menace. It's not very long, but if anybody's interested, it's up there.
Marshall, do you know what the punishment is for trying to change one letter of the Quran or the Hadith?
Since it's probably not there.
It's death. It's death.
Do you know what the punishment is to leave Islam? Do you know what's the punishment to leave Islam?
Oh yeah, Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, Hadith 260. Ali says to kill them. He says, "Do not burn." Or I'm sorry. It was Ibn Abbas. Ibn Abbas says to the messenger, "Go tell Ali, do not give them the punishment that Allah gives them in Jahannam, which is the hellfire, but kill them."
If you leave Islam, any Muslim that kills you, their way to heaven is guaranteed. Like, it's not just like, oh, kill them, but it's like, go find them and kill them, literally. This is why I'm not leaving Islam. This is why I'm officially gonna stay Muslim till my last breath. So if anybody have any questions about Islam, I'm here to help you guys.
Is there any punishment that doesn't involve death?
But yeah, Sarah, the punishment is death if you leave Islam.
I know. I mean, isn't being a Muslim death? Well, no, not really.
Oh, man,
They'll rape you, torture you, beat you. But if you don't rebel, they'll let you live, though.
Well, and it's actually worse than death. When you're a Muslim, you're worshiping Satan, and you're guaranteed the hellfire.
All right, hold on. I have a question too, and any of the Muslims can answer this one. This one's a little probably won't offend you as much as you guys get really offended when we mention his sexual proclivity. But let's talk about the talking ant, shall we? King Solomon overhears an ant warning its colony to avoid being crushed. Can somebody that's read the Quran please explain to me what King Solomon overheard, and do you really believe that he overheard an ant talking to its colony?
It's not about the ant talking to the colony.
Go ahead, Wade Fun.
My bad, Anna, go ahead.
No, go.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I want to talk about the pedophile.
What I was trying to say is, it was never about the ants. It's about, see, people understand. I could tell you something, and someone understand it some other way.
Oh, well, thanks for clearing that up.
I'm Muslim. Look, man. I'm a Muslim, and I mean, I'm not trying to fucking bomb you guys or kill anyone here, So, and I'm so it's
that's really big.
We're good, yeah.
I just want to hear about that.
What I'm trying to say is, I always had a good heart for animals, and it's not that from his side, but it is that we always have a heart for animals. Animals can talk to you, even though you don't listen. A lot of people don't listen. They don't understand, and what that means is you gotta understand between the lines. Look, I'm Muslim, and I'm not. I don't take the word for the. I don't take word for word, but I know what my feelings are. Religion. I take religion as you take your religion yourself. I'm a very humble person.
Well, you find it weird that you said, I'm a Muslim, but I'm not going to bomb you guys. Like, the fact that you have to say that is weird.
Hey, shut up. I don't want to talk to you. What I'm trying to say is, people are much more mature than being, stuck in normal life. And you gotta understand.
Islam ever shown that?
And animals are. You're talking about. I'll answer your question.
Well, I have a question for you, Hussein.
Hussein,
did you say you're Syrian? Did you say you're Syrian?
No, I'm not Syrian.
Sweden.
Where are you from?
Sweden.
Oh, Sweden.
No, I'm from Sweden.
Where were you born? In Sweden?
No, I'm born in. I'm Eritrean, and I'm half Yemeni. I'm a Yemenite.
So you're Yemen and Eritrean.
Yes.
You're Yemenite. What's Malawa?
My mom's side
what's
are
Malawa?
Yemenites.
What's Malawa?
Malawa.
Malawa. What's Malawa?
What you say? What's Malawa? I don't know what Malawa is.
You don't know what Malawa is, but you said you're Yemenite.
Tell me, what's Malawa?
It's one of the most famous foods.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I know what Malawa is. It's Yemenite food. It looks like a pancake. Feels
you're
like
Polish or
you're hot right
it's
now.
fried.
I'm a Yemenite.
Yeah,
Yemeni
it's
top.
like the most popular food in Yemen. You said you're an Yemenite.
And I have all my tree that shows that,
Yeah,
so I know where I'm from.
But you don't know what the most
And that's
common food is in Yemen.
Why is he lying?
How do you feel
I
about
don't know. I was trying to figure that one out.
If you said I'm lying, go
Wait,
check
hold
me
on.
out.
We can't have
Go check
everybody.
me out.
I need to check you out.
We can't have
It's
everybody
like the
speaking
Cubs
at the same
song,
time. We
right?
can't have
Go check me
everybody
out.
speaking at the same time. We can't have everybody
Hey,
speaking at the same time. No, you shut the fuck up. Hey, we can't have everybody speaking at the same time. I want to ask another question. It's the same question I asked before, but I'm going to ask it. So I'm not asking another question. I'm going to repeat a question. And I would like for somebody that studied the Quran to explain this to me. What did they mean when they said that King Solomon overheard an ant talking to its colony? I just want to understand what you mean by this.
Like, is it literal, or are they talking about, like, allegory? Well, don't everybody talk at once.
I never knew that about the ant. Islam in its early days is actually very interesting historically. In particular, the contracts they used to argue over prior Byzantine territory, which is very interesting.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Marshall. My bad. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I was just going to say it's interesting to study. I think the way extremist movements use Islam now, the best author is the one I pinned, is considered a preeminent scholar on political Islam. I think it's a very concisely written essay, so it's good for people to reference.
What you got, Okonkwo? What you got?
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask.
Hold on, Hussein.
You asked the question. I want to answer that.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Hussein.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to answer it, man.
Mojo, you asked the question when you said he talks to the animals, and to be honest with you, we all talk to animals. That's why we have all of us say, I can understand an animal. I can talk with him. You can talk with an animal if you really know how to.
So you can talk to animals?
Absolutely. No, look. All right, now you're acting funny now.
Hold on, guys. Listen. I'm not going to listen if you don't first let me interject here. So, you said that he talked to the animals, but that's not even what the Quran said, which is making me question whether you've read it. It actually says that he overheard the ant talking. And so my question is, if you heard somebody tell you that they overheard an ant talking to its colony, what would you think of that person?
I will tell you one thing. I honestly, to be honest with you, that time is that time, and
that was your defense of pedophilia.
Listen, question and I want to answer it. Let's be honest now. At this time, man, we are these telephone guys. We don't listen to no one. If you tell me this guy's gonna say something, no, he gotta prove it. But what I'm trying to say is that kind of love you have for animals, and a lot of people understand animals. And I'm not listen to me. I'm not trying to say he talked to the ant, or I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea about that. But what I know is all of us have pets, and you have a feeling, with them. You can understand it. Whatever pet it is. And we try to. That was a different time, a different situation. And I believe it's. Look, I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. And I will never say that that's right or wrong, because I'm a liar. But what I'm trying to say is, excuse me?
Do you hear yourself?
I absolutely hear myself.
Look, these people, they were either high as fuck, so they would hear like ants talking to them, or they were schizophrenic, or they were just fucking lying.
Oh, that was some stories.
So you're telling me back in the day, ants and human, they spoke the same language so they could hear what the ants were saying to their colony? Are you serious?
Oh, what is Santa?
Seems like a waste of power.
Read the Bible in the chat. That's
a very good question, and I don't have an answer for that, to be honest.
Dude, see, why can't you say that a bunch of times?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer for that.
Fair enough.
Because honestly, I think the way they were and they were obsessed with children and with multiple women, I just feel like they were party animals too. So I honestly think they were high. I don't think they were schizophrenic. I think they were just taking shrooms, they were high as a sky. I don't know. That's how I think.
Oh, they're a bunch of fucking wackos. Okonkwo's been waiting to get in. Can we let Okonkwo?
But Sarah.
Try, buddy, I swear.
Let me.
Hold on a second, seriously, it's kind of long. I'm trying to talk. You wasted so much time. Could you please let somebody else speak for a second?
Let me just be the devil advocate now. Yes, it might be.
No, I was saying the request was for us to let somebody else speak. Look, we're never going to be able to get through this if you keep doing this. We'll bring you back up, but let's get some other voices going on about this. We can talk. Here's the topics that are on the table. We're talking about the Prophet Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old girl, fucking her when she was 9, and when you ask people about it, they're just like, back then they did things a little different, and that's their answer to that. And then when you ask them about, the claim that King Solomon overheard an ant talking to a colony, they've got an interesting take on that too. There's by the way, we haven't even scratched the surface on some of the weirdest shit, but we're getting to it. We're going to get to it. And here's the important thing to think about. These conversations are not being had anywhere else. And you know why? Because people are afraid to ask these questions. Because in certain parts of the world, they will try to take your head off. But here on Clubhouse, we're brave enough to talk about these things. Go ahead.
Can I add another question, since you're brave to ask them? Could you ask them all about the whole virgin thing, the 72 virgins?
Sure. So can I go, if you guys let me? So first of all, if you want to talk about ridiculousness of religious stories, all religious stories are ridiculous. Jewish stories, Christian stories, Santa. Is Santa real? So these are stories.
Not in the Bible.
St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas was a real person, absolutely.
So
wait, Fan,
yeah, sure.
just be specific.
Calm down, from chimney.
Hold on, wait, Fan. Please be specific. Don't act like this. there is a specific question we'll ask, and you said you want to answer, but
Yeah.
Judaism and Christianity. So
I'm
let's talk
sorry,
about the 72 versions. If you don't know it, there are plenty of people.
No, I know that.
Okay, then go straight to that. Thank you.
So that rule number 1. 2, about Muhammad time. So Saudi Arabia was a dry land, and they used to, if they had a baby, which was a girl, they would just bury her because she didn't have any value financially. She couldn't go fight. She couldn't make money. So they would bury the kid. So what Muhammad did was gave value to these girls. Said that, hey, if you raise them, you can sell them. And that was a miracle.
What a nice guy.
Huh?
What a nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, how else you can convince people not to kill their daughters? And then Islam was a new religion. Nobody was converting, so they had the rule for multiple wives to spread fast. 72 virgins, these are like promises you give to the kids to behave. Like right now, if I my son to do something good, I will say, if you do this, I will give you game time or something like that.
What's wrong with candy? Why do you have to promise them virgins?
Yeah, it's attractive. Virgins are attractive. You can like tell American if you behave good, still virgins. Like if I can tell, like, and if you want to go to those, Jews have stories of marrying a 3-year-old girl. So at least Muhammad.
Show me where.
Yeah, Torah has stories about how to marry a 3-year-old girl.
Show me, give me the link.
Yeah, sure. So if you want to reject that, that's a different thing. So when you go to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, like there are stories about how to behave, like for example in Bible, how to hit a slave if they don't listen to you.
Wait, show me where it says in the Torah that you can marry a 3-year-old.
What's the rule about marrying it? Let me find it on ChatGPT.
Okay.
And then please read it in Hebrew to us.
Come on, I was in the room and Rabbi Gallup was explaining it. Like Gallup, I don't think, there was like a normal and Gallup was defending this story. So there is some value to this story.
So going back to the virgins.
Yes, the virgins and honey.
Do you believe that there will be 72 virgins if you blow yourself up?
No, I mean, it's not about blowing yourself up. Blowing yourself up is something Muslims learn from Jews, for your information. Jews were the one. Yeah, they were the one who blew themselves up to get independent from England.
When did they blow themselves up? To get Judaism, it's written that you should blow yourself up.
Muslims learn it from Jews. This is how Jew got.
No, they didn't. They learned it from a group known as the Tamil Tigers who pioneered car bombings plus the IRA. They did not pick it up from us in any way, shape, or form. I don't know where the fuck you got that.
It's like the third thing you said that's crazy.
This documentary is
just a third?
Just keep going, right?
But
yeah, the PLO and all the airplane bombings and the hijackings. They learned that from us too.
Hey, I got a question for Wei-Fan. Wei-Fan, when you said... Wait, hold on. I have a question. When you said that 72 virgins are attractive, what did you mean by that?
I mean, they wanted, like, for example, there are 2 stories, 72 virgins and honey, rivers of honey. So these were attractive things for people to convince them to do good, like wash their hand and exercise, which is basically wuzu and pray. So they have to wash their hand and face 5 times a day and exercise 5 times a day. They said if you do these things, good thing will happen to you. You will have river of honey and 72 virgins.
Wait, but you're saying that virginity is what is attractive?
Obviously, to some men, it's attractive. Yeah.
It's just weird. Wait, okay.
Yeah, hold on. I got a question for you, Wei-Fan. So when you think about a virgin, it's a woman that's never had sex. and you want 72 of them. In your personal opinion, what do you think would be better? One woman that knows how to have sex, or 72 women that have no idea how to have sex?
That also know how to have sex.
Oh, for me, an old woman who knows how to have sex is way, way better.
Oh, would you rather have like 72 prostitutes?
No, they're not prostitutes, they're virgins. Get it? And you have to go back in time. Those times, women, like for example, the virginity is not about attractiveness. There was no DNA test. So those men wanted to know that the baby that they are having is their own baby. So when you marry a virgin, at least you know that the baby that you will have is your own baby. That was the only scientific way to prove, to see the blood. Like the science was not very advanced, and there are a lot of Islamic rules, especially when it comes to legalizing prostitution, which for its time is very advanced. Like if a woman has sex, she cannot have sex with another man for 3 months. Basically, Islam has a lot of rules to know who is the father of a boy or a baby, basically.
Wait, man, I didn't mean prostitution for women was legal. I meant prostitution for men was legal. So they can marry a woman for like one night, 1 hour, but then if they do that, that woman has to make sure they don't sleep with someone for 45 days. I get all of that. I know all of that. But we're talking about men. We already know women have no right in Islam. We already know women are worth half of men. We already know women
I just
by men. We know all of that. Okay, so when I said prostitution is legal in Islam, I meant, of course, everything in benefit of men. Look, they can have 4 legal wives and they can have as many temporary wives as they want. You can marry people for 1 week, for 6 weeks, 6 months, as much as you want, 6 hours, 6 minutes. Like if you know how long it takes you to take a nut, you can like literally say 12 minutes, 13 seconds, like, okay, I'll pay you $25 for that, and then that's what it is.
But Sarah, you're preaching to the choir. That's the thing. Like they don't see anything wrong with this stuff. So they hear that, like, yeah, goddamn right we can.
Like, yeah, virgins are attractive.
Fuck yeah. Wait, fan. I don't want to go this rabbit hole. Okonkwo, you've been waiting patiently, buddy. Can we let Okonkwo get it? I hope you remember what you were gonna say.
Yeah. Real quick, I'd like to reference what I posted in the chat from Sahih Muslim section, volume 2, section 3371. And like I like one of the Muslims to read it and do advocate for what Muhammad did in this passage.
I think that was for you, baby.
You're gonna scroll a bit, but pretty much, if you go to this passage, what Muhammad and his gang did was, when they were engaging in warfare, like they literally gang rape prisoners of war, and then like one of his friends was asking him like if he can pull out, and like Muhammad's like, it doesn't matter, like there's gonna be resurrection day, which doesn't make sense to me, but I just want to see how the Muslims would.
He waits this long to get his question out, and then his question is met with silence.
I didn't understand the question. Did you say that if they...
Yeah, my question is, how do you react to this passage as a Muslim? So pretty much in Sahih Muslim section, volume 2, section 33, I think it's 3327, if you scroll up, the story is pretty much that Muhammad and his companions pretty much were engaging in warfare, and then like they were raping prisoners of war who were women, and then like some of his friends were asking Muhammad if they can pull out, and like Muhammad was pretty much like, it doesn't matter, like there's gonna be resurrection day. So I was asking like Muslims, like, do you defend that or do you condemn that passage? Like how do this?
They need to answer that. I'd like to know that too. But I heard a gangbang something, so it's like 1-on-1, but it is true that in war, Muslims, they jihad and war and whatever reason they're in war, all the slaves, so you can rape them, yes. And that was the rule that with boys, they would check their armpit to see if they have hair grown or not. If there was hair, they would keep them as slaves to work and whatever they wanted to do, like send them to war and stuff. And then if they were younger, they would pretty much take them for raping because they loved boys too. That's another thing with Islam. They love. Well, I don't know if it's legal. Wayfan, is it legal to be with male with male? I don't think it is legal, but I know they all love that.
I don't think it's legal.
I don't think it's legal, no. But there are stories of them. There are so many stories of them, and they would say take them as slaves. But when the woman, so when you what they pretty much said was, you kill the men or make them work, and then you take the women as slaves, and they be your sex slaves or workers, whatever.
I mean, this historically has been a policy in the world. Like when you attack somewhere, kill all the men, rape all the women. That's why, like when you hear like race theory, it looks very funny. What do you mean, like racism? Like we are all brothers and sisters.
Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Islam was supposed to be the message of Allah revealed to Muhammad. Like it's a final truth and it's supposed to be the final word. So how come your morality and systems mirror that of the heathens who don't even believe in Islam? You're supposed to be on a higher moral ground.
So what Islam brings on is the rule of law, which none other religion brought it on. So the idea of a constitution, a book, and that there is nobody in the future can change that book. Basically, the constitution, this idea is Islamic idea. It's not founding father ideas, and with that, they created the biggest empires that the world had ever seen. And the science that we are enjoying right now is right out of this constitution. Yes, this constitution has a lot of weird thing in it, but this is the idea of the Islam. That Muhammad said, okay, this is the book, this is the law, and nobody in future, a human shape, can change it. This is foundation of constitutional societies. So now you're coming back and say like, oh, okay, this is immoral constitution based on 21st century values. You're not seeing the big picture. Before that, no other human society put a book above humans. And Islam is the first one which does that.
Number one, that's not true. Jews have revered the Torah as God's divine law way before Islam came about in the Hijaz. But secondly, that didn't even address my question. You made a what about saying other civilizations did it too. So you just talked about how your claim that Islam promoted the rule of law, but I'm asking, how come in Islam your ethics prescribe gang rape and prisoners of war as female captives, and you want to compare that to other people? I'm asking you, isn't Islam supposed to be different from the world? Aren't you supposed to have the final truth of Allah revealed that triumphs over all other laws? So how come your ethics are just as the same as people who did these in the...
So Islam has four sources of ethics. One of them is constitution, Quran. The other is changing over time. So in Islam, God is alive, and its ethics are changing through the brains and the scholars. So the ethics that you see right now, they may change. Like for example, I can claim 200 years from now, there will be no borders. We don't have illegal immigrants. Everybody has the vote to write. Right now, it looks very ridiculous if I make that claim that these people which are coming from south of United States borders, they have right to vote. It looks very ridiculous.
That's not ethics, like law.
Wait, Finn, are you not ashamed of yourself? Hold on.
Ethics.
Right now, today, wait, Finn, right now, today, there are, you're from Iran, I'm from Iran, and we're like, Iran is one of the very modern countries when it comes to these Islamic countries. Even under IRGC, we both know that we're ahead of all those Arab countries in the region, Islamic countries in the region. Even today, in 2025, they practice stuff that is disgusting. It is disgusting. Like, I don't understand how you defending this.
I agree with you, it's disgusting. But
Why do you justify it? Why do you justify it by saying 200 years from now the border is going to look this or
because
that?
The value changed. The value
Has the value changed to the point that a man is not supposed to beat a woman and broke her bones? Because it's still not a crime for a husband to break his wife's bones in most of the Islamic countries. Domestic violence, there's no crime for it. It is in Iran. It is in Iran, but there's many Arabic countries that a husband beating his wife is not a crime. It doesn't matter what happened. Just 2 days ago, I read in Iran, a man killed his wife because she was talking to another man. What's going to happen to the husband that killed her? Nothing. Where does that law come from? Islam, Quran. Nowhere in the world you can go just kill your wife because she's having adultery, which we don't even know if in this case she did or not.
Adultery needs witnesses, 4 witnesses, which is always impossible to prove. That's why none of these cases go to court.
How convenient.
Why would it go to court? So that's why none of these cases go to court. Islam is completely against. These are cultural issues. Tribal societies, to keep their blood pure, they have these issues when it comes to sex with the strangers out of tribe. Indians have this. Caste system is this. Islam is completely against these things. If you have to prove these things, you need full.
This is in Iran's law, Wayfan. If you see your wife with another man, or if you catch your wife in an act of cheating, which being on phone it is, if you kill her and him, it's okay because the blood will you in front of your Wayfan. Okay, I'm gonna get you, not tonight, but I'm gonna get you the number, what's it called, the court thing for it. Don't say that. This is absolutely the law.
I know, the law needs 4 witnesses, 4 eyewitnesses, 4 people.
That's if you want to sit down and plan, but if you hear or you catch your wife with someone and you just get super hasty and kill them, you don't need witnesses. It's halal. You can do it. Halal. It's done. Yes.
If you go to court, you will lose the court. In order for court, there are 4 witnesses. Adultery needs 4 eyewitnesses. They have to come forward.
No. Okay, bring a link. Bring a link what it's for.
Does the woman need 4 witnesses?
Adultery.
It's not adultery for men, Mike.
No, I'm saying if the woman commits adultery, does she need 4 witnesses to prove her guilt? Or are they just like, no, you did it?
You cannot just by saying he did or she did it like.
Mike Allen, it's not, men can sleep with as many people, women, as they want in Islam. There is no adultery for men. It's everything.
I get it. I'm saying like a man will not be convicted of adultery or whatever unless there's 4 witnesses.
They need to see
It's the same for women. Like if a woman commits adultery, do they have to provide 4 witnesses to prove adultery on her?
The woman, even like, let's say I'm a witness, my testimony is not worth as much of a man in the court. You need 2 women to witness to be equal to 1 man in the court of law. I am not kidding you, Mike Allen. This is getting practiced today in many countries.
And the woman gets half of the heritage.
What I find crazy is this. The part I find crazy is this, is that even you said it, Wayfan, and I'm not making this up, buddy. This is you talking. You're like, the values were different, and the values are ever evolving, which is cool. But what's wild to me is why would you be attracted to something, anything, whether it be a religion or anything? Why would you be attracted, in this case it's Islam, why would you be attracted to something that didn't have your values when it initially got started? Like, what attracts you to something like that? You're like, yeah, well now Islam's cool, but back then they were a bunch of fucking weirdos. But don't worry, that was just a while ago. But you yourself just said the values were different back then. And they were fucking wild. Like, it's wild. It's crazy. And by the way, your comparisons to Christianity, you mentioned Santa, which is a horrible one. And then you mentioned that Jewish people can marry a 3-year-old, which you still haven't provided. But, like, I'll even help you in that argument. Like, there's some weird shit, like the burning bush. Like, yeah, it's fucking, that sounds weird. But it was God appearing as a burning bush, whatever. Or the angel wrestling, whoever it was, I forget the guy's name, but the angel wrestling for fucking a whole day and shit. Jacob, I was gonna say Jacob, I didn't want to get it wrong. That sounds crazy, right? Like, hearing about that, it's like, wow, that's fucking weird. But nothing like overhearing, like, eavesdropping on an aunt's conversation, or fucking a 9-year-old, or like crazy shit like that. Like, you will not find that stuff. And I find it crazy that you're attracted to something that you yourself are not okay with the values of it. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's an identity thing, Mike. So like, all these cultures, all these identities have some shit in their back. White identities have some, like, KKK slavery in their baggage. Jews have Christian. It's an identity thing. Yes, can I live without that identity? It's possible, but it's a very lonely life. All of us need to identify with something, and that just helps us to be part of something, which is a satisfaction. I'm part, like, if I die, somebody will take care of my kids. Somebody from this identity will take care of my kids. So it's a bigger thing. It's not about Islam. I mean, it's everybody wants an identity, and for me, why not Islam? I mean, which other ideology out there is better than Islam?
Hold on.
It's an easy answer. Go ahead.
Hold on. I can offer up a few. So your question was, what ideology is better than Islam? Okay, I would argue that no ideology, having no ideology, would be better. I would also argue that Scientology is better than Islam. I would argue that Mormonism is better than Islam. I would argue that I would argue that even things such
veganism.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go that far, Mike. Come on, we got to draw the line somewhere. Capitalism is certainly better than Islam. The only thing that might be as bad as Islam is communism. Maybe, fuck. I'm trying to think. Is there any? If you had to have a Mount Rushmore of bad ideas, you have to have Islam, communism. Help me round this out.
One-ply toilet paper.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. But what other ideologies belong on the Mount Rushmore of bad ideology?
I mean, Simon or Roger, it comes down to personal thing. When people pick ideology, there are so many personal aspects to that. And just attacking somebody for their identity.
No, but wait, Fan. I think the part that you're missing, and this is the part that people in the civilized world are getting hung up on, is that when you have like 1 billion people that are like saying that, hey, we're going to follow this prophet Muhammad that married a 6-year-old and fucked her when she was 9, and you guys think that that's the best example of what a righteous person is. If you believe that that's a great example of a righteous person, then I certainly think that the civilized world is correct in saying that you're fucking crazy.
I mean, again, you are going to absolute. Everything in real world is relative. I just explained for you that during those times, they would kill the girls when they were born. And this was the only way to give those girls value, financial value, to save their lives. So sooner you could marry them, the parents were more convinced to keep them.
Wait,
so
how come they didn't kill those girls 1,000 years before when they were Christianity. I'm trying to understand where did all these culture of killing, raping, women are worthless, where did this all come from? If it didn't come from Islam, because look, wait, I've read a lot of history books, and I actually have a minor degree in history of religions, actually. And I was just very interested in learning about this, and this is what I want to tell you. Like from what I gathered, the information I gathered from reading myself, I don't believe it was the time that was people were doing this and then Islam came and tried to fix it. I believe it was Islam that did this to people and took the worth of women away, and then they started killing girls and then getting them married at 6 years old or 9 years old. You know why they were killing their daughters? Do you know why they were like, if the baby born was killed, you know, their books, it says the reason they were doing it was because they were tired of their daughters being raped and killed by 6 or 10 years old. So this was their way, just getting rid of them so they don't have to deal with that later on.
Oh, the shake weight, Mojo? I think the shake weight would be on the Mount Rushmore.
So hold on, we got a room title, folks, and I want to discuss this seriously. What is worse, Islam, communism, Satanism, or veganism?
So that's a tough one there.
So this is the thing that you have to, Sarah. Saudi Arabia is a desert, it's a dry land. There isn't much food, there isn't much water, and there are tribes who fight for limited resources. So this is completely different from India, which there are a lot of resources to survive. So yes, those times, if you had a baby which was a girl, that was a liability issue, and Islam solved it. Now you don't like Islam, you can make whatever you want to believe, but that's not what the history is.
So Waithan, why do they still practice it if it's different times today?
What do they practice? They are not
child marriage.
Children, 75 girls every single day in Iran alone, 75 girls under the age of 15 are married to old men. We're not talking about a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old. We're talking about 60 plus years old, 75 a day. That's like 20,000 girls or something like that a year. This is still being practiced.
So again, it comes back to value system changing over time. And Middle East, there are areas which are old. They haven't been updated. They don't know. Their value is old. Like, yes, it's wrong. And every Muslim in the United States know it's wrong. But what can you do? They're living in old time. If you right now go to North Korea, they are living like in 100 years ago. Their value, they haven't been updated. So over time, their value system will get updated.
So why do you choose to follow Islam? Why not a better religion that is updated?
What religion is updated?
Judaism.
I mean, their Islam can be updated. It's the matter of that area is poor and they are...
No, it's the eternal word of God. Isn't the Quran the final word of God?
Quran is the final word of God, yes.
Yeah, we went over this earlier. It's absolute, never changing, I thought, right?
No, there are 3 other mechanisms for word of God.
Can we invite Dr. Z to the stage, Mojo? He's saying
I've invited him, and he's welcome to his opinion. Dr. Z, if you want to come up here, we'll make some room.
This worse is Islamophobia.
Well, hold on. I will say this. I don't understand why somebody would practice a religion where their prophet fucks 9-year-olds. That being said, I can't tell people what to believe, what not to believe. I could just say that for me, for my moral system, my code, I just personally, I would be turned off by a religion that suggests that the greatest, holiest person was fucking 9-year-olds. That turns me off.
Yeah, it's just chalk it up to like, oh, that's silly Muhammad. Yeah, he's a great.
But I mean, as a woman who was lashed, I don't know if you guys know this. Some of you do, some of you don't. 22 years ago, I was lashed in Iran. 33 times they lashed me for not having my hair covered properly inside of the private property. So the word Islamophobia, when I hear that, it just makes my skin crawl, because phobia is an irrational fear. That's a fear of something that's not scary. Like, I am scared. I have phobia of spiders. Spiders are not going to eat me. They're not going to lash me. They're not going to rape me. They're not going to murder me. That's a phobia. But a religion that actually traumatizes you, that beats you, that rapes you, that murders you, tortures you, and there are...
It talks to ants.
Well, that part, you know what? If you take good mushrooms, you probably can talk to ants too. That's not going to hurt people. But a religion that's actually terrifying and it's killing people, and to this day it's killing and killing and killing, that is terrifying. Do not call that phobia. Forget about that Islamophobic word. That word needs to be thrown in the trash.
They can have it. Look, I think it's perfectly reasonable that if we could stand up here with our free speech and say that we think that a religion that centers itself around a prophet that fucks 9-year-olds, that they could then have the freedom of speech to say, oh, you're mean. Because that's what they're really saying.
No, actually, you guys are not aware of the common practices that happened 1,400 years ago. And this practice of young marriages was just not prevalent in Arabic Peninsula. It was prevalent across the world. So your modern eye may not accept it as a common practice, but it was a very common practice, and people who were against Muhammad ﷺ, they were against him after so many things, but this never raised an eyebrow that there's young marriages, that's young marriages happening. This never raised an eyebrow in their culture. So you living in hold on, I'm not finished yet. You living in 2025 are saying something that was a very common practice in their era, where not even his enemies raised an eyebrow on it, even though they raised an eyebrow around everything under the sun, including a lot of stuff on Muhammad, but this was never a problem. So you cannot comment on something that you're not aware of, that was a common culture practice, and you come and tell me, oh, how did that happen? Well, how come you're not addressing this prevalency that happened as a common practice in other cultures? Okay. So that tells me you guys are extremely unaware.
Other cultures are still defending it.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Yeah, hold on, Dr. Z.
Either educate yourself or then come and have a topic to discuss.
Yeah, well, hold on. I want to have dialogue with you. So I hear what you're saying. You're saying that back then there was multiple cultures that thought having sex with 9-year-old girls was okay. Marrying 6-year-old girls was okay. That's your argument, that multiple cultures did that, and by singling out Islam for holding up this Prophet Muhammad that did this, the difference here, Dr. C, the difference here is it's the only culture that in 2025 still defends the Prophet Muhammad, and let me ask you this, Dr. Z. Do you condemn the practice of having sex with children? Do you condemn?
Of course, it's not considered appropriate. I would be extremely.
Would you call it having sex with a 9-year-old haram?
No, I'm not the one that can make anything haram. But at today's standards,
it's definitely not halal.
Absolutely, by today's standards, it's not an acceptable practice. But it was an acceptable practice back then. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Do you have children?
So listen, I don't want to discuss my private life here. Listen to me. One more thing I want to tell you. the things that happened 50 years ago, that raised eyebrows 50 years ago, are common practices now. Prostitution is legalized in many states in the US, right? So things that happened 50 years ago are common now, which are legal. So things change, cultures evolve. So don't comment and say, oh, back then, 1400 years ago, this culture was, oh my God, oh my God. Of course it was, oh my God. Because even 50 years ago, hold on, even 50 years ago, things were, oh my God.
Sarah,
50 years ago, things were, oh my God, but you're not, oh my God, not now. You understand my point?
I do, but hold on. Okay.
Okay, then change. Then you don't have a point anymore. Sorry.
No, I still have a point. I understand what you're saying. What I'm gonna say is that I disagree that we can't look back and use our common sense and say, what would a 6-year-old girl in that era be like? And what we can do is we can look at 6-year-old girls now, 9-year-old girls now, and go, wow, the human brain doesn't even form till you're 24, 25 years old. And so for the prophet, again, this isn't just some ordinary dude on the street, right? This is the prophet. This is a fucking prophet. And this is the holiness. This is the one that does it the right way, right? He's the one that we're all striving to be like.
He's the model.
He's the guy we should all be like. You're telling me 1,400 years ago he didn't look at a 6-year-old girl and go, she a little too...
Mojo, first of all, I'm not even going to debate with you about this in terms of what I believe, because in my understanding, what I have researched on the Prophet's life, it appears to be, to me, in the historical research, that the wife was Aisha Raziallahu ta'ala anha. She wasn't even 6 or 9 years old. She was at least 16 or 17 years old.
That's only what Shia say.
And no. There's a lot of Sunni Muslims that say that too. And the reason why I say that is because when you put 2 and 2 together, when they migrated from Mecca to Medina, Aisha's older sister was 10 years older than her. And at that time, she was 26. So if the older sister at the time of immigration from Mecca to Medina was 26, Aisha has to be 10 years younger. And that makes her 17, 16. You do the math. And then after the immigration, after the migration from Mecca to Medina, that's when the marriage happened. So historically, she was older. But unfortunately, the age of Aisha is a controversy, and it's documented all over the place with different numbers. So we don't know. But what I'm saying is, it was still a common practice to marry young back then. It was a very common practice. And none of the people who were enemies of the Prophet, they raised an eyebrow over this. This was a very prevalent practice. And as far as your point, whether he's a prophet, he has to be the epitome of perfection, I agree with you. And he was. But he still lived in a culture where they wore, togas. He lived in a desert. He was an Arabic. Listen to me. My personal belief system
I'm just trying to figure out your madhab.
Why?
Is
that even the point of argument right now?
Yeah, if you're Sunni and you have to accept the Sunnah of Islam, then you have to accept the Hadith.
Yeah, but
especially Ibn Abbas and Sahih Muslim, and then you would have to accept the writings of Aisha saying that she was playing with baby dolls when the 2 women came and took her away, and she had no idea what was going on, and she was brought to Muhammad's room, and then Muhammad mounted her when she was 9 years old, in her own words, when she was playing with dolls with her friends.
Listen to me.
Everyone was doing it though.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Shia or Ibn or Quran only, then you can exclude all these things and say, well, Aisha was a hori and we hate her and she's the worst of all creation.
No. I would never say that.
Say.
That's what the Shia say, and they're incorrect.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but I'm very impressed by your historical history about Islam. I'm impressed.
So what's your madhab?
That's none of the.
It's really relevant to the conversation.
Because I tell you why. I mean,
it would be like somebody saying, well, I'm a Christian. Well, then we find out that you're Mormon or Jehovah's Witness and be like, well, how are we supposed to talk to you?
Okay, but I'm just telling you that in Quran, when we talk about marriage, we talk about it as a contract.
Yeah, but
right?
you have to accept like 65:4 in the Quran about the ones who are if you accept tafsir of Ibn Abbas,
I don't take that ayah. I don't take that ayah as
you don't accept the book of divorce.
I don't accept the interpretation of that ayah.
No, it's not an interpretation.
Are you you want me to go all over the place?
No, but 65:4 clearly.
All right. Why are you changing the goalposts?
Okay, doctor. 65:4 says that you can have sex with a prepubescent.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it says. That's someone's understanding of the ayah.
It says for the ones who have not menstruated, for the ones it does 3 months.
They're older women that don't menstruate too. When you get
no. But it's 65.
They're younger women that cannot menstruate.
Exactly,
that has to be a child.
Dr. Z, that's what it says in the ayah.
Too.
It says for the women who are menopausal, it's 3 months for the menstrual cycle. For the ones who are pregnant, they have to wait until after they give birth. And the ones who have not menstruated yet, their iddah is given 3 months. So these are the prepubescent little girls who never had menstruation. Because it says, and for all others, there is no iddah. There is no waiting period.
You're giving me a standard interpretation. I don't agree with that.
You reject tafsir from the Sahaba, seriously? And scholars of Islam, seriously? So you're not a Sunni Muslim, okay?
I am a Sunni Muslim.
No, you can't be a Sunni Muslim. Under Sharia, you would be punished for this.
Can someone explain to me what the difference is? What is Sunni? Can you explain it?
Sunnis, the majority of Muslims. So Shia
dependency from Ali.
Yeah. So that's Shias. So the Shias would be Iran, Afghanistan, or Iran, Iraq, and Azerbaijan.
No, she's asking the
majority countries. They reject all the hadiths. The majority of the hadiths and tafsirs from the Sunnis, and the Sunnis reject majority of the writings and interpretations from the Shia. And they have like their own. Honestly, if you want to put it in people would say like Protestants and Catholics, but it's not even that. It's Christians and Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay, but
thank you for that clarification.
My position has nothing to do with the argument being discussed. So stop concentrating your attention on.
No, you're saying even if Aisha was 18, as the Shia say, or they say in Ibnism, even with that, with 65:4 alone, you would have to accept that you can have sex with a prepubescent little girl.
Incorrect understanding of sex.
No, it's literally in the writing.
Christians or Jews trying to tell us what the religion is. It's really, really weird.
Wait, Marshall, Marshall, you seriously gonna try me right now on this subject?
Am I trying you on it? No.
No.
Well, I don't particularly want to have the argument, but I think listening to this person who is a practicer of the faith gives you an important.
Oh no, she's already left. She's already left to Sunni Islam. She doesn't.
No, I have not, bro.
If they are Sahih hadiths, you must accept it.
No.
If you want to say they're da'if or something, that's fine.
That is, but if they contradict the concept in the Quran, then you don't accept them, period.
Not if they're from the Sahabas, you don't. They're co-equal.
Guys, no one knows
contradicting Quran, then we take Quran over the Sahih Hadith.
All right.
So don't teach me my own religion.
You don't even know who Mary. You don't even know who Adam's wife is on the basis of the Quran alone.
Okay,
so
there's so much wrong with your Quran. I mean, it's terrible.
That's not the topic that we're discussing.
Thank you.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to ask Nazim a question. Nazim's been spamming the chat. Nazim, what did you mean when you said "eat shit, you Zionist scums"? What did you mean by that? Nazim, can you explain? Oh, the cat's got your tongue? Okay, got it.
So go back to the conversation once Nazim grows a pair. Dr. Z, I guess what we're talking about, and I think we should all be able to call a spade here, right? I guess I kind of understand what you're saying, right? Like in the 60s and 70s, the doctors would smoke cigarettes during surgery. Yeah, we figured out that's kind of fucking dumb. They used to prescribe a heroin. I get it. We got more understanding of it. I get it. But we're not talking about shit like that. We all are adults here. When you cut someone back in the day, in these times of Muhammad, and you cut them with a blade, they would bleed, yes? So if you cut someone today, they would bleed, yes? So this kind of stuff is absolute. Brain function is absolute. A 9-year-old is a 4th grader. We all know what 4th graders are like, and we all know about sex. So when an adult has sex with a 4th fucking grader, I don't care what time you're living in. That's wrong. And this, I'll land here. Hold on, before you answer, I'll land right here.
Remember when we allowed to go to school back then?
You wouldn't take diet advice from someone who's 500 pounds. You wouldn't take life advice from someone who's like a homeless person. You wouldn't take economic advice from someone who's broke and lost all their money. So why would you follow someone's values that clearly has a fucked up value system?
Because that value system was extremely common practice in their culture. He's still operating from a culture that he lives in. He still wears a thobe. He's still living in a desert. They're all nomadic Arabs. They live in a demographic that is not relevant to us right now in terms of demographics and their cultural practices. How are you even comparing? It's not even apples to apples. It's not even apples to, like, you're comparing apples to oranges.
I have a question, though.
It's unfair comparison.
It's very similar.
Well, hold on. Didn't the prophet have like a direct connect to speak to God? Like, wouldn't again? I am a novice when it comes to anything that has to do with religion. The only thing that I've ever read was the Christian Bible. I've read that several times, usually just to be able to argue with people that knocked on my door. But that's the only book that I'm really familiar with. So all of this stuff is very, very new to me. I'm just curious if we're going to build a religion around this person that had a direct relationship to God, how would we then say that God, despite the era that we're living in, because God's supposed to be the same, right? God's like this omnipresent, whatever, all the omnis, you guys can, figure out what those are. Like, how is it that the prophet that has this direct connection to God couldn't figure out that fucking a 9-year-old is not a good idea?
Well, King Solomon had close to 500-600 wives, concubines.
He spoke to ants too.
Hold on. He was a prophet. Jews basically give a lot of reverence. In today's definition, he would be a womanizer, having 600-700 wives. What did he be? Wouldn't you call him a womanizer if a man is sleeping with 600-700 wives? Like, come on. But it was a common cultural practice back then, wasn't it? That's the only kind of explanation that you would put to it.
So you're justifying a lot of wrong things, Doctor.
I'm just giving you. I am not justifying.
For you.
I'm giving you perspective of something that you're not
giving me perspective of my religion that I was born and raised into. You're giving me perspective of what? Do you even hear yourself?
I hear myself just right. I'm just saying.
You sound like that slave. You know those slave stories where they were saying they were telling some slaves you're free and they didn't know what to do. They didn't want to be free. You sound like those slaves right now. You literally said, no, I do agree. It's bad to marry a 9-year-old, but I can't say it's a sin because it's not in Islam. Like, that's what you sound like.
Doctor, you could just say Allahu Akbar.
In Islam? No.
Just say Allahu Akbar.
In Islam,
only Allah knows.
In Quran, you need to have a sound mind in order to get into a nikah contract, because marriage is a contract. That's how Islam, Quran defines contractual marriage, which is you get into, with a spouse by a contract. It's a verbal, written, whatever you may want to call it. It's a contract. So you have to have sound mind in order to get into marriage institution? What are
So,
the
Doctor,
responsibilities?
let me try.
What are the can I finish my point? What are the financial obligations of getting into a marriage? What are the contractual obligations? What are the responsibility of a man and a woman? You need to have a sound perspective of this, right? So this is what nowhere in the Quran it says, okay, enter upon marriage with a child. I'm sorry, that's not what Quran says, right? And people who argue that this really happened, I'm giving you a historical context of she being at least 16, 17 years old.
What did the majority of Sunni scholars say?
Yeah, majority Sunni, not all scholars say this.
What did like 90% of Sunni scholars say? What age you?
Go by the documentation of her age.
That she was 6 and he penetrated and mounted her when she was 9.
I disagree.
Wait, you disagree with me or do you disagree with
I disagree because it is also a fact that her age is a controversial topic it's not
died when she was 18 after Kaibar 5 years later. We have all the evidence.
No, that's not what Dabri records. That's not what
Sahih Bukhari 44:28 narrated Aisha.
Okay,
his ailment, which he died. Muhammad used to say, Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the Kuwait in Kaibar. And 5 years later, he died. She was 13 then in Kaibar.
Okay, well, Sahih Bukhari was not a historian. Okay, so remember.
Okay, so you don't accept Bukhari now?
I do accept.
You don't accept a Sahih Hadith, a strong chain of narration.
But listen, is Bukhari infallible? Are you telling me Bukhari is an infallible?
If you're a Muslim and you don't accept Sahih Bukhari, then there's something wrong. Bukhari and Sahih Muslim are like your two strongest hadiths.
Yeah, they're scholars of hadith. They're not infallible beings. One,
okay,
and they're not.
Did they write down all the stories of Aisha? This is narrated Aisha, the mother of all Muslims. So you're rejecting her word.
They're not historians. Listen to me. And they're not infallible beings.
Seeing how they've written down, how Bukhari wrote down the words.
You have another argument, or
Bukhari wrote down the exact words of Aisha. Aisha said she was 13 at the time of Kaibar. That was 5 years before Muhammad's death.
Like I said,
which makes her 18 when he died.
Not a historian. I can give you historical context of what other historians actually who gauge the era.
I'm just saying you'd be a kafir against all.
Sure, thank you very much. I'd be okay with that. That's not
Doctor, you have Stockholm syndrome. You are a doctor. No. She is a doctor. She knows this. Like seriously, I would recommend you go study a little bit about it. You already are a doctor, and this condition can actually happen a lot with Muslim women. To sit there and justify it, I just cannot even believe it. You don't even know how to justify it, and you're justifying it. I am.
Dr. Lizzie, I have a question.
Okay, tell me. Educated woman, to see an educated woman trying to defend, what they're doing by just bringing 2000, whatever many years ago, and talk about in that time that, but in this time it's different.
I'm giving you
right now, what are they doing? You're a doctor, right? You're a doctor, right?
Yes,
in Afghanistan, women cannot go to school past 5th grade.
So,
you don't think that's because of Islam?
Wait, doctor, let me ask you a question. Do you think it was okay for Muhammad to kidnap Maria the Copt?
She was gifted to him.
After he threatened to kill her entire family.
Hold on, no, don't make things up. She was gifted to him by an Egyptian king. So.
After he threatened to kill everybody, yes.
No, real quick, Dr.
He said that she was so beautiful.
Okay, if you threaten, it doesn't work like that.
Dr. Z, I think Yoav has a question for you. Go ahead, Yoav.
But I'm just amazed that people have zero understanding of the historical perspective, and they're coming and arguing about.
I have a question about nowadays, Dr. Z. Do you think it's okay that a woman is worth half than a man?
A what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Can you repeat your question?
Do you believe a woman is worth half as a man?
It's not that. Do you believe? Yes, women being worth half of the men, inheriting half, their dia being half. If a woman is killed, all that stuff. Are you okay with that in 2025? We're not talking about Muhammad time. I don't know why the people like to go back and
peace be upon him.
To say, that's the old days. What about today? You're okay with that?
Women being half. So, all right, are you ready for the response?
Yeah, total or per pound?
Are you ready for the response?
Go ahead.
If I get a few seconds to respond to this. See, a woman is taken care of in Islam, right? So a husband is supposed to financially provide for her. While she's with her father is responsible for providing for her, right? If she's with her brother is financially responsible for providing for her. So a woman is well taken care of, supposedly. That's how it should be in Islam. Now, if there's the man, however, has to take care of his siblings, has to take care of his children, offspring, has to take care of his parents. So he has more financial obligation and responsibility, if you look at it. So with that regard, the inheritance is given more to the man because he's financially responsible to take care of the family, his own family, his parents, his sisters sometimes if they're not married and the father isn't alive, and so on and so forth. So there are more financial obligations on a man.
Can I stop you?
In today's world, where do you
Can I stop you for a moment?
My mother is not taking care of me, and I'm not married. What are you talking about? That
shouldn't be the case, though. He should be taking care of you.
Like, what are you talking about?
Sir.
Listen, if he's not doing this today,
if he's not doing this,
example goes back to back then when women were getting married at 9 years of old, and that's exactly the point of what I'm trying to make here, which is who muted me?
I muted everyone. I just want to see if we can bring the decibel level down a little bit. Look, everyone's got some very strong opinions on this. I don't think that it's going to help if we yell at each other. I don't mind talking about controversial things. I don't mind calling out that it was very, very surprising to me to learn that this prophet that's held in such high regard by so many people, that he married a 6-year-old and had sex with her when she was 9. I get that there's a lot of different ways of waving that away. We talk about, everybody was doing it. I'm just wondering why, if everybody was murdering people, wouldn't God choose somebody to come down and do things the right way? Wouldn't God say, hey, we want you to rise above and be different than the way that everybody else is doing things? I would just think, and again, maybe this is my naivety because I don't practice any of these religions, but I would think that if there is a God that wants to be involved in our lives and is going to pick somebody to lead the world to God, I would think that that person would operate with a better sense of responsibility and a better sense of humanity, and probably wouldn't have sex with 90.
So Roger, you're saying he would probably say something like, love your neighbor, love even your enemy, and pray for your enemies. Like something like that, probably.
Or at least come down and spray Muhammad with the water bottle off her.
Oh, well, hold on. I don't want to turn this into a joke. This is the thing. I think a lot of people, because when I first heard this, I legitimately thought it was somebody that was just being bigoted towards Muslims and that they were making it up. I literally thought somebody was making it up to slur them. And then when I got into a conversation with people that practice the faith, and I go, is there any truth to that? They go, well, you got to understand. I was like, whoa, this is different. I've never been exposed to that. Look, I'm an old guy, and it became new information. I'm still processing this. My 2025 sensibilities tells me that, hey, even 1,400 years ago, should have fucking better known better. That's kind of how I think about it. But here's the mesmerizing part of this is that there's over 1 billion people that believe this. That this is the guy that we're going to hold up and say, yeah, be more like him. And I just want to call a timeout and just say, wait a minute, before a billion more people say, yeah, we should follow him, can we at least examine the record and then again ask the question, did this guy really fuck a 9-year-old? Because if he did, maybe we should rethink who we're fucking.
I'd die for it.
Can I respond to
No, the doctor's going to respond.
Can I please respond?
Yeah, and everyone stay on mute with the doctor response, because again, this conversation is only productive if we let everybody with their own perspectives speak. Do you understand where I'm coming from, Doctor?
I do, and I want to say I'm a new person in this room, and I appreciate you guys giving me time to actually address this. And I'm not saying you don't have a fair point in terms of what you're telling me now, right? I would raise an eyebrow. I would be like, oh my God, what's going on here? By today's standards, yes, but like I told you back then, this was a common practice. And your point about, well, he's a prophet, he should know better. Well, then I tell you that laws are made, but minds have to be changed and evolved, right? So the laws are just a signature on a piece of paper and the law is enforced. That's not the most that's not the most impactful way of making or bringing about a change. A change comes with changing minds and evolving your thought processes. So I mean to say this because things do change, and the change was brought about by 23 years of his life. But the cultural practice takes time to kind of change. Now, for example, I don't know if it's the most relevant example, but look at gay marriages, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but gay marriages were only allowed in 2015. Before those, they were looked down upon, or they were not even allowed, or, let alone, two men being together or two women being together, but now they can get married. Right? So the point is, things that were not part of our culture become part of our culture, or things that were part of our culture do not become part of our culture. It takes time to make those changes.
Sure. But I want to just ask two questions.
Yes, please.
Because I hear what you're saying. There's definitely, it takes time to, and you brought up an interesting thing about homosexuality. The Christian Bible that I read, which I'm not a Christian, by the way, but I read it. Leviticus 18:22 says, that if a man lay with a man the way he lay with a woman, it's detestable, saith the Lord. Right. So there is definitely things in all of these scriptures that are saying that, hey, these practices should not happen. So here's the interesting thing. You said that look, gay marriage is now allowed. Maybe it just takes time for these things to evolve. But I want to just draw a couple of distinctions. Christianity was telling you that it was immoral for a man to be with a man. It appears as if the Quran was saying that not only is it permissible, but the Prophet himself, who has a direct connect to God, is okay to sleep with 9-year-olds. And so here's the thing. There's a big difference between consenting adults doing what they want to do. Now, a Christian would tell me, oh, hey, would make a similar argument. Oh, hey, you're making some newfangled argument. You gotta, the Bible says this. I just want to know, do you think that two consenting adults committing a homosexual act is similar in any way to a 9-year-old that legally can't consent to sex? And I know you're going to probably say, well, back then maybe they could have. But when you think of those two issues, do you see a difference between two adults consenting to sex and a situation where a young girl was kidnapped and given to a man, and then he had his way with her? Do you see any difference?
Like I said, how you describe it was not the case, though. If this was, and it was, a common practice back then, right? It wasn't a matter of kidnapping and so on and so forth. This was a common practice. But if you ask my personal belief, I don't believe that the Prophet did this. And the reason why I say that is because Quran is extremely explicit about marriage contract, the responsibilities that comes with it, the education that Quran gave about the marriage and the spouse, like they're covering for each other. They have to approach each other with respect and with understanding. So if there is respect and understanding, that's when there is a marriage. Then when there's no respect and understanding, there is no marriage. So these are the foundations of marriage in Quran, and then you're telling me that this was done by the Prophet, who was also termed as Rahmatul Alameen, the mercy for all kind, all men, all women. I personally cannot reconcile this. The only way I can reconcile this is, okay, maybe I would give this because this was a common practice and no eyebrows were raised back then, right? But if you ask my personal opinion, I disagree that she was 9 or 6 or whatever the ages are documented in different books. I disagree because it is against the principles of a spousal contract within Islam or within Quran. And people who practice it up till now, I don't know if they know the true understandings of the Quran, because then how do you justify contractual obligations with a 9-year-old? How do you justify financial responsibility that person is that person is allowed with? Like, all of those comes with understanding and respect and consent and intelligence and age and experience. And then one last thing I want to say: Muhammad married an older woman. He married, and she was Khadija. She was maybe a few years older than him, and he was with her in his youth from 25 years old till he was 53 years old or 52 years old.
Yeah, so he's an adulterer too.
So that's when Khadija passed away, right? That's when his first wife passed away. His entire youth, he was with one woman, and then he remarried later on in his life, right? But most of his married life, he was with one woman. So I take him as a man.
He's a real mensch.
Okay, fine, whatever. I don't want to go on a rant, but I hope you guys get my point.
Just to put this in context, Mojo, her position that she takes as a Sunni Muslim would be the equivalent of Christians sitting up here and saying that Jesus was probably gay, that he was like a hippie and like free-spirited and like just would let everybody like have gangbang orgies, and he had a wife and a bunch of kids and stuff. This is the equivalent of what her position.
And so I realized I actually looked this up, so bear with me. They said what I looked up was the minimum age of marriage between 500 AD and 1000 AD, because they roughly come out in the 600s. But the marriage, like Muhammad's supposed to have received his revelations in 585, I think. No. Yes, 585. Anyway. Based on the available data, it's difficult to provide a single definition for the minimum age of marriage in Arabia. Here are some relevant points, though. Pre-Islamic Arabia, while marriage contract might be made for a girl before puberty, consummation typically waited until she reached puberty. One source mentions that in pre-Islamic times, the age of 12 was significant for girls potentially related to marriage. In the early Islamic period after 600 AD, Islam does not explicitly state a minimum age for marriage. Instead, it focuses on the individual's attainment of puberty and sufficient maturity to understand the marital obligations and responsibilities. Betrothal of minors was permitted, with the guardian arranging the marriage and the girl potentially having the, quote, option of puberty. The next piece is consummation could occur when the girl was considered, quote, ready for intercourse, close quote, which could precede the, quote, option of purity, close quote. Some traditional sources indicate that marriage to young girls occurred with consummation around the age of 9. However, it is important to note the historical context is crucial when interpreting these historical practices. The medieval period extended to that latter within the Islamic jurisprudence. The minimum age was linked to purity, which was often considered to be around the age of 12, with marriage possible after menstruation. However, Muslim jurists also agreed that it is recommended to marry when old enough to understand a marriage contract. In summary, while precise minimum legal age for marriage rate between 500 and 1000 AD is not definitively established, especially in the earliest period and practices involved, marriages could be contracted early, particularly in pre-Islamic times. Consummation was often tied to the girl reaching puberty. Within the advent of Islam, the emphasis shifted from reaching puberty and mental maturity to understand the implications of marriage. Later interpretations within Islamic law often linked marriageable age to puberty, potentially around 12-year-old girls. It's essential to consider the diversity of practices and legal frameworks across the different regions and time periods within this era.
Islam's fucking
Marshall, do you know why it went from puberty to the understanding? Because of Surah 65 ayah 4 that talks about the women that you can divorce.
He'd be a felon or a registered sex offender, right?
The prepubescent little girls that the men married consummated marriage and had sex with these women who were prepubescent, that they had to wait 3 menstrual cycles to make sure they weren't pregnant before they could divorce them. Also, there's a thing called thigh in Sunni Islam, where you can thigh the young girl. You can also, if you try to put your penis inside of her, as long as it doesn't tear her from her vagina to her rectum, then there's no punishment for it. You should go after the chubby ones because they're more able to take it as well.
See, they got brains on them.
Okay, wait, what is thigh now?
You push the girls' legs together and you stick your thing in there, kind of like titty fuck.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that there is like a
cheat code?
You're telling me that they advise sleeping with bigger girls because
the chubby ones can take it? Yeah, it says.
Is that what it translates into?
Yep.
Okay, guys, just be quiet.
Watch. She'll say yeah.
Just be quiet.
She'll say she doesn't accept that.
The guy was giving you a good perspective, and now you start your own nonsense here. Like, it's not intelligent.
It's Armenian Jews like this. Don't take him serious.
Thigh might be up there with one of the worst ideas.
Not even Armenian.
So I've got something to the top of the room. It comes out of what's known as ishtihad.net. And it's a writing by a dude named, it's editorialized. It's called Studies in Islamic Law and Society. It's a long thing. The part that we've been arguing about, it's called Minor Marriage in Early Islamic Law by Carolyn G. Ball. It's at the top of the room, so if anybody's interested in clicking it, they can. It's a 273-page document, so it's not going to be a quick read, but it should inform the historical perspective quite well.
Dr. Marshall,
Odie, come on.
Yes, Marshall.
Information in the background.
This Aisha, which is 9 years old, is daughter of Abu Bakr, which is the next caliph after Muhammad. In those times, marriages was much more political oriented than like sexual.
Very fun. I have a question. When Abu Bakr wanted to marry Fatima, what did Muhammad when she was 16?
I don't know what
he told him that she was too young. She was 16.
Ali.
Shit.
No, the point is that like Muhammad, Roger, this for you and Marshall because the rest are joke. Muhammad was the biggest politician of his time. And he really united Saudi Arabia into something, a civilization that humankind had not seen before. And he did it just by
the hold of the Quraysh tribe in Mecca.
Oh, Roger, you want to hear the origin story of how Muhammad met Jibreel? He was in a
before you do that, can I say one thing here? What do you guys like? I would ask Dr. Z and Wayfin this question. Let's just see what you say here. Would you agree that like slavery in the Americas was wrong and that those people were assholes for doing it? Do you guys agree with that? I'm assuming you say yes there.
What's your question?
But guess what?
Can you
Would you agree that people in North America that had slaves was wrong? And that those people that were slaveholders were assholes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but slavery was legal then, so wouldn't it be just okay?
Well,
Is that like the argument y'all are making? You know how insane that fucking sounds?
I mean, Mike, those people, why do we have peer judge, jury? If you don't know that you are doing something wrong, you are not doing something wrong. That's the whole idea of a jury system. Which part of it doesn't make sense to you?
Wait, hold on. Wait, Finn. What you just said is completely incorrect. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. You're still held accountable to the law regardless of whether you were ignorant.
So I looked up something else and, said something else from ChatGPT, so take it for what it's worth.
It references the Jewish faith, and it gives citations in the Pentateuch, I think is how it's said. The Torah itself does not have a minimum age in explicit terms. Instead, marriage is described in terms of puberty and maturity. The assumption is that the woman is of childbearing age. For example,
after the age of blooming.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:13-21 speaks of a man marrying a Nahara Betula, a young woman, a virgin, who was expected to be sexually mature enough to consummate the marriage. Similarly, Ezekiel chapter 16, verses 7 and 8, prophetic but often cited, describes the readiness for marriage in terms of physical development. Quote, your breasts were formed and your hair had grown, yet you were naked and bare. Then I passed by you and looked upon you and beheld your time was the time of love, end quote. In the Talmud and Halakha, it reads, the Talmud, explicit minimum age, a girl under 3 years. What in the world?
No, it's talking about the misunderstanding about Rebecca. Rebecca is supposedly, the way people understand it, they misinterpret it and say that she's 3 years old, but she's carrying 35-pound jugs of water to go and fill for the animals. And then she's sitting there having a conversation with her mother about marrying Isaac. So she's either 3 years old, or there was 2 kings who had the same name, and there was 2 kings that had the same name, and that shows that she's not actually 3 years old. That's all. She could have been trans. Yeah, she was carrying 35-pound water jugs.
okay, so we can come and attack you on this too, right?
No, yeah, I mean, you can make the argument about Rebecca being 3 years old.
We won't do that. We will listen to the perspective.
Because Aisha's playing with dolls.
Let's.
Sorry, I apologize, Marshall.
No, don't apologize. It's your turn to speak, Doctor. Let's hear from you, and then I have a couple.
I was just being nasty by saying, well, we could come back and say, hey, how is this not raising an eyebrow? But you were coming with copes and stuff. But it's a cultural paradigm, and we have to look at that practice based on what was practiced back then, which our modern eye and our sensibility would not accept in today's time, and that's the reality. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, hold on. But Mike had brought up the point that if you were to go into Clubhouse, into a room full of, let's say, 100 people that are American descendants of what is it? American descendants of
chattel slavery.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were to find those that are ancestors of the transatlantic slave trade, and if you were to make the claim that, like, well, if you were just to make the argument, well, you have to understand, at that time, the world was practicing slavery. If you were to make that justification that in that time, that's just what the norms were, and because of that, you can't apply today's standards to that, what do you think somebody might say to you in a room like that?
I am not giving my personal opinion. I am not saying that slavery is okay, but if you ask me about, are you trying to compare? you're wanting me to compare, say, slavery back then.
No. What I'm suggesting is that for those of us that can look at a 9-year-old girl and go, wow, violating a 9-year-old girl is terrible, and we believe objectively that you could apply that standard at any time, and then your defense seems to be like, well, back in those days, it was a tradition, and so you have to look at it from a different lens, because at that time there were people that were doing it. And I would argue that there are things that we've done throughout human history that are vile, and I don't think there's anything wrong in 2025 looking back to all of the practices, whether it's slavery, whether it's genocide, whether it's rape, whether it's just subjecting people to some degree of less liberty than others, and then certainly pedophilia. I think that you can look back and go, wow, if only they knew how bad that was. And then, but in 2025, you have over 1 billion people globally that are holding up a person that practices vile behavior, and you're saying that this is the perfect person. That's the problem that I have with it, because nobody would say that the slave trader was the perfect person. And so that's the issue that I'm having.
They certainly wouldn't worship his ideals or read books from him or think that he's like someone that you guys worship.
Well, Doctor, I have a question about Surah 4, ayah 24. Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
So you're familiar
Not
how that...
adultery. It doesn't say adultery.
It says, do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. 424.
Okay,
Also forbidden are married women except female captives in your possession.
Yes, so let me just say something. Islam basically realistically understands the difference between economic hierarchies, that happened back then, and Islam understands like how the world should look like.
Real quick question just before you go into that pseudo explanation. Do you believe that the Quran is eternal and for all time?
I just don't like how you throw 100 questions.
No, I'm just asking for it because you're wanting to move off to this like progression of Islam and this changing of your.
Rich, let her speak.
Okay.
It's just dumb.
Doctor, hold on. I'm going to let you speak.
Sorry.
But I think Rich had a couple of follow-up questions. So, let's do a little bit of back and forth, because honestly, I think this is good for the people that are listening to hear the different perspectives, so then they can form their own opinions based on what they're hearing. I think this is a good.
Okay, I appreciate you, Mojo, and I sincerely understand where you're coming from. But I don't appreciate this person. I don't know his name, but he's throwing 100 questions, just changing the goalposts. I start thinking and accumulating my ideas to process what he's saying, and then start answering, and then in a millisecond another question is raised. Like, how am I going to even be able to respond to everything that is, I don't understand this tactic. So let's resolve one thing at a time, and then we can move forward with the next contention.
Okay, so all I was simply asking is do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. And all others are permissible as long as you pay the dowry. So it's saying do not commit adultery except for when you invade into a neighboring town and you capture them with your right hand, you can have sex with them. Because this was the question that was asked. It says these women that we captured in this battle, in this neighboring city that we were battling in, we know their husbands. One of the guys said their husbands are alive. We know them, and we know that they're still married to these women. So this would be considered adultery, correct? And Muhammad said, no. Allah says, do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. And then I asked you that question, and you go into this, Islam should progress and change, and this was, a
1400 years ago.
You didn't even listen to what my response was. Plus, you were giving me a reference of hadiths again, and I'm asking you to pay attention to the ayah. First of all, I disagree with your English translation of the ayah. That's not what the translation says. But even if you have a misconception about adultery acceptable, first of all, adultery is not acceptable, right? But what was the concept of mulk al-yamin, or the concubines, or the war bounty, or the slaves that came from collateral from war? You have to understand there was a perspective and a dynamic behind that, and that's what I was going to explain. But I would say a sentence and you will butt in again. It's just pointless to even respond to your arguments.
Okay, so the reason that I asked, is the Quran eternal, and then can it be changed? Which the answer is yes, it is eternal, and no, it cannot be changed. And
You have ADHD? Do you have ADHD?
Punishment for trying to change the Quran and any word inside of it is the
I think
punishment is death.
you have ADHD.
So,
I'm sorry to diagnose you right now, but I think you are.
If you
Thank you for stating here. I know that it's been frustrating for you, and I although I don't agree with your beliefs, I do have a lot of respect for the fact that you have stood here and you have taken a lot of heat tonight, and you're continuing to explain. And I just want to say I do appreciate that. So there are people in here who are listening, and honestly, it's these. I didn't know any of these things. I really didn't know any of this. Thank you for taking the time.
I
So,
appreciate
Doctor, my reason for asking.
Can I please respond to this beautiful?
I know, but you rudely interrupted when I was trying to explain why I was asking this question. You don't like it that I'm trying to pin you down.
Can we keep it a little cordial here?
Yes, I'm trying to keep it cordial until you rudely interrupted and interjected and said your diagnoses of my attention deficit hyper disorder and my Asperger's syndrome, my high functioning autism, and my 141 IQ. So I mean, if you want to go through it, yeah, we can go through it. So
can I just respond
real quick, Doctor, before you rudely interrupted?
I apologize.
I was trying to expound on it and explain why, because you're trying to change the Quran and say, oh well, that was permissible at that time, it's not permissible at this time, but it is permissible at this time because it's for all time, it's eternal, it's never changing, and it's just as much applicable in 2025 that it was during the time of Prophet Muhammad.
What was meant by except for the ones your right hand possesses?
And that's what I wanted to explain.
Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses.
What does he mean by
all others are permissible.
What does that mean?
As long as you pay the dowry and make them your wives. So he's making an exclusion for committing adultery as long as you capture them during a time of war.
So one of the things which is so offensive to our modern minds right now is the idea of this female enslavement and the sexual exploitation, right? So I completely get your repulsiveness about this, and I understand where it's coming from, but just think about it. Like, you have this army of men that are 15,000 men that have lost, that last they saw their family or their women or wives was 6 to 8 months ago. Okay, think about a war zone, right? And the wars are like significantly long, so much so that they're like months long. And then these men enter a city, and every single man in that city has died in the battle, right? And you have these 10,000 women now in that city by themselves, and what do you think is going to happen? Let's think realistically.
So, Alan, to respond to what you're saying,
can I finish my
point? Specifically says that the men of the women were still alive and that they were still married, and they felt guilty because some of the men had already had sex with them, and then the other hadith says that they were wanting to have sex with them, but they knew that their husbands were still alive. So they're saying, hey, are we allowed to bang these women? Because we took them. They're ours. They're our captives. Are we allowed to have sex with them? But their husbands are alive. Wouldn't that be adultery? And Muhammad's saying, no. It's totally fine. You took them with your right hand. They're your sex slave.
Can I say one thing what I found crazy?
And you do not have to marry them.
Dr. Z, you laid out that stuff, and you laid it out pretty good. You're like, imagine this war. Imagine all the men died. Imagine there's 10,000 women. Imagine all this. Dr. Z, can you for a second imagine that poor little 9-year-old Aisha take a second to imagine that, because that moment in history happened. That 9-year-old girl was raped and sexually assaulted by your prophet.
She was swinging. She was swinging on a swing and playing with dolls.
Can we have a conversation, or are you guys gonna keep rubbing the same point?
Religion in history? Is there any other religion, whether it be Christianity, Judaism? I don't know much about Buddhism or Hinduism or any of that. Is there any other religion where the people have to jump through hoops to try to justify the actions of their people they worship?
I am just giving you a perspective. If you're ready to listen to this, then great. If not, then fair. I am just trying to say that you can issue all the prohibitions and everything illegal and it's wrong and it's problematic, but imagine you are looking with the history with a perspective. There was a problem of war. Men were killed. There were women, and now how do you deal with it? Do you just kill them? Do you kill children?
You rape them, huh?
Do you kill them and then you like how it's happening in Palestine? No, but imagine if there's a land like that, there is going to be massive amounts of rape. There's going to be prostitution.
And your God condones it.
Can I finish my point without being interrupted? Please. I am saying there's going to be horrific things that will happen. And this is the nature of war. This is the nature of men. It is the discrepancies and the disparities that have happened in the world when you get the power and you get the economic access in the world. With war, or when you defeat your opponent, there is a collateral and there is damage. But the reality of the world, what Quran is telling you, that instead of issuing like an impractical ruling and prohibition, blanket prohibition, Quran deals with the reality, and it's telling you there is going to be regulations. There's going to be a need to lessen this impact. So over the period of time, how was this impact lessened? Slavery was abolished. This female enslavement issue was regulated, where you can't just go and do whatever you want with them. You have to have a regulation. Men were supposed to get married to these women with dowry. There was literal regulation with this practice, and that's what Quran is enforcing. You see what I'm saying? Like, just have a little understanding of what actually happened, instead of just thinking with your modern eyes and saying, oh my God, this really happened. Well, yeah, this happens because it was a reality. People were dying. There was war. Women were left behind. There was a problem of men. And then how do you deal with orphans and women? Well, let's regulate the process and slowly abolish this over the period of time.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened with slavery as well.
That's not actually what happened in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia in 1962, the British and other allied nations actually forced Saudi Arabia's hand to stop slavery. So they didn't do it on their own. The British actually stepped in and mandated to the Saudis that they had to cut it out or else. And they said, okay. And in 1962, they abolished slavery. It wasn't on their own accord. They were forced to do it.
And you mentioned Palestine. So in October 7th, Palestinians came to Israel and raped women and mutilated them. Is that permissible in the Quran?
Yes.
It's not. Listen to me. Yes, it's permissible in the Quran. Yes, it's just everything is bad is permissible in the Quran. Yep. Yes, okay, fine. You win, we lose. Everything immoral is permissible in the Quran, and then we see a lot of immorality that is present in the Western culture, and that is present in Palestine as of right now, right? People are getting wiped out. Genocide is happening. Women and children are being murdered. How come you don't passionately speak about that? How come it's just 1400? The traditions that
because there's nobody here to pick on that's sticking up for that. That's why.
Well, in the Western goes on a religion. We're talking about a religion.
You still haven't, Dr. Z, you still haven't told me how you justify the raping and mutilating of Jewish women and children.
Go read Quran 4:24.
They are Amalek. Torah has said you have to kill those kids.
So, I mean, if Mojo, if you really want to get to somebody that's going to tell you the truth about Islam, you should talk to Wayfan.
Hold on. I don't know how we went to Gaza. Can you come back to fucking Islam and stop or continue trying to defend Muhammad.
No, we want to talk.
Molesting and raping a 9-year-old.
Try the fucking Islam. Let's fight.
Hold on, guys. Guys. No, you guys are yelling at each other. Hold on. I just need somebody. Is there anybody here that's like a theologian, some sort of biblical scholar? Can someone fact check me here? Did Jesus do anything with children?
No.
All right, just checking. I'm just.
Is there anything Jesus loved the little children? My Bible tells me so.
Was Jesus a political leader?
No, Jesus was the anointed Son of God. He was the Messiah, the Mashiach. He was the Son of God, the one who died and rose again to atone for your sin.
Okay, guys, if you're gonna troll, then I don't.
No, that was 100% legit.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I think that. Wait, hold on. Wait, Fan. Hold on. Look, we don't have to disrespect each other. Like, this is a chance for everybody to come together, learn new things. Again, fascinated by some of this stuff. I never knew that Solomon spoke to ants and learned about the ant colony. That's crazy. Like, I'm someone that's experimented with drugs in my day. I'm not making a joke here. I'm being serious. I've experimented with drugs, and I've never had like an experience where I spoke to ants or thought that I could hear ants speaking to the colony. I've never experienced that, right? And so what I'm saying is that I'm fascinated by all this stuff in a genuine sense, trying to learn, is this allegory? Is there a lesson I'm supposed to learn? Like, and what exactly were the ants telling Solomon? And what did Solomon do with that information? Like, this is fascinating shit. Stuff that I never knew. I would guess most of you didn't know this stuff. Oh, that would be my guess.
Mojo, did you know the black stone, the Kaaba, has a big silver vagina on the corner of it? And in the end times, that black stone's going to have a mouth that's going to recite the Quran.
So this is more funny than, like, for example, Jesus died and then come back and, like, he was a gay. Did he even get married?
He was a gay.
This is more funny.
Wait, Fawn, do you really want to have this conversation where Muhammad's mounted, laying naked on top of his dead aunt, and then he's caught, and then he says, "What are you doing laying on top of her naked?" And he says, "Well, I'm absolving her of her sins." Or do you want to talk? Wait, Fan. Do you want to talk about Muhammad and the 8 jinn who rode him in the desert?
Moses was giving handjob to the Egyptians.
Wait, Fan. Do you remember the Al-Zut men? The Al-Zut men who rode Muhammad in the desert and broke his back?
I mean, dude, if you want to attack identity, it's very easy to
No, remember, Muhammad had his companion, and he told his companion, "Sit here." And drew a circle around the companion. And then Muhammad went. Sarah, Muhammad went a stone throw away, and then it says the Al-Zut men, who are these tall, dark-skinned men with giant penises who never weaken, came out and rode Muhammad all night. And Muhammad, then the Al-Zut came over and tried to attack Muhammad's companion, and Muhammad's companion sat down in the sand to protect his butt. And then after they went back and raped Muhammad again, they eventually left in the morning, and when Muhammad comes over, he crawls over to his companion and lays his head in his lap. The Al-Zut men.
The never weakening part is terrible.
Yeah, the never weakening penises. Giant dicks.
Ugh.
They're a big, super tall, dark-skinned Indian guy.
I feel so bad. Oh my god, you killed me.
They call it the night train.
If that makes you happy, I'm very bad with what you said. I got really hurt.
I mean, you can explain it away and say that they were actually jinn, they were demons, and they were just mentally torturing him by riding him, it says.
What do you gain with somebody which is holy to 1 billion?
What do you mean? 1.8 billion Muslims that are confused following Satan?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. This has been a fascinating conversation. Just a fascinating conversation. But I didn't hear Wei Fan say, I think Dr. Z made some comments about her interpretation of this stuff. So, Wei Fan, would you agree that that the Quran expresses very specifically that the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl. Would you deny or acknowledge that fact?
To be very honest, I haven't read it.
A liar. Takia.
No, I most of the Quran. No, seriously, I only know one prayer.
Wait, hold on. You belong to a religion that you haven't read?
Yeah, I only know 2 verses. One of them is mandated for prayer. The other one is short prayer. So
have you ever heard of this, Wayfan? Like, have you ever heard of what we're talking about?
I heard it.
Wayfan, like, oh shit, I should go figure out if this is true or not.
Wayfan, are you a Uyghur or are you Uzbek or something? Are you from Uzbek?
Hold on. We can't fire 1,000 questions at him. Let's get to the most important ones. So, Wayfan, how did you become a Muslim by only reading 2 scriptures?
It was the virgin thing, wasn't it?
No, I was born Muslim.
Guys, he's Iranian. He's Iranian. He was born in a Muslim
he's a Shia anyways.
Yeah, he's a Shia, and then, so his type, they were just born in the religion.
Can I just say this, though? If you haven't read, hold on, listen, and this goes for fucking Jews and Christians and Scientologists. If you haven't read this shit, stand the fuck down. You can't fucking defend a religion that you haven't read. This makes no fucking sense.
Why not?
Jesus Christ. Now I do think you're just a troll.
Mojo, do you want to know what the Sunni Islam actually says? It says that every person on earth is a Muslim at birth. And that's why they call them reverts. They're not converts, they're reverts. They're reverting back to Islam. And then when a person becomes a Muslim, they're a revert. So you're just waiting to find out if you're going to become a Muslim or not.
What I was going to say.
Well, hold on. Let me just say, after some of the stuff that I'm learning from the Muslims that are on this app, the ones that have look, if it wasn't for Muslims talking about their faith, I wouldn't know that this was a thing. So I appreciate those of you that have educated me that in your religion you believe in a prophet that married a 6-year-old and had sex with her when she was not. Because if I hadn't have heard that, I probably would have went through my life thinking it's just another religion. But now, after knowing that, now I'm thinking, no, this is something different than a religion.
When did you learn it?
Here on Clubhouse.
When did you?
I would say probably within the last 12 months.
I just learned it tonight for the first time.
Roger, I was just like you when I first came on this app.
Well, can I say this, though? It's not that I had never heard it. I actually heard it a lot. I heard people say it, but the people that would say it were the same kind of people that would, sit there that, the Bible says it, I believe it, therefore it is. Just don't, it was like these Christian fundamentalists that were just anti-Islam, and I didn't get it because I thought, man, there's some wacky shit in your book too. So don't come at me crazy because I've read your book. So I could go a little more toe to toe with a Christian with some of their wacky shit, right? And again, there's some wacky shit in all these books. The difference is I legitimately thought that
they were just tropes.
I thought Christians were making this up to just make Muslims look bad. That's what I believed for fucking my entire life till about a year ago when I heard people in a room talking about Islam and somebody brought it up as a slur and then the conversation got going and then I was like, holy shit, they're not denying it. This really this is what it says. And then, you get women like and I think everybody should appreciate that Dr. Z came in here, took all the fucking arrows and just continued to talk. You can disagree with her. You can think that what she said was vile, whatever. But the fact that she had a conversation with us, we should be thankful for that because I guarantee, like Hillary said, she didn't know until tonight. I guarantee that Hillary is not the only person that came into this room
again, I learned this a year ago maybe, and now people are hearing this. I think that we should normalize that this is a conversation. That anytime Islam comes up, and we're in a company of people that, you know, that may need to learn what's going on, I think this is a pretty core piece to pull out, not to make people hate people that practice this faith, but to at least understand that that's what it says, so then they can make their own decisions on how they feel about it.
Well, Roger, one thing that's going to mention is when I first got introduced to all this stuff, I had Muslim friends that used to talk to me about, oh, you should become Muslim, and I was like, nah, I'm good. And then I came on to Clubhouse and I started watching YouTube videos, and these like big, huge sheikhs, these big teachers, scholars would come on here and say, yes, it's okay to have sex with a prepubescent little girl, and the Quran says it. And I would be like, wait, this isn't shit like you said, you know, you always heard growing up, you know, all the Arabs fuck donkeys and shit. Well, Al-Tabari says that you can have sex with a donkey and still be clean to go make Hajj, to make pilgrimage. Like, this is in their shit. It's not shit that people are making up. It's 100% legit, and it's 1,000,000 times worse than you can ever imagine. It's worse than anything you've ever heard from, like, your redneck buddy saying, those motherfuckers over there fuck goats and shit. Like, yeah, they do.
But I was gonna tell you, Mojo, we got the type like Wayfan, who they're just born into the religion. They literally don't know anything. Like, I can say things to Wayfan that he's gonna say, no, that's not true. And they don't even know. They haven't read the book. They don't know the hadith. They don't know the history. And then there are type of people like me who were born in super religious families. Before the age, I don't know, I think I was like 14 or 15. I had the entire Quran memorized in fucking Arabic. Like, what's the point of memorizing a book in a language that you don't even speak, like you don't even understand? And then reading all these books and then like following all these things. And, you know, there's like, and that's why when I come strong, when I say fuck Islam, ban Quran, people are like, oh, you're too harsh. No. If you are born in a family like I was, if you are born in a real Muslim family, you're going to experience a lot of child abuse. This religion is abused. They abuse children, they abuse women, they abuse men. It's a nasty religion. I am sorry.
What about your fucking society?
Which society?
Which society, yeah.
Your Iranian society, your American society.
I'm Iranian. I think you're Iranian. Your name is Farsi.
No, I'm Iraqi. No, I'm not
You're
Iranian.
Iraqi. Okay, I'm Iranian American, so I'm from both countries. You cannot compare it, Kurdistan. You hate America, I'm guessing. That's why you're coming off like that. You cannot compare it. You can't compare it. Look, I grew up in Iran. I am American. I was born here, but we moved to Iran when I was 9-10 years old, and then I moved back here. So I've seen both countries. What is wrong with America? Tell me what's wrong with it. We had a white man earlier in this room trying to defend Islam, which he's my friend, but I was cussing him out in the chat. I don't know what you think America is to you, but Americans actually defend you.
Well, he's an Iraqi. He might have a claim.
Yeah, but let's do this. No, hold on, Sarah. Why don't we all...
What is it you mean by American society, sir?
Yeah, hold on. Why don't we just all mute up? And this guy's been on the stage for about an hour now. He hasn't spoken till now. He's wrote some weird shit in the chat, but let's let him voice his opinion, and then after we've heard what he has to say, then go ahead.
Real quick, how do we refer to you? Because we can't read that. So, like, what do we call you? I'm being honest. Like, how do I refer to you?
Kurdistan. Court.
He's flushing the toilet. Hold on.
No, guys, she said that this religion, is abuse. Abusing children. I said that. Look at your society, the American society. I'm not, I don't hate American people, but it's true that look at their children. They're abused before
the age of 14, maybe under 14. So this is a religion. This is not about religion, you know.
But there are penalties for abusing children that are under 14. Like that's
How? Let him explain. How are the children being abused?
I don't know. Look at. I never been to America, but.
Oh, you should come, bro. Oh my God.
Let him talk, please.
Okay. Actually, my English is not good. Just to explain it, but when I watch YouTube, you know, when I read things, when I listen to, you know, American movies, anything. All I know that the children, not always in America, in Europe as well, the children are abused before the age of 14,
Give us
10, 9.
Wait, hold on. Listen, Sarah. Hold on. What he's saying, Sarah, this is not. Everyone, you know, what he's saying is honest. There is examples of abuse throughout America and Europe and the rest of the world. But my question to you is, and what was your name again? How do I say your name?
Muhammad. Yeah.
Oh, can I call you Che?
No, dude.
Okay, I'll just call you Che. Okay, so.
My name is Muhammad. You respect my name, yeah.
Yeah, maybe piss me off.
Now, hold on. Now you're asking a little too much. So here's the point, right? Yes, there's a lot of fucked up things all around the world. However, the thing that you're ignoring is that you're defending a religion and a practice that says that men should be able to fuck 9-year-old girls. The difference is in America when this happens, because here's a good point. It happens in America. There are a lot of fucking sick people. The difference is that it's forbidden in all of civilized society. In fact, we have laws that say if you do that, you are going to go to prison. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that the Prophet Muhammad, after fucking a 9-year-old girl, should have gone to prison?
And even our prisoners don't like it.
Well, Rob Mojo, in his defense, he's probably Shia, so he might not accept the hadith.
No, I'm not Shia. I'm Sunni.
Oh, good.
Mojo, we're actually talking about something, you know, you know, back in history, you know. There are some researchers, I will try to bring it here in English, you know, about the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad with Aisha when she was only 9. She was good. She was good to get married. She was good to,
Wait, you're saying that was
to have
a choice?
sex.
There was no
Why
problem.
not?
Oh, did you hear me?
He wasn't there. He could go. Fuck him like the European American people with no reason. Just like there was nothing like you say, go to prison.
Okay.
You know, it was. It was
hold on. I heard what you said. So you said that because it happened back in the day, and you think the Prophet Muhammad so good.
He never fucked a child, you know, for no reason, just for an evil thoughts. You know,
Wait, hold on. Did he, yes or no, put his penis inside the vagina of a 9-year-old girl?
4th grader.
All right, but she was good in that time, you know. She was.
Oh, dude,
She had no problem with that, you know.
She had. Wait,
No,
you say
my
she
mom,
had no problem with me?
Just listen to me. My mom, you know, got married only when she was 13. You know, she was, you know, she had no problem with that because back in years, you know, the weather, the conditions, you know, the maturity of those people, you know, in those Arabic countries, you know, even right now in Iraq, in the north of Iraq, because of the hot weather, you know, the girls who are aged like 10, maybe 11, yeah, they're ready to get married.
Fuck, fade him again.
Wait, it's gotta be a translation thing. I cannot possibly be. Are you sure you mean weather?
Hillary.
Weather.
No. Let's allow him to finish, but and please finish. But I would like for you to answer it. I'm genuinely curious about this. In the pecking order of what Muslim men are attracted to, in terms of adult women, prepubescent teens, or let's say goats. Like what is the pecking order in which your attraction tends?
You don't really understand.
Yeah. So if you had to say if you had a lineup, right? If you walked into a place and there was an adult woman standing in front of you, and there was a child of 9 years old, 10 years old. You mentioned 10. So let's say a 10-year-old, a 25-year-old, or a full adult goat. How would you rank them in terms of prioritizing which one you'd want to fuck for?
Especially the one.
I think
that the adult one. The adult one. Yeah.
What? What did you just say?
Oh,
the one that bigger. Yeah.
Or I'm talking about the little one.
No, the little one. No, the bigger one. Like.
I mean, I was gonna
If
say
the
they probably
breast has
have to.
grown, let me tell you guys what he's trying to say. If the girl's breast is grown, like if they're 9 years old and they have boobs and they.
Sarah, I can get through this without your help. Listen, I want to just know if you had to rank them in order: a woman, I hope you know what that is, or a child, or a goat. Like rank them from most desirable being number 1, least desirable being number 3. Rank those.
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
Is it too hard for you to choose between a goat, an adult woman, and a 10-year-old girl?
I mean, I would pick like the adult and then the goat, because you could really fuck, like, you know what I mean? Like, it would literally fuck up that child's life for the rest of their life, and I don't know if I could ever live with myself.
And it would break her, Eric, and it would break her womb, like Aisha, where she was never able to have children.
That's like, that's like the
in the middle.
Yeah, it's called grapevine abuse.
You hardly find children that are abused.
Yeah, even the worst members of our society still have a problem with pedophiles. If a pedophile goes to prison, the prisoners will beat the shit out of them. Even the worst members of our society don't accept it.
Muhammad, one thing I was going to say is your God. The difference is your God condones it. Your God says it's okay. Your God says Allahu Alam. Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say that, like, in respect to the 9-year-old girl, it's just like, it's, pregnancy and health. Yeah, obviously that's but also, like, I don't understand how anybody could be attracted to somebody of that age. There's so many variables on top of that. Like, you're literally fucking over that person's entire life, which is, I couldn't even imagine,
Well, you're not a Muslim, Eric, that's why.
And Eric, we're not only saying that, we're not saying how can someone even be attracted to that. That's horrible also. But we're also asking, how can people follow a person like that? How can 1.something billion people?
That's the perfect example for all Muslims.
Well, I'm Jewish, and I know that there's this interesting documentary about this, like, Jewish cult. It was called Lev Tahor. I'm not sure if anybody's ever heard of them before. But yeah, it seemed like they were doing, like, similar things in terms of, like, with 12-year-olds and stuff. But, 12-year-olds getting married and just, like, things that are, like, unfathomable.
Well, this is actually an interesting point, Eric. How does that make you feel? Like, what do you say about that?
It makes me feel like, I just want to puke, and I just feel horrible.
Like, you would never be like, oh, well, that's just kind of how it was back in the day.
Right, and like Muhammad, didn't he off himself too? So like he.
Oh no, he died from poison.
He off.
After the battle in Kaibar.
He off himself.
No, he didn't off himself. No. Actually, a Jewish woman named a Jewish woman actually, Zainab, was actually the woman who poisoned him. And she said, because on the basis of the Tanakh, that a prophet, the poison will not befall a prophet, that she put the poison into the shoulder of the goat to see if he was actually a prophet. And then his two companions dropped dead in front of him. And then he realized it, so he spat it out, and then it cut off his aorta. And he survived for like 5 years in like agonizing pain, complaining to Aisha every day. And the Quran itself actually says in Surah 69, ayah 44 and 46, that Allah says, if I were to find one false word in my prophet, I would seize him by his right hand and cut off his aorta. And then Sahih Bukhari 44:28 narrated Aisha says that Muhammad befell poison and died from it after Kaibar.
How do you know so much about Islam?
Studying it.
What drew you to study it?
Oh, the reason I study is, like I said before, I thought, like Mojo, that all this was just a bunch of American tropes that people put on Muslims, and I figured, yeah, Aisha was probably 9 years old. Yeah, that was probably the worst of it. But then I got into it, and I was like, oh my God, this is 1,000 times worse. And then I actually seen like people listening to this horse shit and actually like taking their shahadas and being duped into this bullshit, and then we would bring them in the other room and show them all the Quranic and Hadith, Quranic verses and the Hadiths about how disgusting it is, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe I fucking did this. Like, God Logic, the guy Avery, was one of these people who was coming to Islam, and it started like studying it, and was like, what the fuck did I just get into? Like, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, I'm not gonna die and go on. And now he's one of the biggest YouTubers against Islam, Christian.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, amen.
So what is the draw to Islam?
Even if I was an atheist,
as a man who is born, I guess Christian or born in America, whatever, what is the draw to Islam? To all of that?
So there's an old parable in Islam that says that there's a man who's an alcoholic, and these two guys come to him, and they're like, oh, this is a religion of peace, and this is the true faith, and you should become a Muslim. And he's like, yeah, but I'm an alcoholic. I can't become a Muslim because it's not permissible. It's haram to drink, And they're like, no, it's totally fine, bro. Like, you can keep drinking. Don't worry about it. And as soon as he takes his shahada, they're like, oh, by the way, you gotta quit drinking. He's like, no, I don't want to quit drinking. They're like, oh yeah, under Sharia, we can kill you. So then he's freaking the fuck out. And he's like, what am I supposed to do here? And that's usually what happens. It's like, this is a religion of peace. And, oh, look at this. Jesus didn't know the time, the day, or the hour. And he never really died. And they try to, like, show him all the shit to make it seem like Christianity's fake and Judaism's, fake. And it's all corrupted and all this kind of stuff. And then they bring them into the fold. And they usually go one of two ways. They figure out that it's, disgusting and filthy, and hopefully they leave. Or what most people from the West do is they read it objectively, and they don't have like all this narrative placed in their mind, like this Iraqi guy that doesn't really know shit, or the Dr. Z who doesn't know anything, and they'll read it objectively, and they're like, oh shit, we should be killing the disbelievers, and I should go out and marry a bunch of wives, and I should make a bunch of Muslims, and we should build a caliphate, and we should kill all these fucking piece of shits. And that's why they get on airplanes and fly over to Syria and fight for ISIS, for Daesh. So, yeah, we got to tell them the truth. We got to tell them that, the majority of women who are in Jahannam in hell are the majority of people in hell are women, because it says that they're deficient in mind and they have half brains.
So, Rich, let me ask you this. If you had to answer the question, like, what's more dangerous, communism or Islam? Which is, yeah.
If I had Thanos' gauntlet right now, and I know what I know right now, I would snap my fucking fingers and there would be no more Muslim slaughter. If I had a time machine, I would go get baby Hitler and tell him he's killed the wrong people. I'd be like, it's the Muslims, kill them fuckers.
What do you think of
Satan's army did.
What do you think of this new unholy alliance between communists and Islam?
Oh, I mean, I'm a Christian, so I wholeheartedly believe that If you read if you read who the Al-Mahdi is, the guy who's going to show up and he's going to be like the savior of the world for the Muslims and shit, he matches 100% with the Antichrist. And Muhammad, when he's in the cave and he's suicidal, wanting to kill himself because his little boyfriend fucking died, and when he's in there in the cave, this demon comes up and starts choking him and starts demanding that he read, and he's illiterate. And then he runs out of the cave screaming and crying and blubbering and shit, and he runs to his wife Khadijah, and Khadijah's sitting there, and she's like, what is wrong? And she's like, there's a demon in there, there's this spirit, this jinn trying to attack me. And she's like, do you still see him? And he's like, yes. And then she sits on his left knee, and she's like, do you still see him now? And he's like, yes. She sits on his right knee. She says, do you still see him? He says, yes. Then she starts lifting up her dress and starts showing her pussy, her farj ha. And she says, do you still see him now? And he says, no, he's gone. And she says, oh, when I showed my farj, he was so modest that he didn't want to see it, so he had to leave. So he must be Jibreel. So she's the one who told him that it was an angel.
Okay.
He was being choked by a demon.
So let me ask you this: do you think that there's reason to believe that just like some of the other religions of the world that are, I don't know, becoming less popular, do you think that maybe with some of the Muslim countries that seem to be turning more moderate and maybe even I dare say more Western, do you think it's possible that we could see Islam fall out of favor in the next, I don't know?
No, I mean, when they survey people in London, it's like 85% of people think that honor killing is okay, or 85% believe that Sharia law should be the law of the land, and up to 50% of Muslims in London believe in honor killing. Like if your daughter goes out and like has premarital sex, or she dishonors your family and becomes a Christian or something, it should be permissible for you to go and take a knife and cut her head off.
But I'm talking about like big trends though. Like I mean, like okay, you're talking about people that have gone to London, and maybe there's some political rivalries, and they're breaking into a country that doesn't like them, and there's conflict, and then there's those that are simping for them, and those that are bigoted towards them. I can imagine that almost behaving like pretty extreme. I just look at places like like Saudi Arabia and like Abu Dhabi, and I think that doesn't that represent hope that things are changing?
Does the inherent misogynist outweigh the empathetic in this world?
Oh my God, I love misogyny.
So what I'm gonna hold on. I'd
like Rich to answer my question.
So what I was going to do is I was going to pass the torch to OT because I think he can contextualize it better than I can. If OT doesn't mind.
I don't mind.
Oh, we'll head Sani.
Thank you. I actually came in to actually talk about Safia, another scandal. But just to state what the major problem is. Like, for example, yeah, you're right, Saudi Arabia is trying to move forward. But they even stated those Muslims in the Middle East say the biggest problem are the Muslims in the West as well, because they overcompensate for being in the Western world, so they are actually more radicalized than the Muslims in the Middle East than the other areas. So that's a bigger issue that and unfortunately a lot of the people in the Western world, the whole Islam is a peaceful religion, and kumbaya and all that stuff. It's like they're just not waking up to the situation. It's like there was a mistake that I'm not from Nigeria, but I'm pretty familiar with Nigeria. If you follow the trend of Nigeria in the 90s, what they did was Nigeria is a lot like America. It's made up of a lot of states, like not just from Nigerians. And what they did was that most of the northern part of Nigeria is predominantly Muslim. The southern part is mostly Christian or religious, right? So what happened was the Northerners wanted to have their Sharia law, and the people in the South were like, hey, well, if they want to have their Sharia law, that's all fine and then let them have their Sharia law. let them do whatever they want to do in their states. But as soon as they did that, if you track the trend in Nigeria, in the 90s, they were not having the problems that we're having. Then when you get into the 2000s, then all of a sudden you hear of the church bombings, the Boko Haram, and all those things that have been going on in Nigeria. And Nigeria is like a great case study of what happens when you try to be, what's the word, ecumenical with Islam. Instead of actually stepping around and stating that we are not a religious state, we are a secular state, and we're not going to have your Islam because we don't allow Christianity. I'm a Christian, but I wouldn't allow Christianity. I don't believe that we have to have theocracy. Theocracy is right, but give them an inch, they'll go the mile. So those are some of the things that you want to watch pertaining to Islam. But real quickly, Safia was so another scandal was she was a Jewish young girl. Well, she was 15 to 17 years old, newly married, and what happened was Muhammad and his marauding hosts attacked her village. Then apparently he married her after she saw the decapitated body of her newlywed husband and all of the family. And she willingly married him. Now you have got different takes pertaining to when he actually had relations with her. There's a take that he had relations with her, sexual relations with her. The very moment that she saw the dead bodies of her family, not only her husband, also her family. But later on, some of them will say that, oh, it was 30 days after. But what woman in her right mind will be willing to marry somebody who decapitated her husband? Apparently, she's one of the greatest women in Islam. But she was forced into the marriage, but that's another scandal. She was just 17 years old. But nonetheless, that's also, and she was a Jewish woman, and he did that to her. So besides Aisha, there are just a lot of other sexual scandals that you get out of Quran, out of Islam.
Damn. Okay. But to Sarah, you don't think United Arab Emirates or Saudi is more moderate?
They are better than what they were, but they're nowhere close to be westernized.
No, hold on. But here's the thing, right? I'm talking about trends, right? And it takes a long time to
No, it doesn't change.
If a religion's been around for 1,000 years, in order for it to maybe modernize to some extent, it's going to take a long time. I would just say that in my lifetime, there's evidence. The fact that Saudi Arabia fucking allows fucking pro wrestlers to come over there, are you fucking kidding me?
No, dude, did you see Dr. Z? She's educated woman, right? She condoned it. She said,
are you gonna speak to what I said though?
That's where I'm exactly going. Okay. She's a very, very modernized Muslim woman. She's educated. She says she condemns the fact that 9 years old shouldn't be marrying, but she couldn't say it's haram, which means even though I don't accept it, it's acceptable by my God. Meaning they will never let go of those things. And we come back to what Rich said, which is 50% of the Muslims in London, even though they're westernized, they believe they should have the right to kill their daughters.
You're doing that thing where, we're talking about something and then you're just going off in a different direction.
I'm supplying the information, using.
Well, hold on. I'll just say this. If you're going to make the argument that it's not trending in the right direction in United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, then I would make the argument that you're not paying attention. Because a blind man can fucking see that it's trending in a better fucking direction.
I lived in that side of the world for 15 years, and I lived there, the years that you're young and you can tell, and I traveled. I visited 14 out of the 18 countries there. I've been to Saudi. I lived in Dubai for 3 years. Mojo, I lived.
And so, are you going to make the argument? Are you going to make the foolish argument that you don't believe that it's more moderate today than it was 30 years?
It's not as far as Islam goes. Not as far as Islamic laws. No, they just in Saudi, a woman couldn't have a driver license till 4 years ago.
Honestly, Sarah, I think now you're being just as disingenuous as some of the people that were on the stage.
No, I think you don't have enough information, and that's
hold on. With all due respect, when it comes to reading news around the world, look, I'm not gonna fucking say that I fucking study it more than everybody on this stage, but certainly more than 99% of the people on this fucking app. What I spend my entire day doing is looking at the fucking news around the world. And what I can tell you is that nobody disagrees with what I just said, that over the last 30 years, that both UAE and Saudi Arabia have become far more modern.
I would agree. Sarah,
Let me finish. The white men in the West, which I don't understand why they try to cover up. You don't see the real news, just the same way that you said that till a year ago you didn't even know about Muhammad and how serious this is. I promise you, you don't even know how terrible a lot of these Islamic laws are.
No, but Sarah, you're not paying attention to what I'm saying.
I'm paying attention to what you said. It's modernized.
Listen to what I'm saying, because you're going to make a fucking fool out of yourself if you keep going down this route. There's nobody on any side of these arguments that would agree with you and disagree with me that in the last 30 years, those two countries in particular have become more moderate. There's nobody that disagrees with that. There's nobody. The Muslims complain about it, and there's people that don't like Islam that are praising the change. You're making an argument about something that you don't fucking understand. Respectfully.
But it's not just that. It's all over the world. People are becoming more quote unquote spiritual and less religious, and that's a world movement right now.
But they're still very religious. They still, if you beat your wife in Saudi or in UAE, both countries, it's not a fucking crime. And you're trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and you do.
Sarah, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You don't know. You don't have listening skills. If you listen to what
I say, yes, then they're two different things.
Sarah, has there been a progression of 1%? Just say 1% in the right direction.
Enough to be like,
okay, that's all Mojo was asking. That's all Mojo was making the point, is that there has been progression. I agree, it's not enough, but
clean up. And say, okay, Islamic.
Here's the biggest concern, Sarah. I allowed for you to go. Okay. Here's the biggest issue.
There's a Christian white man against
Sarah, you would agree. You would agree with what I'm about to say. I guarantee you will agree with what I'm about to say. Muslims are going all over the entire world. They're leaving their shithole countries. They're going all over the freaking world, and they're having 8 kids all over the place in Canada, the United States, and their goal is to outpopulate or have majority control in these countries like the United Kingdom, where they make up like 30% of the population in London, and they're having 8 kids. So it may not be a huge issue for us, but my kids and my grandkids are definitely going to have to fucking deal with this shit. When every fucking city in the United States is run by a fucking Sunni Muslim fucking mayor and a governor, and when half of the fucking government is made up of Sunni Muslims, they are not going to treat the Christians and the gays and the atheists and the fucking deists very well. I can assure you that. It's not going to be our problem, but it's going to be our kids or our grandkids' fucking problem.
And that's, Rich, exactly why I cannot fall into that question of Mojo, because it's completely misleading. Yes, Saudi is a lot nicer than it was 10 years ago. Women can drive now. Yes, in UAE, women have a little bit more rights, and Islam is less as bad. But I cannot say, oh no, they're going in the right direction, because they're not. You cannot fix Islam. There's nothing fixable about that religion.
Yeah,
sure, that's not the argument.
Hold on, Sarah. you're just every time you open your mouth, you prove that your listening skills are fucking atrocious. I never fucking said that it's a fucking utopia in any of these places. I never said it's okay. It's never said it's a place that I'd fucking want to live. I never said anything flattering about it. All I've simply said is that in the last 30 years, those two countries in particular have become more moderate. By the way, Sarah, you are a living testament. I don't know why Marcus is putting his fucking thumb down. Like, what I just said is not denied by anybody on fucking planet Earth that fucking reads. But Sarah, you're a living testament to the fact that things are becoming more moderate. You're a woman who's left Islam. I want to repeat that. You're a woman that's left Islam. So the fact that you can be outspoken on an app talking to people, Muslims included, the fact that you could be in a room with Muslims talking about fuck Islam, that alone shows that things have become much more moderate.
Mojo, one thing I was going to mention in Sunni Islam, not specifically in Sharia or Shia Islam, but in Sunni Islam, the rule is that you keep quiet and you stay to yourself, and you don't make any, you don't sow any like distrust or hatred or war against the disbelievers until they outnumber us. So that's what I was saying. Once they start to get the majority and shit, they can build a caliphate here in the United States. It's going to be going around and cutting everybody's heads off.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with this religion being the motherlode of all bad ideas.
Oh, yeah.
I agree with that. But if you can't,
and I hate
hold on. If you can't look at Saudi Arabia and the UAE and see a glimmer of hope, I'm not saying that you can look at them and say, oh my God, it's fucking Disneyland over there. Although fucking Disneyland will probably be built in both of those countries at some point, the way things are headed. I'm just suggesting that in the last 30 years, those are massive changes. Massive changes.
If I were a betting man, Mojo, I would put $1 million, if I had $1 million laying around, to say that MBS Mohammed bin Salman does not believe in Islam. I would say he's progressive, secular. He didn't give a shit about all that. He just wants to rule his kingdom. I think he's a young guy that just doesn't buy into the bullshit.
I just want to say something.
Wait, hold on. Sarah gave a thumbs up to that, but what you just said, Rich, proved my point. But I don't know. This is a listening skills thing with Sarah.
Hey, Kareem, are you Sunni or Shia?
Neither. But I just want to.
Good job. Are you Muslim or not?
It doesn't matter for
me. Well, it does matter.
No, I don't have any religion.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're an atheist. You reject Muhammad as a
atheist.
prophet?
Atheism is just kind of a religion to me also.
Are you agnostic?
Neither. I'm just Kareem.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, Kareem. Just because I know Muslims like make taqiya. Do you reject Muhammad as a prophet?
I don't think about it anymore.
No. Just straight up. Like, just answer the question, please.
Oh, yeah. He rejects a normal man.
Yeah, he's not a prophet. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Just I want to compare the history of Westerners with the history of Easterners and what's happening right now. Like, the story is totally different because you had very different things like world wars in Europe and also revolution, industrial revolutions and feminism. And the church have fucked like Europe for like centuries. So kind of you have learned from the lesson that you take about like what happened when the religion rule the countries. So the Western world have just learned from the lesson. But the Islamic world, it will take some time. But I guess it will be open. Maybe after a couple of years, maybe after a couple of hundreds, I don't know. But it will be open because like we learning the languages of each other nowadays and we learn from each other. And kind of people doesn't care about religion anymore, not that much. illiterate people that's kind of being enclosed and doesn't know anything about the outer world. So it's normal to be kind of like enclosed and like say that the other people are kind of we should kill them. It's not. But I'm talking about the people who are kind of been to the schools and they are learned. So it's gonna be open, but it will take time and it will be in another different way. But the problem with Islam that we waiting for something to happen, like the Islamic religion, they wait for kind of something like Messiah or something like someone who will gonna be change all the world. And that's one of the problems. Yeah, call it Mahdi, call it like the science of ending of the world, whatever. But that's one of the problems. But otherwise, he will not find a lot of problems. But the most like people who have this problem are Iranians. Iranians are waiting for Mahdi like ferociously. So they are the most people who are kind of. It's hard to be like Westerners, but Sunnis are more open about this.
Oh, that's Luch's tickles. I got a real quick question. Are you a Jew?
You asking me?
No, the guy next to you. The guy next to you is named Luch's Tickles.
That's logisticals.
Oh, logisticals. Okay, haha, now makes sense. Are you a Jew?
No.
You had pigs and apes in your
I think
profile.
he's anti-Israel now.
Well, no. The reason I was said maybe he's a Muslim, but logisticals. Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Oh, okay. I was wondering
But
what
he's
you were referencing.
anti-Israel, correct?
Do you love Israel logistics?
No.
Oh, okay. So that was the reference to the pigs and apes. I got it.
I wouldn't put.
My name used to be Abraham.
Oh, okay. Because Muhammad said that Allah turned the Jews into pigs and apes. That's what I was saying.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you guys, like not just Islam, which have a lot of problems in its spots. Also, like Judaism and Christianity have a lot of problems, and they overcome it in West, like over the centuries, of course. At the beginning, it was very close and very kind of like they also was like the Crusades, for instance. He had the same thing also, but over the centuries, after the church have fucked up, the West is kind of you learn from the lesson and you kick them off. So that's how you overcome the issue of the religion. But we didn't have such a thing.
Can I ask a question real quick? And I know this is not a safe place. I know it's being recorded, probably broadcast on YouTube right now. But it's a question I've wanted to know literally since, I don't know, the 90s. But why do Muslims hate Americans so much? Like, what in the religion of, what is it that says it's okay to kill innocents or others without even knowing their religion, their background, their...
I got the answer. Fight those who disbelieve in Allah and create mischief. Lay in wait and besiege and kill them and find them where they are. And if they pay the jizya or they pay zakat, they make. I'm sorry.
He said jizz.
They pay jizya. It's a tax. If they do their shahada, they pay zakat. Then let them go on their way because Allah is merciful.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess,
the Twin Towers, when you don't know who all's in that building. You don't know if you're, killing Muslims or you're killing who. I'm just curious, like, what in the religion makes that justifiable?
I think it's the idea. It's the idea of America. The idea.
Look at the thing posted above. It's by Iswas Blue, Beyond the Green Menace, and it'll do explaining of the question you just had.
Thanks, Marshall. Appreciate you, babe.
And read 529 in the Quran, 530.
What does it say? I don't have a Quran handy.
Just type in on Google Quran, Surah 9, Ayah 5,
And
They fight Americans because Americans do not submit to the Quran. Within their theology and morality, the foundations of why they are nice to anyone involves a delineation between Muslims and non-Muslims and separate treatment for Muslims and non-Muslims. Their hatred of America comes from their failure to submit to Islam, yet their ability to dominate them economically. They're embarrassed.
Thank you for the clarification.
And the failure to pay jizya.
Oh, okay. Yeah, jizya. It's a real funny word. Haha. Sir 9929, fight those who do not believe in Allah in the last days, nor comply with Allah and His Messenger, have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture until they pay tax willingly, submitting fully humbled.
So all of the people in the Twin Towers were very simply labeled as either non-believers who were worthy of death, of the glorious holy war against the non-believers, or they were actual believers that died in the glorious name of their God. Yeah. So within their morality, the very justification they have to be nice to anyone involves a justification to be cruel to non-Muslims.
Yeah, kill anybody who disbelieves in Allah or creates mischief. Creating mischief against Allah and just simply disbelieving in Allah or saying anything against them. So by me saying that Allah is Satan or that you shouldn't be a Muslim, that's creating disbelief and mischief, and I should be killed for it.
And can I address the Kareem was talking about the fact that, and I understand he was being optimistic, but the trajectory of the Islamic world has been backwards. The trajectory of the Western world has been forward. Because the glory years of the Islamic world was in prior years, but we're seeing a decline in societies, right? And the ones that are actually able to move forward are usually the secular nations, like Turkey, which is more secular, like Egypt, which is more secular. But when we see them taking an Islamic direction, it goes backwards. But the glory years are way back then for Islam. You know,
I wouldn't say it's backwards. I don't think Islam really had any glory days. I think that they mostly swarmed in and populated failed states. Iran, the Byzantine Empire. They're more a natural consequence of a central empire falling into disuse. Of course, the wild natives will come in, take over the reins of state, and maintain a similar kind of imperial control because people have become accustomed to whatever roadways or trade paths have developed over the course of the empire. They're just like maintaining dead states. That's their heyday. Their golden age was right when the old states died. And why else would it have gotten worse since then? They never built those states. They just took them.
Yeah, do you guys the major, the largest religious group in Egypt was prior to Islam coming to Egypt?
Coptics.
Christians. Yep. They went and raped and pillaged their way through the entire country and forced people, and they're like, oh, they were so sweet to them, but they make them pay jizya. Oh, what's the limit on jizya? Oh, there is no limit. Oh, so you can charge somebody 100% tax? Yeah, but we didn't do that. Oh, historically, it's just 30 to 80% is what you guys typically charge what they call third-class citizens, which are called dhimmis.
Well, I don't have, I don't disagree with this, but the thing that happened that Muslims...
Wait, hold on. I do want to hear this, but can I just, I was zoning out there for a second. Did you just say that they charge a 30 to 80% tax?
Historically, what they've charged to what they call dhimmis, third-class citizens, the jizya tax for disbelievers, non-Muslims, is between 30 and 80% historically it has been.
Bro, if you thought I was fucking against this shit before, got me in the feels with that one. Taxes?
Well, there's no limit. So if the Muslims, if the Muslims build a caliphate in the United States today, they could be like, oh, Roger, now you have to pay 100% tax. You make $100,000, you give us 100,000. Or your second option is you can convert, then you can pay zakat, which is like a couple percent of your earnings. Or your third option is you could die.
Yeah, well, you know what? They could go fuck themselves. That shit ever comes about, I'll declare my own fucking jihad.
You see why they're freaking out about New York, Mayor?
Did y'all notice Rich's
You see why I don't like to hear that somebody says, oh, see how they're more.
Oh, Sada, why are you doing this? You already conceded, Sarah, that they have made progress, even if it's just
Well, that's just the progress.
1%.
Listen,
that's all Roger asked you. Roger said, has there been any progression? You said it's not enough, and he said that was on the
very nicely. No, that had nothing to do with Islam. The entire world has progress.
That's why Rogers. Listen, Sarah. That's why Roger said.
With Islam.
Sarah, this is why Roger said it may take 1,000 years. If they made 1% in the last 30 years, maybe it takes 3,000 years.
By the time you reach there, they've already.
I agree with you.
They kill you for being Christian. They kill you for leaving Islam. They'll kill Mojo for being so loud. They'll kill Bro for being
yeah, we know.
Jewish.
Right,
Dr. Adams for being black. Mike, why would they kill you? Are you Jewish or Christian?
No one disagrees with you, I don't think. I think, like what Mo was saying is, the equivalent question in America would be like, do you think that race relations in America have gotten better over the years? And it's like, you're like, well, yeah, but not enough. It's like, well, yeah, we get that. It still needs work. But has it gotten better?
Yeah.
That's all he was saying. He was just like, has it gotten better?
And she's saying that whatever moral advancements
Somebody needs to ask Mojo.
They have
I
regressed.
want to know who's calling him at 2 a.m.
Well, that's a little personal, don't you think?
He's a drug dealer.
Somebody was going to say something before.
That's the whole reason I want to know who's calling him at 2 a.m.
You just got a good hookup.
I know somebody was going to say something before.
Isaac Jizya.
Oh, Isaac. Do you want to jump in there?
Sorry, he thought it was funny when I said Jizya.
It's a funny word. While he's getting his thoughts together, I think so. Go ahead.
Roger. Oh, damn.
Sorry.
He's having a fight with somebody.
What were we? You said somebody said Jizya.
Yeah, Jizya. I said.
It was funny.
Yeah, very.
I think someone earlier mentioned the Crusades and stuff like that that's happened in other religions and shit like that.
Oh yeah, real quick, Mike. Well, you should always respond to them when they ask that dumbass question. What about the Crusades? And then you should say, okay, well, can you show me in the scripture in the New Testament, which would have been the people who did these actions, could you show me on the basis of the New Testament where God condoned and permitted it? And they'll go, well, it doesn't matter. People did things in the name of God. And it's like, yeah, but our point we're trying to make is I can show you in the Quran, and from the Quran alone, where it's permissible to go in and rape and murder and kill a bunch of people. And do exactly what the Crusaders said.
Well, if you're Catholic, you believe in dogmatic law, which, just saying.
No, I'm just saying, like, you can't go to the New Testament and be like, this is where Jesus says, go and, like, lay in wage and besiege and cut the heads off the ones who don't convert. And, yeah, you can't show that.
But
so the whole thing we're going after is where does our God condone things and where does their God condone things? And if our God condones it, okay, then we should be, like, pissed off. We should talk about it. But our God doesn't show that. Their God definitely does.
Right, and not only that, what I was going to say is that even the Crusades, like, we're not like, well, yeah, but it was different.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, like, if Jesus was standing there while they were holding up a sword saying, convert or die, Jew, Jesus would be like, what are you doing? Like, he would be losing his shit. He would be, like, beating the hell out of him with, like, a strap of leather and, like, bringing down a legion of armies, of angels.
Nowadays,
yeah, like, Jesus never permitted any of this stuff that they did.
Right.
Like they can't say, oh well, look what a Catholic priest molest the little boy. Okay, well show me in the Bible where the Bible says that it's permissible to do that. I can show you in the Quran where it's okay.
And you know,
I can show you in your Quran where it's.
You know what's funny about that is that the second that Catholic shit came out about the touch little boys, look at how many people left Catholicism. Everyone we found out about that, we were gone from Catholicism. We weren't like, well, you know.
That's a fact, because I grew up Catholic, and that is an absolute fact. I'm a recovering Catholic.
Hell, we talk shit about some of our popes.
Yeah, but the problem is leaving the worship and following of God because what a church or a group of individuals did shouldn't be your justification or reasoning.
Which is why
if you're like, well, I just don't believe in
spiritual versus religious.
Yeah, if I don't believe in the Sky Daddy Spaghetti Monster or something like that,
that's a good point.
I get you say that.
So out of curiosity, what happens if you leave Islam? If you leave the Catholic Church,
hold on, I got the answer. Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, Hadith 260, narrated Ali Krima. And Krima says that a messenger came to Ibn Abbas, and he came to Ibn Abbas and he said, Ibn Abbas, Ali is in a neighboring town, and he's burning people alive who left Islam, left their faith, their belief. And he says, go and tell Ali, do not give the punishment that Allah gives at Jahannam, which is the hellfire. He says, because that is Allah's punishment. He says, but if I were there, I would do as Muhammad commanded, and I would kill them.
So, Hillary, it's embedded into the law. You know, it is in Quran that you kill them, right? It's in Quran, not only that you leave Islam, but in general, like, even if you're Christian, if they come to you and they say, hey, Hillary, this is Muhammad.
Vincent, I have not gone far enough.
Stop it. If they come to you, this is in Quran. When they come to you and they say, hey, Hillary, this is Muhammad, this is Islam, we want you to convert. And if you say no, they can kill you. They are supposed to kill you. But that's when they have the power.
Well, convert, pay the jizya or die.
That's when they have the power. And then we have, you know, with the Sharia law in Islamic countries, like for example in Iran, if you're Muslim and you leave Islam, whether you're atheist or you convert to another religion, they basically just kill you. If they figure out, they'll kill you. And then there was a guy who converted to Christianity some years back, more than a few years, I would say maybe even 10 years, but then he was like promoting Christianity and he was doing it privately. And then when they figured that out, they hung the guy in public. So this is one story that I know. He was very.
Go ahead, Karim.
God bless America and our freedom of religion. Jesus Christ.
Karim wanted to ask a question.
Well, I want to give you notice of something that happens nowadays in our world. If you know about Latin language have died, and the people have left it since maybe a couple of in the last century.
Latin language is not dead because people still
kind of
it.
It's not used.
It's a less spoken language. That's the.
Well, what is that to do? Okay. Can you explain how is that related to Islam and communism?
Let me continue.
No. Talk about the topic, please. Topic. Stick with it.
Yeah. What are you gonna say that the 1.8 billion Muslims are decreasing or something?
Goddamn guys, I've just been listening, but let Kareem say his thing. Just don't guess what he's gonna.
Yes.
Well, that will happen also in the Arabic world because after some of time, the people will leave the Fusha or the standard version of the Arabic, which is kind of was the same thing in Latin. It will happen again because it's kind of the normal thing. And after a while, the people will not understand each other like in Arabic, and they will be different. And after a while, maybe a while is meaning centuries and maybe millennia, the Islamic religion will disappear. So kind of that happened, and it will happen again. I remember the Ecclesiastes book. It says in one of I remember it in Hebrew, but it says kind of what has happened, it will happen again, and nothing new under the sun.
Ezekielatians.
cannot wait for a million years or centuries. It has to be soon, Karim. It has to be soon.
It's Ecclesiastes.
Thank you, sir.
Any further argument, maybe it will disappear in century or million. Forget it. We want it soon. Because in 30, 40 years, the number of population will be dominated by Muslims.
Hold on, Karim.
Is Dave Kai-Fanger?
Are you Muslim? Hold on, Karim. Are you Muslim?
No, he would not agree. He would not.
No, I don't have any religion.
Well, your name is Islamic, so are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Are you born in a Muslim family?
It's more
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know him, Dave, or you just talking
No,
for him?
based on all his discussion, he's anti.
No. But Dave, we got a lot of these
You don't know
Muslims
me,
that
Dave, sorry.
they play these different games. They come in
I
from
know.
different angles. They
Exactly.
come in from different angles. He was earlier
Exactly.
talking shit about all religions and how Judaism and Christianity have their own perks and this and that. That's why I'm wondering.
Yeah.
And he has Islamic name, and he has like a new member. You know,
It's an Arabic,
that's
not
why.
Islamic.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering why he would say that.
He cannot be categorized. By not being categorized, he can always continue his narrative.
Well, the thing is
Bars.
The thing is that any kind of an idea that it just collect people on one idea, the people after some of time, after it's being like a couple of people in it, like maybe thousands or millions in this religion or in this idea or in this cult, they will start to fight any other cult or any other idea that against them or are different from them. It's not just about Islam or Christianity or Judaism. It's about any kind of cult or religion or idea or political view or culture stream or anything like this. That happens in any. It's kind of forming a one stream of energy, and this energy fighting the other energy. So it's not just about Islam.
Everything you say means nothing. Okay. Basically, we are running out of time. Europe will become Islam, and UK will be the Islam nation with atomic bomb. That we are running out of time.
Well, let's just jump right on over there and go save them. I mean, come on, dude. Really?
Yeah, if you think Europe will become Islam, you're kind of late on that. It already is Islam.
No. Europe won't become Islam. Europe defined itself by pushing away Islam. The Crusades,
I
which
say
you
just
may
divorce them
criticize
all,
for
though.
what happened morally, was happened because, in large part, the Muslims invaded the Iberian Peninsula. The radicalization of Europe becoming more religiously radical was part of their war effort to push off Muslim hordes from the Iberian Peninsula. The best justification being the conquest of the Holy Land, which is why they also did that, but got distracted and just beat up anyone that they found along the way, because at that point they were an unruly mob of an army. So I'm saying Europe knows very clearly that it is not Muslim. It defined itself with Charlemagne centuries ago, when it made very clearly its declaration that it was not Muslim. The Muslims may come in and live there now, but Europe will not be stable for a Muslim ideology. It'll push it off. From whatever nationalist movement Europe pops out,
Civil war, which is going on now in Iran. Iran now has civil war, and UK, they are all talking about civil war.
Yeah.
So this is what's going to happen, right? And the reason why civil war, the government is weak and controlled by political correctness. And Aziz, everybody know Aziz. And once Aziz brought someone from UK who are much more intelligent, disclosed exactly the strategy to tame UK government into submission. And I was shocked. And there's a strategy, and the same strategy will work in US as well. So the question is, Iran regime already issued fatwa against Trump. So the question is, how is it going to happen? Because ICE already detained 100 over Iranian people suspected to be sleeper cell. The question is, with fatwa, that means that issue expand to 15% of the 6 million people in Muslim in US. So you have to talk about this far more important than child molest or this child marriage. That is happening right now, July 2025. The issue has been given 30th of June. How are you going to protect your president?
They should just, honestly, Ayatollah should just be killed.
Pepe, let me say one thing before you go. Guys, I just noticed majority of people in the room right now, they're having a red ticket. Please join the house. This is a new house. That's why you guys are not members. But if you don't join the house, you can't see when there's another room. Sorry, Pepe, go on.
I was just going to say, I mean, the Ayatollah should just be killed. I mean, I know Trump is, I'm not like a big interventionist, but he's the country fucking sucks. Or at least, I mean, the IRGC sucks.
Yeah, but for the same reason that the Chinese fought on the side of North Korea wasn't only just because they were fighting for communism. It was also because they didn't want tens of millions of North Koreans flooding into their country. The same reason that we don't go in and take out Khomeini is that we don't want to disrupt the entire country, cause a civil war, allow for somebody else to come in and take over power, which may be just as bad, if not worse. And then also younger. I mean, Khomeini's like 80 years old or some shit like that. He's knocking on death's door. Even if his son takes over, maybe his son's a little more moderate than progressive. We don't know. But the reality is they don't want 90 million people pumping out of that country into all the surrounding countries, not being able to speak the same language, having different culture, different religion, and just overloading their countries and shit. So, I mean, nobody wants that type of civil war.
So still no solution how to protect your president.
We have to see.
We should send them all to Singapore. We should send them all to Singapore. Send them like Boogie's Junction, and we could just load them up there. If they could just put them all in fucking housing.
No, step by step. Look, this is what's going to happen. I mean, you talk about child, but the main thing is how are you going to protect the president? These are the steps, okay? So estimate 15% of Muslim are jihadists. 85% are peaceful. Okay, so in terms of the world population, 2 billion are Muslim, 300 million are jihadists, and if there are 6 millions in US, 15%, that is already quite a lot enough.
I mean, Dave, there's a solution to it. We can turn the entire Middle East, absent Israel, into a mirror factory.
Is that going to protect Trump?
Nuking the entire Middle East, yeah, that would protect them.
Yeah, who's going to? Even Trump would not agree with this, right? So let's go step by step.
I wish he would.
Right? Let's go step by step again. So 1 million Muslim potentially jihadists living in US. So how many? What is the population of Muslim in New York? Close to 1 million, 750,000, right? That's why you have a problem with the new candidate, right? So again, how does it work then? So what about the other 85% of Muslim in US? So the 15% will ask the 85%, are you going to agree with the fatwa issued by the IRGC regime? Are you going to agree? Right? So they will go after the peaceful Muslim and force them, you have to take side. If you don't take side, we eliminate you, right? So they have to increase from 15% to higher percentage by going after the Muslim, right? So therefore, the peaceful Muslim in US has to speak out. But when they speak out, just like Sarah, they will be threatened on the daily basis.
Yeah, but Sarah's not a peaceful Muslim. She's not a Muslim.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anybody.
No, it does matter. It does matter.
Anybody who speaks the truth will be targeted.
Yeah, but Muslims don't speak the truth. That's the problem. You're missing it.
I'm saying non-Muslim.
Oh, so like atheists, agnostics, or people who become Christian.
Anyone in Clubhouse, whether you are Muslim, non-Muslim, immediately you will be followed. That means like people will add you, and every time you come online, they come and follow you, and they want to.
So hold on, what are you trying to say? That if you speak up against Israel's, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no, we were talking about how we should talk over these fucking piece of shits like Russ.
Faggot, why are you interrupting me when I'm trying to ask a question?
What's your question? Go ahead.
When we are
no, Dave. Let Russ ask the question. Go ahead, Russ. Go ahead, puppy. Talk. He's gonna talk.
Yes, been removed. So normally when you speak the truth, Muslim will quickly come on stage and interrupt whatever possible way. This is a typical strategy, right? So you all who are speaking the truth, whether you are Muslim, not Muslim, you are Muslim, even the worst, you will be tagged, you will be followed. It happens in all social media. This is how the 2 billion Muslim tracking the rest of the non-Muslims.
Excuse me, I want to say something. So, there is like a big box in the center of Mecca. So we would like to unbox it.
Nailed it. Remember, hey, do you remember how edifying it was when Nick was talking earlier? Yeah, crushing it. Bro, I learned so much. Go ahead, Nick. Nick's from Mumbai. Go ahead, Nick.
Remove that guy, though.
It wasn't me. I was waiting for him to speak. That's why I wanted him to talk. And, like, as soon as he started talking, I was going to mute him.
I don't think any of us did. Maybe he just left.
Nah, I don't know.
That's
why I wanted him to talk. I was like, go ahead, talk.
Was he?
I had my finger hovering for the mute button.
He was explaining about Islam, so I just told him that there is a big box in the center of Mecca. We need to unbox it. Just need to
Nick, I really don't hear you.
Oh, he said there's a big box in the middle of Mecca, and we should unbox it. He was being sarcastic. You know, the cop. The big black stone with the vagina on the side of it. It's going to grow out the top.
I visited that place.
Wait, did you get to see the big silver vagina on the side of it?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, dude, there's a big giant vagina.
I didn't go on the parade.
And people go up and kiss it and touch it and stuff. It's hysterical. Including the women. I'm like, doesn't that make them lesbians?
Die there every day.
For anybody that's not familiar, type in the black stone in Mecca and type in silver vagina. It comes up. It's right on the corner.
Well, actually, it's a fallen star. And,
yeah,
kind of.
Did you see? I told you Karim is Muslim.
We all knew he was a Muslim. That's why I was wanting to see if he would make taqiyya earlier when I said that, do you believe that Muhammad's a prophet or not?
Well, hold on a second. So
making lying.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, let Pep have some talk. Go, Pep.
So Kareem, what were you were saying something about Latin in the Bible, and
I was saying like what happened in Latin is also the stereotypes will happen in the Vulgate English also. And
Jesus Christ collapsed. Can I listen to him? Stop the narrating.
No, you can't.
Go ahead, Kareem.
I was saying what happened in Latin. It's a stereotype that happened in any language or any nation. The language was started with K, and the modern standard Arabic, which is Fusha as we call it, or the language that we can understand each other by, as not like Arabic speaker in all of the group, it will start to disappear. And after it disappears, the people will be different, and we will not understand each other language. And after a while, the religion will be decay, and people will not understand the religion, and it will be totally different.
Kareem, you're talking century. You're talking century. Yeah, right?
What do I just?
Arabic language, right? Is probably more than 1,400 years. Latin is also very old, but Latin is not used so much. But Arabic are still very popular.
Yeah, but Dave, you're missing the point. What he's saying is that somehow Arabic, Quranic Arabic and Saudi Arabic and Egyptian Arabic, it'll all differentiate so far that they won't understand each other. But let me ask you a question, Karim. Why did Latin fall away? Because of the fall of the fucking Roman Empire. It's not even a dead language. There's like 10,000 people that speak it globally. It's not a dead language. A dead language means that no one speaks it.
Okay, but Latin is something that was spoken by, for example, even the Vatican. They were doing Latin masses up until a few decades ago. So
it's still alive.
Just like Arabic in the Quran. So.
Yeah, so
what I'm saying.
What you were saying,
I want to hear what Kareem's ultimate point was.
Islam would have to fall for Arabic.
I know, just let
us hear a new voice, man.
What I'm saying is, I don't say Latin is dead. I know a little bit of Latin. But the thing, it will happen also in the Arabic. So that's my point. And no, I don't have a religion, by the way. So don't put words on my back.
But I think we're missing the point. Latin didn't really go. I mean, all of our words are Latin origins. Like, if you look up the word, any English word really, it's always like, well, it has a Latin origin.
Yeah, I mean, give
that
an
whole
example.
thing, like, how they put
Yeah, but like that's so the point he's making about the Latin Romance-based languages that they separated and they went off into Spanish and they went off into Portuguese and they went off into Italian and they went off into all these different languages and they can't even understand each other.
Yeah, but
it was only because of the fall of the Roman Empire. So what you're saying is that Islam has to fall for Arabic to disappear.
Can we listen to Karim for real?
Yeah, I know. Goddamn, dude.
So as I remember, the Latin language have just like gone in the previous century. Like Einstein, his research was in Latin, so Latin was alive for a couple of centuries until the last century. So what I'm saying, the modern standard Arabic, if it's full, all the things that you see in like in religion and all these stuffs will fall also, and we will be different religions, different kind of also languages. For instance, Egyptians doesn't understand Moroccans nowadays. If you don't know this,
I'm not sure of the relevance here.
I'm going to debate on this. First, in the 15th century, right, the Latin role in Bible is being replaced when Martin Luther translated that, so that Latin is no longer the only language to disseminate Bible. And therefore, the role of Latin in Bible world, even Bible is the most printed work in the world, but it has been in multiple languages, and Latin played a less important role. Arabic continued to play as important role in the past as well as in 2025, because every time if you debate with someone who are Muslim, do you understand Arab? So Arab will continue to play a very important role. Period. That's the argument.
Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about?
What he's saying is when Islam dies, then Arabic will go away and everybody won't understand each other.
I've never thought of a language being tied to a religion. I don't understand this.
I can answer that. So there was seven.
There was the Quran, and so I mean
it wasn't original.
So even Persians can they can say phrases, for example, in Arabic because of what's in the Quran. So, but
I guess like Hebrew, Pepe. They're talking like Hebrew, and then like all this. Kind
So
of
Alan, I can answer. So there was during the time of Uthman, there were 7 different dialects or languages that the Qurans were written in, and Uthman destroyed all the 7 Qurans and had one written in Arabic, and then he decreed that all Qurans have to be in Arabic, and if you want to practice Islam, you have to practice it in Quranic Arabic. So the ideal that somebody in Eritrea or Ethiopia is speaking Amharic or something, reading the Quran is actually wrong. The only Quran you're supposed to read is in Arabic.
Was it Judaism like that? Like they have to learn it in Hebrew?
No, I mean, you could learn it in English.
No, like when you do your bar mitzvah and shit, you gotta go there.
Yeah, that's
pray,
bar
you
mitzvah and bar
cannot
mitzvah.
pray in any language other than Arabic. Like, you can have like a regular casual prayers, but if you're doing the mandatory prayers, which you have mandatory prayers 5 times a day in Islam, it has to be in Arabic.
Guys, I'm not arguing this. What does the relevance of the fall of Islam have to do with the language of Arabic?
Well, because Kareem keeps on getting cut off, and so he like literally never got to his fucking. That's why I've been like Khalad keeps on saying like, oh, I can answer, but like I want to hear Kareem make his fucking point.
No, it's just my point was if the Arabic language will kind of go into the UK, the religion also will go to the UK, and the Arabic language sooner or later will go to the UK. That was my point.
Okay. So he didn't see anything.
That's why
he didn't see anything controversial.
No, Pepe, that's why I said what he said was fucking stupid. What he's saying is that Arabic is going to separate into different languages where they won't be able to understand each other, and then Islam will fall apart or it'll break off into a dozen different fucking religions. But the entirety of the fucking language is tied to the religion. If they're going to be Muslims, they have to speak fucking Arabic. They have to do recitation, reciting in Arabic. So whatever he's saying is stupid. Like if the Muslims came out tomorrow and said, "Oh, you can do your prayers in Amharic," then maybe you could make that point and say, "Oh, there will be some Amharic fucking Islam that'll sprout out of it." But it's not going to. It all goes back to Quranic Arabic.
And not just that though, the Arab countries, their language is Arabic. They're Christians speaking Arabic. They're Jewish speaking Arabic. I mean, yes, Islam is all in Arabic, but Arabic is also a language to many countries. That includes.
It's literally called Quranic Arabic.
So basically, it's a common strategy, right? If you speak the truth, a Muslim will come up and interrupt the truth. And also, they work like a Star Trek walk, right? They have a hive. Every time they come up with a crazy idea. They want to test if this idea can cause confusion or not. If it causes confusion, they will go back and say, let's work on this idea. Because these idiots, Westerner, they are easily fooled by some confused new terminology and crazy idea, right? So it's always like that.
Well, yeah, you're 100% right, Dave, because we got off the subject of talking about how Muhammad is a fucking pedophile.
That's how you bring it back around.
Like, for instance, if Muhammad is a pedophile or kind of whatever, if he...
Would you agree that he's a pedophile, that he had sex with a 9-year-old?
I read that Muhammad was a lunatic.
No, hold on. Cutting, real quick question. Do you believe, because you said you're not a Muslim, okay. So if you're not a Muslim, then would you agree that a 54-year-old man penetrating a 9-year-old little girl would be definitionally a pedophile?
Well, we don't have such a thing as underage.
No, I'm just saying. Okay. Okay. Morally, would you say a 54-year-old man?
I don't know whether you can hear me or not.
Oh, go ahead, Rob.
That might have been the worst answer yet.
Guys, Roland.
Can we just try? Hey, guys, thanks. Just briefly, can we just try have a flow of conversation? So, like, there are people who really haven't had a chance to be able to get a word in either way. So I'm not going to point any fingers, but you can just maybe moderate up the amount of time you're spending on the mic and chat around them. I think would be a really good idea. Thanks.
Oh, okay, thanks, Roland. I'll definitely finish up what I'm asking, and then I'll step away from the mic. Cutting, real quick question. Would you say, as a person who's not a practicing Muslim, that a 54-year-old man having sex with a 9-year-old little girl, I'm not even saying Prophet Muhammad, a 54-year-old man penetrating a 9-year-old little girl, would you say that that's pedophilic?
Well, very easily. To me, there is no such a thing as pedophilism because
he already answered this. He can ask him.
For me, I have just a cousin. She married maybe 16 or 17 years old since a couple of months. So it's a very normal thing to happen that they're married from like
a 9-year-old.
Let him talk.
I'm not talking 6.
For fuck's sake, let him finish.
I'm just trying to get a straight answer. A 9-year-old. We're not saying 16, 17-year-old.
If they're still a 9-year-old,
and then
this 9 years.
Okay, Cuddy, if I told you I had a cousin and my cousin was 54 years old and he had sex with a 9-year-old, would you say that is bad or good? That it's a...
all of this 9 years old, the girl are kind of mature enough and mature physically and mentally, and she won't. Well, that's all.
Sarah, he's supposed to. Go ahead, guess.
Yo, I would hit him so hard right now.
I told you the minute.
Oh, if he was standing in front of me and he genuinely meant that, I would bash his fucking skull in with a baseball bat.
Could you imagine saying that? He answered that 3 times in a row.
I live in Texas. We would bury you in the desert. We would bury you in the desert. I'm just saying, Cuddy, we would bury you in the desert.
That's crazy. I just heard right.
عم كريم كده كويس؟ كده ينفع يا عم كريم؟ انتوا هنا الصبح معاهم.
Yeah, he's a shot about that, yeah.
تستاهل كريم.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck should I say?
Oh, Kareem said it was okay to have sex with a 9-year-old.
Oh, dude, please tell me you just heard those last.
Did you miss it, Mojo? I honestly, Roger, I was thinking to myself, oh my God, why is Roger not here?
What happened?
He explained it the best. Kareem, can you explain what your thoughts are? Can you just repeat what you said, please?
I said, Kareem, he was supporting you and you mock him up.
No, we're asking Kareem to repeat what he said about the 9-year-old and being mature mentally, physically.
I'll go ahead and help Kareem out with this. He was asked it 3 times. His first answer was, there's no such thing as young enough. His second answer, when he was asked again, he goes, there's no thing as pedophilia is not a thing.
Why can't we let him do
and then his
stuff?
third
Let him answer.
Go ahead, Kareem.
Kareem, do you want me to ask you the same question?
Jesus Christ, can Kareem just answer? God damn, somebody is just listening. This is so annoying, dude. Just let people fucking talk. Let Kareem speak for himself.
Are you so mad that I defended the Jews yesterday, Pepe? Shit.
No, just that people keep interrupting.
Hold on, I agree with Pepe, but there is another problem, which is Kareem's had his name called 5 times and he hasn't unmuted. Kareem, are you still with us?
So that's what I was going to say. He's pausing. That's why I offered up the answer.
Okay, so the Reader's Digest version is he unapologetically supports pedophilia.
Yeah, he said there's no such thing as pedophilia. He said his cousin married a 16-year-old. I said, no, we're not talking about a 16, 17-year-old. I said a 9-year-old. And he said, well, I don't believe in pedophilia in my country. And then I said, okay, removing Muhammad, I said, if I told you I had a cousin and my cousin's 54 years old and is fucking a 9-year-old, would you say it's okay? And he said yes.
He literally said we don't believe it young enough.
Yep.
I think he meant if she's mature enough.
Yeah, he said if she's mature enough.
Hold on. No, Dave.
He's correct.
Dave. Okay. It looks like Kareem has left. Kareem has left the building. Unfortunate. I wish I would have heard. It's fascinating, right? That this thing that I thought was just a trope to try to make a religion that has over 1 billion members globally look bad, that come to find out this is an actual belief.
It seems like a criminal organization now.
Well, at this point, like, I used to tell people, like, when they were, like, saying, like, fuck the Muslims, I would say, hey, chill out, man. We should practice some religious tolerance, because, like, that seems like a pretty American thing. But the more I'm hearing about this, it's like, it's really like, it's not even a criminal syndicate. It's almost like an evil cult. Shut the fuck up while I speak. Why would you interrupt me? I think the fact that they have no problem fucking children, like, this crosses a line. This is not a religion. This is not a religion at all. This is a group of very disturbed individuals. And then this whole thing about, like, you know, they're afraid to leave or whatever. Dude, like, what? Like, so if you lived in a fucking neighborhood of brutal rapists, that you're just going to become a brutal rapist because, you're afraid to stand up against it? Like, I'm going to tell you right now, dude, if you live in a fucking Muslim country and you don't start tomorrow, and I mean tomorrow, sharpening the fucking, you know, the sword or the knife or whatever it needs to be, and saying, hey, look, you know, this is time, you know, we're gonna end this thing. So, Iranians, hold on 1 second. Iranians, I want to speak to you. You guys should start, you know, kicking the IRGC out. And look, if the religion you belong to tells you that the most holy person fucks children and that it's okay to do so, you've got a fucked up religion, dude. You've got a fucked up religion, and now that we're putting the spotlight on it, you got to do something about it. And if you feel unsafe in your country, you can't fight back, you're too big of a pussy to fight back, then fucking move. Fucking move. Just fucking get a plane ticket, get a train ticket, whatever you got to do, ride the goat out of town, whatever it takes, fucking get out of this cult that you're in. And then you might say, oh, well, no, but my family's in it and I love my family. You know what? If your family supports pedophilia, fuck them. Fuck them. You gotta leave. Like, if you stay in it a day longer, a minute longer, you're supporting pedophilia, and that's fucking gross.
Before anyone else goes, I want to say this. Hold on. I gotta say this. I'll be real quick, I swear to you. That question, Mojo has asked this question, I think now 6 times in the last 2 days. So every time a Muslim comes up, he's like, hey, just real quick, stop being this, trying to catch many things. Like, I've heard, he even lays out, he's like, I've heard this recently, and I don't know, I'm just trying to ask this question. He asked it completely genuine to like 6 people, and not a single one of them. Because again, I was like, yo, this shit can't be real. Like, what's going on here? Not a single one of them was like, yeah, it's fucking crazy, right? They were all like, well, different time. They all had different shit. They're like, yeah, no, it's just how it is. And then the last person we just asked, what did he say? He's not even a practicing Muslim. The dude we just asked was born in a Muslim country, I guess, but he says he's not like a practicing Muslim. He was the worst answer of all of them. Like, they believe this shit.
Sure.
This is ingrained in them.
Yeah, and then there was some that tried with the moral equivalence of like, yeah, hey, there's wacky shit in all the religions, and I agree that there's wacky shit, but like, if you tried to draw like even an equivalence with, like, let's say the Catholic Church, right? I agree that the fucking Vatican covered up some fucked up shit. But if you ask a rank and file Catholic, is there any Catholics on the stage? Anybody?
Me.
Okay. Oh, cool. Pepe. If I were to ask you about, like, do you think it's okay for priests to fuck kids, you would probably say, no, that's fucked up, right?
Yeah, no, they should. And I think that the scandal where they moved the priests to, overseas was horrible, and they should have faced justice.
And this is the point, right? And I hope that if any of the people that are trapped in their death cult of Islam are listening to this, that, the Catholic Church had some fucked up shit going on, and the members of the church can acknowledge it. Like, no, that's fucked up shit. You don't do that. You should protect children. You should love children. You shouldn't fucking abuse children. You shouldn't be a fucking pedophile.
Some people left Catholicism because of it. We left the religion because of it. Like,
so
what the fuck?
Has anybody been following the UK grooming gang scandal?
Explain to Mojo the grooming gang.
Because that shit's just starting to hit the fan, and it's government officials, police, social workers, everybody that colluded to give access, and through mosques, so funneling government money through mosques.
Hey, why don't we just start selling T-shirts that says Muhammad was a pedophile? Like, do you think we could, like, turn this into a business segment?
You're gonna get people getting stabbed in the streets. You can't.
You can't even draw Muhammad. I mean, like call their prophet.
You think this is like, you always think I'm exaggerating, Mojo, but do you see how loud I am? I don't have the balls to wear a shirt saying Muhammad was a pedophile.
Do you guys remember the shit in France where the cartoonist was wanting to draw a picture of Muhammad, and then they went in and what is it, Hebdo, Al Hebdo or whatever, Hebdo? Charlie Hebdo, yeah, where they went in and killed everybody. Will Garland, Texas, actually put on a contest.
Draw Muhammad contest.
Yeah, and then the 2 months he showed up and they got out of their car and they got shot. So I mean, you could do it, but you can't just run around wearing t-shirts. They'll cut your head off in the middle of the street for doing it.
The first step is to prevent Islamic phobia to be used again in any Western nation, because that is the way how they prevent you to learn the truth.
Dave, look what I wrote in the chat. Right when, at the same time, I said first thing is to get rid of the word Islamophobic. Second thing is, instead of being like this, what is it called? Like this white culture of apologizing for everything.
Oh, look who's back! Look who's back! Hey, Kareem, are you available to chat?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, can you turn up your volume so we can hear you? Yeah, I can hear you. I heard that you had, let's just say, a very interesting take that you think that adult. So you,
Kareem, your volume is very low.
Yeah, hold on. I got this here.
What about right now?
It's fine. We can hear you. It sucks, but we can hear you. Look, we'll probably be glad that you can't speak too loud. But so you don't believe in pedophilia? So you believe it's okay for adult men to sleep with 9-year-old children?
Well, if she wants it, and I said if she is mature enough physically and mentally, if she wants it, go ahead, it's no problem. But if you are the father or you are the brother of her, and you say you see it's not good for her, maybe you know better, and maybe you can.
Yeah. Well, hold on. No, hold on. I don't need 1,000 people. I don't need 1,000 people crashing out on the fucking stage. Okay, got it. Don't do that. I'm having a conversation with Kareem. Everybody, it's just. So Kareem.
Yeah, let's be right there.
Oh no, I moved somebody that was being ridiculous. So Kareem, have you ever seen a 9-year-old child?
Well, let me end this conversation. I was in a relationship with someone who was older than me. Someone who was in his 30s when I was 17 years old. Does this considered pedophilism?
How old were you?
17 years old, and she was in her 30s.
She was in her 30s. Yeah. That is still pedophilia. But
so I was in such a relationship. So it's
okay. So yeah. Okay. Got it. So, but you would also draw a distinction, an important distinction between 17 and 9, right?
For sure.
Creator.
So
I don't encourage it. I mean, for sure.
Kareem, let me just ask you this.
I think the point that you want to make is that Muhammad is an evil. I don't care if he's an evil or crazy or whatever. I don't have a religion.
Well, hold on. Let me make my point clear. I don't give 2 fucks about Muhammad. He's a guy that, 1 billion people look up to, that think he's the perfect person that earned God's favor. And it's news to me that he fucks children. And so what I'm more concerned about, because mute yourself. mute yourself. We've had other people come on here just to confirm that she was 6 when they got married, and she was 9 when he had sex with her. But even if like you wanted to give a couple years to her, whatever, it's a fucking child. But I don't give a fuck about him because thankfully he's dead, right? Thankfully. But what I am concerned about is there's people like you that seem to think that there's nothing wrong with this. You don't live in the United States, do you?
Well, I would like to immigrate to the United States one day.
Oh my God. No. Well, no. Hopefully, bring these stupid ass fucking ideas because we have laws that'll put. No, we have laws that if you in the United States, if you were to do what these evil fucking people do and fuck a child, we would throw you in jail. And then once you go to jail, the people that murder people, right? They get thrown into prison for murder. They even have enough sense to know that pedophilia is so bad that what they would do is they would strip you down and they would do to you what Muhammad did to his little child wife. And so what goes around comes around, fuck around, find out. I am now convinced that Islam is a death cult, and I think that the Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile, and that any of you that stay in this religion knowing that fact, that you guys are, I would put you up on. I would think RICO statute in the U.S. should be used against anyone that practices Islam, because you're part of a criminal syndicate essentially, and so I'm now advocating for RICO charges for anybody that practices Islam.
Oh, Roger, I told him straight up. I got a 7-year-old daughter. And if he was standing in front of me at that exact moment and he genuinely said that and meant it, I'm just saying, I would take a baseball bat to the back of his fucking head.
Don't let me get my
He would end up dead in the desert.
Like, something bad is happening to you, bro. Like, you come here, dude. Don't let me get my hands. I swear to God, Kareem, this is nuts, Kareem. And you yourself, Kareem, you're not even a fucking Muslim. We asked you, because, dude, we asked you, he's like, hey, are you a Muslim? And you're like, no. He's like, okay, well, I still want to ask you a question. You're not even a Muslim and you fucking back this shit. This is crazy.
Mike, these Muslims, you'll have guys that'll come in and tell you they're hardcore atheists. And they'll be like, oh, the spaghetti monster, sky daddy, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And the second you're like, fuck Muhammad or Muhammad's a pedophile, they just start crashing out and threaten to kill you. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought you were atheist.
Yeah, in Islam, you have the right to not tell you're Muslim. Basically allow you to lie.
That's fair.
Yeah, so the religion tells you if it's gonna make, like, literally, even if you want to confuse your enemy, which is non-Muslims, right now we're the enemy because we're criticizing Islam, so they can say any lie.
No, I mean, I understand what you were saying, Sarah, because we asked him, he was like, you said he was born into Islam, which I understood, but when Rich asked him, he like literally asked him, are you Muslim? He's like, no. And you still are like, I mean, dude, when you said we don't have a thing of pedophilia, so obviously there can't be pedophilia, and then you go, there's no such thing as young enough, that's fucking nuts, bro.
Well, Mike,
I swear to God, dude,
he wouldn't even concede. He wouldn't even concede that Muhammad was a pedophile when I asked him.
Not a single one of them have. None of them.
All right. Can we?
Sorry.
All right. No, this is pretty gross. Malik, mute your fucking mic. Mute your goddamn mic. This is fucking weird. The whole thing is weird. Is there anything else that we should expose on this? Because I thought the talking to ants was pretty fucking weird.
See, the problem is I don't even know where to start.
Hold on. Mixed, are you here? Mixed here? No.
Yeah, what's up?
I got a question. King Solomon, is there anything in your stuff that you studied that said that King Solomon was listening to ants talking about the colony?
Yes.
In your teachings, they teach the same thing about King Solomon?
Yeah. I don't think it's explicit in the verses.
but there's like a general consensus that Solomon was like the wisest king ever amongst the rabbis. And Midrash is like, in general, like a biggering of all claims. Like anyone that's a bad person in the verses is a completely evil, wicked, unforgivable person in the Midrash. And if he's a good person, he's like a total saint in the Midrash. In the case of King Solomon, who was wise and did a lot of expansion of territory and like had a peaceful reign, one of the Midrashim is that he was able to communicate with all of the animals.
Communicate with all the animals. Like I could see like let's say a zookeeper, has a way with animals and can get them to maybe respond in ways that people that don't work with animals might not be able to. But that seems maybe, I don't know, different to me than saying he literally listened to ants talking to their colony. Like I mean, to me that sounds like a delusion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In the Midrash space, they're gonna elaborate on like an ability. Like the true like seed that might be in the story is that Solomon was a wise king and that wisdom extended even to a remedial understanding of biology that was superior to everyone around him. That could be like a seed of truth. And then the way that that's expressed by storytelling is saying that Solomon had conversations with animals and they explained to them what they're doing all day.
Well, David had the same thing, but in a different way. He was talking to mountains, or the mountains was like praying with him, as I remember, right? Or something like that. In Judaism,
to God most of the time.
There is no such a thing in Judaism.
Of David talking to mountains? No. He was
the mountains praying with him, or something like this.
I mean, there are songs like that, and like there's Shir Hashirim, which was written by Solomon, which talks about like the coming of spring, and that has a lot of like praise that the mountains and nature have to God when spring comes around. But like any time that they're saying like a mountain is talking, or even animals, I don't think they even usually have talking animals in the verses. The only one's really Bilam's donkey. But the story of King Solomon talking to animals, like, put more simply, it seems to me like an outgrowth of his wisdom and the peace of his sourdough. That he was like a smart king that judged fairly. They have that case with the baby, and like his knowledge extended even to science. I would say there's even like a rationale as to how the king would acquire all the knowledge of science, because there was like a regular data. Regular data was brought to the capital city in Jerusalem of all of the farming practices throughout the land because of the holidays, kind of like a county fair for the 12 tribes. So as a result, there'd be a lot of data in the central city for the king to draw upon to understand how his kingdom worked.
Let me ask you this, Bixette. There's definitely been periods throughout history where Christians have not behaved so nicely, and clearly, I think we're outlining that in Islam there's some pretty heinous shit. Do you think, like, when you look at these things, because you don't practice either of those two religions, do you see like one, like, because I'm newly coming to this position that Islam is like this death cult, and maybe as much as I'm not a Christian, I think to me it feels far more benevolent than Islam. What do you think?
I see them as both flawed, seeing as how I'm Jewish. Christianity, they make a mistake of pretending that lawlessness works. Like, they pretend that they undid the law, but then they submit to all the new laws that people make. Like, mostly what they're criticizing is like,
in their basis, they're criticizing the legal system. They have a hypocrisy, but they all submit to legal systems because that's necessary for human functioning. The Muslims understand that foundational truth. Like, the Muslims have some foundational truths that are more correct than the Christians. Like, they know there's one God. They know not to divide that into a trinity. They know not to bow down to statues. And they know that you need a legal system to function as a society. The problem with Islam is that their legal system is based on a lie, a corrupt person that had a distorted view of human nature and instructed people badly. And like that can work for a generation or two, but eventually the mistakes of your legal system will turn murderous if people commit to it and it wasn't formed in a good way.
Michael, can I ask you a question?
So I would say mostly the question is one of law. People who submit to law have a certain advance, but if their law is founded in heresies, falsehoods, and lies, then it's likely to lead to destruction. So there's problems with both of them. But the Christians are safer because of their hypocrisy, because they say they don't like the law, but submit to laws anyway. But when they start thinking more about their ideas, they become more lawless.
Michael, my question is, from Christian scripture to Islamic scripture, can you show me in Christian scripture where in the New Testament it condones the murdering or persecution and or forced conversion of people, including Jews?
Specifically Jews, there are some choice pull quotes you could find about what the Christians did with the Jews.
No, I'm not, listen, I'm not talking about what Christians have done. I'm saying on the basis of scripture alone. We're not talking about the Crusades, we're not talking about the Inquisition, we're not talking about any of that stuff. We're only specifically targeting what the scriptural verses say. Is there anything in the New Testament that says to go and murder Jews or disbelievers?
Temple for Satan.
No. It says that anybody that goes against the teachings of Christ is the synagogue of Satan. But it doesn't say then go out and kill those people. That's my question. So, but can we show from the Quran alone where it does say to go out and kill the disbelievers?
Sure, I grant you the Quran is more explicit, but I'll be very, very clear. When you characterize A, the devil as existing, and more importantly, B, that he has representatives alive as humans today, you are laying the seeds of genocide, whether you like it or not.
Okay, so what you're saying explicitly is that there is no specific verse in the Christian teachings that says to go out and kill anyone who disbelieves or goes against.
Only instructs you that they are evil incarnate.
Okay, makes sense. If you could snap your fingers and all Christians are gone or all Muslims are gone.
I'd probably get rid of the Muslims first.
Why?
I heard a pause. He said he had to think
What
about
does
it.
that mean? You would get rid of both if you could?
Yeah, totally.
That makes sense.
I'm confused. Hold on. I'm confused. You guys don't like anybody to convince to your religion, and you also don't want them, so you just want the entire world to yourself?
What?
No, I don't think that's what he said. I think I think
you would get rid of it.
No, I think. Well, hold on. We're asking a pretty fucking controversial, weird question that if he was in polite company, he'd probably say this is a silly question. I don't want to answer it. But the truth is that the books that were given to Jews was an instruction on how to live your life from God. This is what the belief is, right? And Christians and Muslims took those teachings that wasn't given to them, by the way, took those teachings and then essentially wrote fan fiction and built their own church, claiming that they have the right way, and so I think that obviously fucking children is a pretty gruesome bad thing, but I do think that if you're even just simply declaring just the only way to salvation is this, you're essentially saying that there's only one truth and this is fucking it. your whole basis was like a derivative of text that wasn't even given to you. It would be like going to the library, taking a book that doesn't belong to you, writing your own interpretation of it, adding a sequel to it, and then saying, by the way, this is the truth, and then maybe 1,000 years later you come around to saying, for political reasons, that you believe in Judeo-Christian value.
Right. It would be like if a cult of Virginians took the Constitution, added some of their own personal amendments to it, and started declaring themselves the true Americans, and declared holy war on all of the heretical Americans that abided by the original Constitution and disregarded their amended, true version of the Constitution. That's roughly what happened.
So, guys, can I ask this question? Sorry, Max, I don't mean to interrupt or interject or cut you off. Sorry, apologies for that. I just want to ask. I just want to ask a few questions. So, with Judaism, in its purest form, it's a religion that you get by inheritance. You can't convert to Judaism.
That's not true. That's not true. I can convert.
Not true at all.
No, as in its purest form. It's a church. It is. Well, can I finish the statement?
Well, no, you made a statement, and people are saying, or before you make a second statement to build on your false premise.
It's the same sentence.
Okay, but hold on.
It's the VHI.
No, hold on. I just want to be clear. If the first thing you say is incorrect, I don't think it's wrong to say, well, no, that was wrong, before you go and try to build on an idea that was.
But it's not wrong. Religion convert to Judaism.
No, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I know. I'm not a Jew, but I can tell you this. I can tell you I've spoken to rabbis, and for a moment I thought, man, this whole idea of non-proselytizing, which, by the way, I think is the most attractive thing to me about the religion, is that they're not saying, hey, you should join us. Christians are like, hey, one day every knee will bow, and then the Muslims are just like, hey, believe or die type of thing. The Jews are really just kind of like, hey, this was our book, this is our belief in God. I don't know why you guys have stolen all our shit and bastardized all of our fucking ideas. But oh no, hold on. But here's the thing. They're not asking anybody to join, but they're open to the idea that if you want the blessings for the book that was given to us, you too can have it, but there's going to be a process that you'd have to go through. There's a lot of commitment that you'd have to go through, but I would imagine that would be a good idea, rather than some of the people that we've heard on stage here. There was a guy that identified as a Muslim and said that he only knew 2 scriptures. I think going through a process to figure out, hey, do I really believe this? And more importantly, would I be willing to make the commitments and the sacrifices that go along with the practices and the behaviors of said religion? I'm just going to put it out there as somebody that, and again, I don't have a horse in this race. I'm a deist. I believe in God. We'll figure it out in the end. But I will just say that as an outsider looking in, proselytizing seems to be the beginning, the first step of taking your religion, turning it into a cult, and setting it up for some very negative.
So what? Okay.
Yes,
so I'm gonna finish the statement. Mojo, what you said was incorrect, because if you go back into the original 5 books of the Torah, which is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, God chose a certain type of people, and they were a race. They were Israelites, and then they became known as Jews, as in their religion. So inherently, Judaism is a religion by inheritance in its purest form. Are
you a black Hebrew Israelite?
No. I'm Christian. So
okay,
I
had to ask.
No, that's okay. I don't believe in Hebrew Israelites. Don't worry about that. I'm with you on that. But in its purest form, books of the Torah. And then the second thing in regards to the statement that I actually...
Hold on. Can I just ask you a question? Because this is my understanding of Judaism, and maybe you or Big Zed or anybody else that's an expert in this can confirm this for me. But my understanding is that in Judaism, you have people that are skilled and educated on how to interpret it, and we call these people rabbis. And so we're like in Christianity and other religions, you read it. Like Christian church is really bad for this. Like people could read it and they'll just be like, well, my understanding is, whereas in Judaism, you have people that are going to help you to interpret it, and we call those rabbis. Are you a rabbi?
Well, you actually have like 1,000 rabbis that argue with each other.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But a person that's not a rabbi should probably not be the one interpreting, especially if you're a Christian, you don't practice the faith. I doubt that you're the right person to interpret the book that was given to you.
Actually, hold on. I can actually answer this for Christians. The Christians have the Holy Spirit, which is the one that helps interpret.
Christians can't answer this for the Jews.
So Michael, you believe that then David's going to come, set up a kingdom. He's going to rule over the entire world. He's going to destroy all the enemies, and that the Goyim, the Gentiles, are going to be the second-class citizens who aren't allowed to enter into the
Christians believe
you guys are going to treat them like shit, like little puppies that you have to train and teach. So don't even start with your fucking Chabad, Talmudic.
Wait, hold on.
When he talks about it being great,
Big Zed, let me ask you this. Hold on. Wait.
Can I want to...
No. Hold on. Listen, with all due respect, if I were to ask the question, hey, is it permitted in Judaism for me to convert to be a Jew?
Yes.
I would take, and call me crazy, I would say that McZed would probably be a better resource to get an answer to that question than to ask a Christian.
So that wasn't my original. I said in its purest form.
Yeah,
right?
I can explain to you what small shred of truth exists within your misapprehension.
That's not even the main statement. The main statement I wanted to make was that it was Jews that founded Christianity in the first place.
Yep.
It wasn't
Incorrect.
Christians. It wasn't.
Wait, Michael, are you saying that it wasn't Jews? All the apostles were Jews.
So was Jesus not?
Okay.
Were the original disciples not Jews?
The original disciples were Jews. The Christianity, however, started after.
No, but this is what I'm saying. It was founded by Jews.
Wait, what does the word Christian mean to you, Michael?
If Jews converted,
Christ, right?
You seem interested in this, but
if it was Jews that converted, I believe.
Keep in mind, you can convert. Don't forget the Old Testament story of Ruth converted in. And in terms of the inheritance wasn't for a race. It was for the descendants of Abraham. And yes, it was for the descendants of Abraham that kept his traditions and was kind and inviting to those around them, which is why anyone has always been able to
Hey, Michael, remember Daniel 9, where it says that the Messiah had to come before the destruction of the second temple? Calculations already get. Either you believe, hold on, since he's gone, either you believe in Daniel 9's prophecy of the calculation of when the Messiah must come, which had to have happened before the destruction of the second temple, or Daniel's wrong in his prophecy, which means God is wrong in his prophecy, or Jesus was the Messiah.
So, yeah, I mean, there are so many things that
It's
we can have so many conversations about the different aspects of the.
Wait, Daniel 9 is nuance in his calculation.
Can this guy finish? Like,
was that for me? Or?
Yeah.
No, Daniel, Pepe is losing it.
Go ahead, Sajuro.
Guys, I'm Muslim. Can I defend Muslim?
No.
Well, hold on. Let's see if you can. Hold on. Hamza, you're a Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay, quick question. Did the Prophet Muhammad marry a 6-year-old?
What?
Did he marry a 6-year-old?
Aisha.
No.
He didn't. Okay. Interesting.
No.
Hold on. Follow up.
It's a two-part.
Hold on. Follow up question. Did he fuck a 9-year-old?
No.
Okay.
What time said it?
Hamza, how old was Aisha? How old was Aisha when he married her?
Hold on.
Our Prophet Muhammad was the purest.
And how old was Aisha when he married her? What was the age of Aisha?
But she was old enough.
Oh
okay,
my God!
What was Habibi? What was Aisha's age? What was Aisha's age when Muhammad married her?
I don't remember. But
She was 6. And when he consummated the marriage, she was 9. Wait, are you Sunni or Shia, Hamza?
No, I'm normal Muslim.
So you're Sunni, so you just don't know anything. Okay, never mind.
No, bro, no. You didn't find a way what to say, because you guys, what I hear from you are following the lies.
Bro,
you know,
this is the equivalent.
Bro, you literally said the phrase.
When these kids come on stage and they claim to be Christian, but they don't know anything about the Bible. Look.
Azima, you literally said old enough.
Yeah.
And by the way, then you said you don't know the story. You're like, I don't know the story. I've never heard of it.
Hold on. Let's ask Hamza. Let's get it in his own words rather than put words in his mouth. Hamza, hold on. Hamza, ask him. I know, but let's get some clarification. Hamza, what did you mean when you said she was old enough?
I said that's all. What's that? She can have pregnancy if the relation sucks. That's what I mean. I don't need that word in English, but no.
Okay, listen, I get it, but listen.
To say she had her first period. That's what he
Hold on. Hamza. So there seems to be a consensus amongst people, because we've had many Muslims come to this room tonight that have agreed that the Prophet Muhammad married her at 6 years old. She was 6 years old, and then he fucked her when she was 9 years old. Now, are you suggesting that you have not read the Quran and you don't know this?
Or can you click on the link in the chat, please?
This was in the Quran.
So that way you can read it yourself, Mojo. Okay, so here you go, Hamza.
Hamza, have you heard of this before?
Hold on. Okay, so Sahih al-Bukhari 5134. Bukhari and Sahih Muslim are some of the strongest hadiths that you can have. It is Sahih. Sahih means strong chain of narration. That the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hisham said, I have been informed that Aisha remained with the Prophet for 9 years until his death, which shows she was 18 when he died.
Bro, I will discover what Islam is.
Well, Hamza, let me just ask you a simple question.
Yeah.
Do you accept Sahih Bukhari?
I didn't hear
Sahih al-Bukhari.
Can someone explain to me the difference between? Hold on. Can somebody explain to me the difference between hadith and shah?
So Quran is the literal word of God. The hadith is the writings of the followers of Muhammad, his companions, his wife, all that kind of stuff. It's their writings, their stories. And then the tafsir is the interpretation. The tafsir is the interpretation of the scholars, of them giving their explanation.
Okay, so is there anything in that? Is there anything in that interpretation that provides some color on top of what's contained in the?
So the Sahih part means that it has a strong chain of narration, that it came literally from either Muhammad or Aisha or one of the companions, and that it was passed down, the story was, and they can confirm the narration of it. So if it's Sahih, then you have to accept it, as long as it doesn't contradict the Quran.
No, we're saying in the interpretation one, I forget what you called it.
Muhammad also said that you have to accept the words of the Sahabas or his companions, because their writings, what they write, are co-equal to the Quran. Meaning that anything that like Bukhari writes and stuff like that, anything that's in Sahih Muslim, all the stuff that it's Sahih, and Hasan means weak. Hasan and Sahih are strong. What's good and strong. And then Daif means weak. So if it says Daif, then you can just throw it out.
Not necessarily. You can still use it, according to Islamic fiqh.
Yeah, okay, is there any branch of Islam practiced in 2025 that rejects pedophilia?
No,
not really.
So they all think it's okay for them to fuck a 9-year-old.
Yes, because it's explicitly in the Quran. Chapter 65, verse 4.
Yeah.
Look, I know it's the wrong book, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, they call him Isa bin Miriam, and Isa means the semen of a camel or a stallion.
No, Isa is a name. We have the Isa is a name.
What is the meaning or etymology of the word Isa? Isa means the semen of a stallion. In Jahil.
Hamza, Mojo asked you a simple question. Do you accept Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim as the authentic books after the Quran?
Yes, yeah, that's not 100% correct. You have to know that the Quran is 100% correct. And the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet, they said that the Quran is 100% perfect. If you want to judge me in our Quran. But Hadith, there are also some corrupt and some men that's meant to.
That's not the consensus of the ulama or the scholars. The consensus of the majority of Islamic orthodoxy is Sahih al-Muslim and Sahih Bukhari, as-Sahih al-Kitabani ba'da kitabillah, the most authentic two books after the Book of Allah.
All right, so, guys, you accept that. Irrelevant. Hamza, here.
Yeah.
This is the next question we normally ask. This is the next one we ask, and this next one's just a personal preference question, right? There's no right or wrong answer. We're just asking you. Would you agree? Another two-parter. Would you agree that having sex with a 9-year-old, as a 50-some-year-old, 54, I think I was at 54. As a 54-year-old man having sex with a 9-year-old is wrong?
But you have to know that Aisha didn't. Her father was a friend of Muhammad. Yeah,
I feel like that's a question to answer. So, okay. Again, it was a two-parter.
I'll tell you the story.
No, okay, you can tell me the story after a second. The two-parter is real quick. And the reason why I'm hoping you give me a yes or a no, because the second question depends on the yes or the no. So I hope I can get a yes or no. Would you agree that it's wrong for a 54-year-old man to have sex with a 9-year-old? Like, yes or no?
No, but no, I wouldn't accept it. But this is bro.
Got it. Hold on. Let me just say, for those that missed this, what he's saying is not only does it say it in their text, however, he's also saying that it can be explained because the prophet's best friend gave her up. So just imagine this. Imagine you go into a U.S. court. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm speaking. I'm talking to the room. I'm not even talking to you. Find the fucking mute button or you'll find the fucking audience. Fucking, not only are you in a death cult, you're fucking hard of hearing. So, for everyone listening, imagine going into a courtroom and the person that is being accused of having sex with a 9-year-old girl. Imagine the defense was to say, well, it's okay because she had a period and I knew her father.
No, you guys don't understand. I couldn't even believe it. I was hoping he's going to obviously say yes, right? It's wrong for a 54-year-old man to have sex with a 9-year-old. So then the other question, remember we asked Mojo, we say, why do you guys follow? Because, look, we had what was her name? Dr. someone in here. Like, they could be real. They're like, yeah, it's fucking wrong, but it's a different time frame. But they're like, but even they could be like, yeah, now it's fucking wrong. You couldn't even say that. And then the next question is, why do y'all follow someone that was like that? It's fucking crazy.
Hey, Alpha.
Yes.
Alpha, could you please explain to them about Muhammad's dream about Aisha when she was in her little lace gown outfit?
Yes, exactly. Actually, Muhammad, after visiting Abu Bakr ibn Qufaha, who is considered one of his first companions and loyal friends, had a dream that night upon returning. And in the dream, Gabriel supposedly brought him a golden tray with a handkerchief on it, something similar to a handkerchief, and told him to unravel it. And once he unraveled it, he saw a little Aisha in a bridesmaid's gown. And he said, what is this? He said, this is your gift. And the next day, he went and asked Abu Bakr for her hand. And Abu Bakr said, I would be honored, and there's none more honorable than you in the sight of God. So I
got a question, because Rob, who's one of our resident retards, he wrote in the chat, there are uncomfortable moments in all religious books. Christians and Jewish people alike read stories of the Israelites killing entire cities, leaving no children or women, while Christians and Jews have an understanding of why they were commanded to kill. So, here's a question for you, Rob. Do you think that it's okay to fuck a 9-year-old?
Hell no, I don't think it's okay. What I'm saying is that when what you guys are trying to do, I hear people do it to Christians all the time. Like, I'm not a Jewish person, so I can't speak for a Jewish person. But I know that we do have similar books, and I know that stories are very similar.
Rob. So let me
just
ask.
That basic. So
no,
I've had many people ask me.
No, I hear what
you're
saying.
You had this.
Well, hold on. I hear what you're saying. You're saying that you believe that there's equivalent travesties.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't believe that it's equivalent. What I'm saying is, I think maybe the way people could perceive it, the way you guys are. Now, I don't agree with Muhammad. Let me be very clear with that. But the way that it's perceived, it's happened to me many a times when I'm talking to somebody. Well, man, why God send people to go kill innocent women and babies? Why would your God do that? And I've talked to Jewish people who've encountered that same question.
Hey, Rob, real quick question, guys. Rob, when they ask these questions, do you concede and say, yes, God condones it, and it's totally okay for us to go out and rape and murder all these people? Or do you actually explain why, when it says that the Philistines were wiped out, every man, woman, and child, it says immediately afterwards, do not marry with them?
Yeah, I try to get
with them.
I try to give
Rob, hold on, just let me play real quick. Now, when we ask these Muslims, they say, yes, Allah told us that it's okay, and we're allowed to do this, and it's 100% justified. That's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, and I also have actually heard Muslims who actually kind of denounce that. Like, so it's like, again...
We haven't heard a single one denounce it tonight.
Nope.
0 for 7.
Well...
They're 0 for 7. And last night, too. We had a couple last night.
Hey, Alpha, what would you say is the most disgusting thing in Sunni Islam?
It's probably more than
the most disgusting thing in Sunni Islam is definitely child marriage.
Mojo, what you get out of insulting people for no reason, though? I'm about to go back into work.
What do you mean, no reason?
Yeah, you just saying that you calling me a resident retard.
Yeah, you're
like you've been saying things in the chat the last few days that are blatant lies, like blatant lies. It's like it's not even worth me trying to like go back and forth.
Give me an
by
example.
claiming I was by claiming I was a prisoner. I'm not even a felon. Never been to prison. So that's number one. You were making reference just to like homosexuality, shit like that. So yeah,
You
blatant
never
lie.
sucked a dick?
And I get it. I get it.
You've never sucked a dick?
So now,
wait. No,
being disrespectful.
You're not answering a very.
In the prison thing,
Have you ever? Have you ever
asked me that question?
Hold on. I just want to ask Rob a question. Rob, have you ever sucked a dick? Wow.
Okay, Mojo asked me that question.
Sounds like the fact,
and I'll say no.
Hold on. Hey, let me tell you this. I already said no immediately. You guys probably didn't hear it because I was in the Matrix. But like, I ain't even finna play with no bitch ass dude like you being disrespectful. When I hadn't disrespected anybody in this space, not one. This is due to the fact that your friend is a bitch ass dude. He's a coward, and he's worried about things that I may say, which I don't give a fuck about him. But he's a coward, and now you're running behind his steps. Me and you ain't never had interactions like that. So I get it. You like to think that you could talk to people crazy. You want to have everybody safe. I'm talking to you.
No,
I'm talking to you. I'm talking about JB. I'm talking about JB because me and you never had these type of interactions until JB has been on this little thing that he's been doing recently. Because he's a coward.
I didn't know that you guys had beef, but yeah, it makes sense.
Well, like I said, you've never disrespected me like that.
I asked you a question. Have you ever sucked a dick?
No, I'm talking about in general, and I'm not going to keep addressing that because you was an idiot. You're an idiot. You sound like one to do that. So again, I'm not even going to entertain no bullshit like that.
So you got a taste for
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
You're a homosexual.
The fact that you would even be trying to play like that, and you sit up with rooms like Pepe and Adams all day, I wouldn't even talk about homosexuality.
Shut the fuck up.
You bitch ass white dude.
You do this all
You a
the
coward.
time.
You a coward.
You know what's funny is every time you go into a room and you try to call me out, oh, Pepe's racist, but they all laugh at you and they say they don't give a fuck. Like you're just a whiny little bitch and you just burn your signal all the time. You came up here trying to make
you guys wouldn't do anything.
and you don't even know what the fuck you were talking about.
Yeah, my question was very valid. Yeah, my question was very valid, but I just wanted to know why Mojo thinks it's appropriate to be disrespectful. But it is what it is. That's how Zionists do. So it is what it is. Shout out to the Zionists.
Hold on.
Shout out to the Zionists.
Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Malik, mute yourself. See, the fucking guy Malik, what the fuck are you even doing on the stage? You've never added any value to anything ever in your fucking life. Why are you on my stage? I wanted to ask Rob before hopefully none of you motherfuckers moved him. Did you guys move him?
No, I'm inviting people.
Seriously, he said he was leaving.
Okay, so anyways, I was going to challenge him. I wanted to see if he would accept. I want to have a battle rap with him, and so he's supposed to be some Houston rapper, and so next time you guys see Rob, just let him know that Mojo wants to battle rap against him, and see if he accepts. Matter of fact, if he wins, I'll cash app him enough money so he can so he can get a hand job from a fan.
Rob, doesn't he need a vocabulary to rap?
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's true. Alpha, you were saying the most disgusting part of Sunni Islam.
White
power!
Oh, God.
Here we go again.
How boring. Jesus Christ.
Hey, that Muhammad dude's back.
Oh, perfect. Muhammad. Look at this fucking Che Guevara. It's fucking amazing.
Che Guevara is so good.
Did you guys, one of y'all not want concrete on stage?
No. I mean, if the first thing you're gonna fucking shout out is "White power," like if you're gonna troll a room, the rule number one: be good at it. Like you gotta be good at it. But I wanna ask everybody: does anybody like communicate with Rob? Because I want someone to legitimately let him know that I'm laying down the gauntlet, and we can do it anywhere. We can do it in any house on this app. We can do it in the muff. We could do it in healthy debates. We could do it anywhere. I want to rap against him, and we're gonna have judges. We'll get people from the music industry that'll judge this thing, And there'll be cash prizes for the winner. So just let him know. Just let him know that I want to battle rap against him.
Noted.
Concrete says Mojo wants to be down so bad. Concrete, you're just mad. You're just mad because you try to do this whole pro-black thing, and I'm a white guy with very pale skin, and I grew up in blacker neighborhoods than you, and I've fucked more black chicks than you have, and that upsets you. It upsets you. It upsets you that I have more street cred than you ever will. That makes you uncomfortable. We could bring Concrete back up.
If I could just say this, the irony, rather the insufferable paradox of having a picture of a materialist, atheist, communist that would get your head chopped off in any Muslim majority country for even advocating or rooting for him, in layman's terms, and yet at the same time you defend the Sharia. This is funny, and this is coming from a Kurd whose people were subjected to the same Surah Al-Anfal, the chapter on war booty and the spoils of war, and 182,000 Muslim Kurds were murdered while the Muslim majority nations just displayed complete equanimity. I find these kinds of things absurd. However, to answer my friend's question, what I find so disgusting about Islam, has two layers. One is the concept of al-wala wal-bara, which means the concept of allegiance and renunciation, something similar to the elements of a mafia. You're either in for life, or when you get out, you only get out through death. So you don't break code, and you don't break rank, and you don't break order. However, at the same time, that layer undergirds all the other layers. All the other layers. For example, when you say as a Muslim that I personally opine that I do not agree with this, well, you are an individual out of a billion, and honestly, your opinion may be respected or may be acceptable on a personal level, but it has no effect on the system that you are politically machinating to establish across the world. The idea of Sharia, which basically means the way in Arabic. And just to arm my friend Roger and my other friend about this, and everybody in the audience and on stage, when somebody tells you that I don't believe in child marriage, they're lying. They're lying because they know that their admission entails a barrage of condemnations, and they know that in order to retain some air of respectability, they have to denounce it as an act of expediency, just in the moment, denounce it. But then in the same breath, you try to rationalize it. Now, what's even worse is that the idea of al-wala wal-bara means that you basically you give allegiance regardless of whether it's against your tastes or against your values or sentiments, because it has to do with the commandments of Allah. And you renounce it regardless of what you perceive as good or what not, because it goes against the injunctions or commandments of Allah. And this concept is very important to understand, because if you understand this, you will know why the Muslim behaves as the Muslim behaves.
So, I've been wanting to ask this question for a while. Forgot it earlier, and I just remembered it. And again, I don't know the answer, so just ask me. But I'll give it a minute of context here. As a Catholic growing up, right, you're baptized into it, you do all the sacraments, communion, blah, blah, go to Catholic school, learn about the Bible, and you're getting told these stories about the Bible, blah, blah, growing up. Now, they leave out some shit, right? Like, you don't learn about the whole, was the traveler and the concubine, where, like, all the people went to fuck the traveler, and so he sent out his concubine, and they raped the concubine all night, and then dropped her back off, and then she was like barely breathing, and the fucking dude chopped her up and shit. Like, you don't learn about that kind of stuff, right? But you learn about all Bible stories as a kid. Like, we're talking about like as a kid, 3rd grade shit, right? You're learning like the Bible. You have religion class. In Islam, as a kid, do they learn about like that Muhammad had sex with the girl when she was 9? Like, is that taught to children?
Yes, the initial learnings of a Muslim child is known as Juz al-Amma, which means the general parts of the Quran. Now, as you undergo in the indoctrination process, or what they call it ta'aleem, and that's exactly what ta'aleem means. Once you undergo that process, you go to the 2nd level. So you study Arabic in conjunction with fiqh. Now, the word fiqh doesn't mean jurisprudence necessarily. The word fiqh in Arabic means the bigger understanding, the bigger picture, in other words, of Islam. So when you go deeper, then it is rationalized because they say that it was not Muhammad's choice to make. It was God's gift, and you cannot reject God's gift. And this hadith, when people say, well, this is the hadith can be corrupted and whatnot, no, that's not how it works. Because the Quran itself says, O believers, if you believe, when the Quran says, "Oh, you believers," it's referring to people who have accepted the Quran and the 6 articles of faith and the 5 pillars of Islam. Okay? Now, those are known as the believers. And these believers, if they want to declare their faith, and as an act of their faith, they must follow the Prophet, and then those whom the Prophet entrusts with the law, with the Quran, with the Islam. So it's أولي الأمر منكم يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله ورسوله وأولي الأمر منكم. All you who have believed in the Quran, you have to believe, you have to obey to the Prophet and those in charge of you. And who are those in charge of you? Those are the scholars, the ulama. And the ulama have something known as al-ijma'. This is known as the consensus. Okay? The consensus. Now the consensus says that in order to explain the Quran, the best example is Muhammad. Muhammad embodies the best example of a practitioner of Islam. Now, in order for you to follow Islam correctly and to implement it in your life, you must follow Muhammad. So by this way, there's a hierarchy of not only rationalization, but justification. Do you see? So that's how Islam works. And if you want sources from the Arabic sources that are not available to many Western universities, well, guess what? I'm at your service.
And like, is this thing so bad? Just one more quick one. Is this thing so bad to where the girls are like, no, be like Aisha. Look at her. She got married. She was 6. Try to beat, like, she was so great. She got married, like, it's twisted around that bad. Like, is it, you know what I mean? Like, telling the girls, like, you should strive to be married as young as you could.
Yes, my friend. Until today, Muslim majority countries exist. Yes.
This is nuts.
In fact, just a recent case, not recent as in date, but a recent case, or should I say a recent example I give, is an 80-year-old in Afghanistan, in Kandahar. She was married to a mullah who was 55 years old. And even though the brother protested, they locked the brother up. And the BBC reported on this too, and Amnesty International too, if I'm not wrong. The 80-year-old girl she was not penetrable, and I apologize when I use this term for a human being, but during sexual intercourse that night, she could not be penetrated by him. So what he did was he took out his fish knife, right, and actually made a split in her uterus. And when he did that, the girl bled to death. Then when the next day, when the family came to visit, they found her on the prayer mattress, lying in prostrate position, and she has basically, her life has gone. She was dead. Now, when the brother found out, the brother put 8 bullets in the mullah, and then they put the brother in jail. Then they punished him with a life sentence. That's justice for you, Mike.
All right. So, I've heard enough of this shit, man. I can't. How in the fuck did this thing survive that long? Like, can you imagine coming up with a religion that tries to justify all of this evilness and then say that God's on your side. Like, I don't know, man. I don't want to overstate the case, dude, but I think it's time. I think it's time for the civilized world to maybe give some of y'all your wish, you know, your perverted dream of 72 virgins. If that's what you want, you know, maybe we should send you there.
The terrorism and all the shit that we've always been told about, the terrorism and the brutality, and oh my god, they're gonna murder people. That's like fucking child's play to this shit. This shit is crazy. Well, this is fucking nuts.
It's beyond nuts. I mean, like, what's crazy is, okay, so somebody writes this shit fucking way back when, you know, there's a lot of fucking works of fiction that could get written that's got crazy shit in it. But in 2025, you have people that when you confront them with it and you say, hey, look, this teaching is justifying raping and killing, molesting children, and then they don't even fucking deny it. They're like, she's old enough. How many times tonight have we heard somebody say when they were asked about you know, a 9-year-old girl being fucked by the Prophet Muhammad, that they said she was old enough? Like, Mike, how many times did they say old enough?
Oh my god, then the one guy, Kareem, was the worst one. Remember what he said? He goes, well, there's no such thing as too young. And then when he's asked again, the pedophile word is used, he's like, well, that's it. He's like, there's no such thing as pedophilia. So basically he's saying, like, well, no one can be a pedophile. We don't believe in pedophilia, so it doesn't exist, so no one can technically be a pedophile. Like, what? What are we talking about?
By the way,
this is crazy.
And Mike, just to let you guys know, do not look for a concept of reform in Islamic tradition, by the way. There's no such thing as reform. In Islamic tradition, there's something called at-tajdeed. At-tajdeed, not tasheeh. Tasheeh means reform. Tajdeed means renewal. So in the 12th century, when the supposed mujaddid or renewer, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, known as Al-Ghazal in the West, who is very much purported to be this great philosopher who was not a great philosopher, he was actually against philosophy. He found philosophy to be a conspiracy against Islam, hacked by Satan. Now, if you look at his tradition, he says that the idea is not to go past Islam by reform. The idea is to go back to the original Islam by renewal. Just let you.
Oh, what was the main answer? The main answer was it was just a different time. You guys don't understand.
Yeah. It's a different time. And what we asked them is, like, could you imagine going into a room on Clubhouse with a bunch of descendants of transatlantic slave trade, and then when somebody says, hey, slavery was wrong, say, well, it was a different time and everybody was doing it, and to not say that you're against it. This is the problem, right? Is there any Muslims still on the stage? Is there? The Che Guevara kid. The Che Guevara kid, right?
Oh, yeah, I love to talk to him.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, do you guys even think about this stuff? Like, I mean, clearly they're on code. That's a word that I learned on this app. They're on code when asked this question because they all say the same thing. And I just wonder, you know, like, is there like a punishment if they don't defend it? Like, is that what they're worried about?
Yes, there is.
So that's what they're worried about. So,
go ahead, Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha, explain. What happens if they don't defend?
Yeah. Well, according to three major schools of Islam, Orthodox Islam, Sunni Islam, the first major school is named after Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i. And the third one is by Anas ibn Malik. And then the other one is by Ahmad ibn Hanbal. The first one is known as the Shafi'ites, and the third as the Malikites, which the majority of North Africans follow. And you have the Hanbalites, okay, which majority of the Arabian Peninsula, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and them still follow as jurisprudence, quote unquote. Now, in Islam, for you to reject the ijma' of the scholars, the consensus of the scholars, is implicit of rejecting the majority. And according to Islam, Allah does not misguide the majority. Allahu la yadil al-akthariya. So Allah does not misguide the majority. Now, when you reject this, this is considered as ta'an. Ta'an means to insult. And when you insult the tradition of the Prophet, or Muhammad, rather, the founder of Islam, what you have committed is a ta'an fi Rasul. A ta'an fi Rasul is considered as an active declaration of war. Why? Because you are trying to spread corruption. And according to verse 33 of chapter 5 of Quran. Chapter 5 of the Quran is known as the Ayatul Muharaba, the ayah or the verse of the declaration of war. According to this verse, which undergirds the law in Islam for punishment for those who reject traditions of Muhammad. Do you see? So the punishment is to crucify or to mutilate, or rather to amputate or to dissect the person, or it is to ethnically cleanse them from the earth. So the ayah goes something like this. إنما جزاء الذين يحاربون الله ورسوله ويسعون في الأرض فسادا أن يقتلوا أو يصلبوا أو تقطع أيديهم وأرجلهم في من خلاف. So those who declare war against Muhammad, against Allah and Muhammad, okay, and they are persistent on spreading corruption upon the earth, they are to be crucified, yusallabu, or killed, yuqattalu, or to be amputated from limb to limb. Now, this verse, if you look at the explanations, the exegeses, the tafsirs, right, it will tell you exactly how it is implemented. And you saying, I reject this of Muhammad, you have committed an act of deprecation, and you will be liable for punishment by death.
Alpha, were you a Muslim or something? Or
Yes, I'm actually an Al-Azhar graduate.
You know, wait. So hold on. I heard that you could be killed for this kind of shit.
Yes, sir. Some scholars even say, for example, the last two schools I mentioned, the Malikites and the Malikites and the Hanbalites, they say that even if you are a Muslim and you still repent, the punishment is still death.
Wait, so why are there not more people like you?
Because in 2012 I was stabbed in front of my university for standing up to the Muslim Brotherhood.
You know what else is crazy, Alpha? Is that, I mean, look, I was kind of with Mojo on this. I had heard stuff about this about Islam or whatever. And the first time he asked it, I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. And then the guy said it, I was like, what the fuck? And then he asked it again, and we were like, oh, this is weird. Like, this is an easy answer, dude. Why do you say that? Then the third time, I was like, whoa, wait a second here. And now it's like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, there's been person after person after person after person after person after person who's just like, yeah, whatever.
Look,
this is crazy.
And Mojo, you think I'm crazy? Look at, you can chat GPT this. Mojo may be curious, or Mike or anybody else, that, hey, all the stuff that ISIS did, the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, all that they did, is that really a part of the tradition of Islam? Does Islam really advocate that? Yes, actually it does. Let me give you two examples. Now, this is for your arsenal when you debate or when you have a dialogue with these lunatics. One of them, there are actually books with hundreds of pages showing you what are the punishments. How can you implement whatever ISIS did? For instance, there's a book by Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah, a 13th century scholar considered by today's majority Muslim world as one of the greatest scholars to ever have lived. He is actually the one who published a book called الصارم المسلول على من شتم الرسول. The unsheathed spear upon the person who deprecates Muhammad. And another one, if they reject this and say, no, this is Salafi, Wahhabi, this is fringe movement, we reject it, fine. I will give you someone that's respected not only by Muslim Orthodoxy, but even by the Shiites. In fact, his name is Taqiyuddin al-Subki. Taqiyuddin al-Subki is another contemporary of Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah, the 13th century scholar. He published a book entitled As-Sayf al-Maslul على من سب الرسول, they unsheathed the sword upon the neck of the person that insults Muhammad. Now, if you look into the criteria of what consists of insult, you know what? ISIS will pale in comparison.
So let me ask you, Alpha. I'm pretty sure I know the answer that you're going to give. What do you think is more dangerous, communism or Islam?
Well, my friend, communism is dangerous because it's totalitarian, but the communists did not burn books the way the Nazis and the Muslims did, and they did not burn libraries. However, they actually came through very educationally. However,
let me ask it a different way, Alpha. If you could snap your fingers and all Muslims are gone, or snap your fingers and all communists are gone, which snap are you?
I would snap for the Muslims to go.
Up until today, I would have said, nah, let's get them commies out of here. After today, I have a whole new perspective, and do we have a problem on our hands? Because it's not like, you know what's crazy is this is not like some fringe belief, like in the U.S. you'll have you'll have some fucking guy that fucking convinces people to hang out at a fucking a ranch in Texas and tells them some weird shit about how that he's the fucking messenger of God, and they fall into it. And there might be dozens, if not hundreds. There's over 1 billion people that believe in this shit.
Yeah,
like
some junk shit.
Yeah, usually a bad idea should be hard to spread. And this is the worst fucking idea. And I don't know, man. It's fucking wild, man. I used to try to silence Sarah when she'd go off on it. I'd be like, "Oh, don't be, we've got to respect religion." And now I've got a whole new thought on this. And Don Julio's in the fucking chat acting as if all religions are the same. Excuse the fuck out of me, but no. I've never heard Christians or Jews or any other religion, not even those weirdo Scientologists, will get on the stage and say that they think that old enough was the main thing that they would say. This is a fucking death cult. This is not a fucking religion. It's a goddamn death cult. And listen, something's got to be done about it. Something's got to be done. I used to get offended when I heard, Trump doing a Muslim travel ban, which it wasn't. His travel ban was on people from countries. But I think now, knowing what I've heard from people that self-identify as Muslims, I think I could get behind a Muslim travel ban. In fact, I think that it should be the entire civilized world should lock them into a particular region. You don't want this thing spreading. It's this is like fucking mental herpes. It's very contagious and it's very, very bad for you.
Castrated at birth.
Mojo, if I can say this, by the way, Muhammad himself stated this when he was asked, what is your purpose and what is the purpose of your message? He said, أمرت أن أقاتل الناس حتى يشهدوا أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمد رسول الله. I have been commanded to fight people until they testify that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. ويقيموا الصلاة, and they establish prayer. ويؤتوا الزكاة, and they pay the tributary. فإذا فعلوا ذلك, and if they do that, عصموا مني دماءهم, their blood is prohibited from me, وأموالهم, including their wealth, إلا بحق الإسلام, except that they wrong Islam, وحسابهم على الله, and their account is with Allah. Now you tell me, if this is something that any person of sound mind that believes in democracy and pluralism and whatever ism that they sell to the people in the name of multi-culti, right? Tell me if you are willing to accept this. If not, you have a lot of things to regret.
Alpha, we had, be quite honest with you, the guys we've had on here that we've asked, they've been a little unimpressive, right? They didn't seem whatever, right? They just whatever. They've been a little unimpressive. But we had a young lady on here, doctor something. I forget her. All I could see was doctor. I didn't know what her the other name was. But she was like level-headed, right? Like she was level-headed, right? We were like, hey, do you think it's okay for a 54-year-old man to have sex with a 9-year-old? And she was like, no, absolutely not. Right? She's like, absolutely not, absolutely not. And then she was going back and forth with Rich, whatever. But like she was cool. And actually, she had a pair on her, right? Like she stood here, she talked to everybody, she answered all the questions, boom, 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 right? Boom, boom, boom. And she always said, no, it's absolutely wrong. Having sex with a 9-year-old is 100% wrong. She's like, I do not think that's okay. I do not think it's okay. I do not think it's okay. But then we asked her, well, then why do you hold a guy like that in such high regard? And even she was like, well, it was a different time though, you gotta understand. It's like, what the fuck?
Honestly, Mike,
like, what
there is no such thing as...
It's nuts. Even the level-headed ones are like, what the fuck?
I'm not surprised because there's no such thing as the statute of limitation in Islam. Just to let you know. For instance, a Muslim, a typical average Muslim who pretends to be this great defender, this great Saladin, right, of Islam, they'll give you crazy comparisons, for instance, as if you actually advocate. So they might ask Mojo and say, look, Mojo, do you know that Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette, was 14-year-old when he married him in 1770? And of course, Roger, being, erudite in history, will say, yeah, sure. So why do you not blame him? As if Roger or myself or yourself or anybody else would actually condone Louis XVI. That's not true because we condemn him just as much. We don't hold Louis XVI to be this great exemplar for humanity and just condone his pedophilia when he married Marie Antoinette and made him his queen. No. In fact, no. On the contrary. So what I say is, as much as I condemn Louis XVI, right, you need to condemn Muhammad.
Well, and that's the crazy part we kept saying to him. Like, even the guy in the chat right now, he's like, all religions are the same, whoever it was. We've answered this question the entire night. First of all, nowhere in Christianity or in Judaism does it talk about fucking pedophilia. Nowhere. Now, you go to the bad shit that people bring up, the Crusades and all this stuff, blah, blah. We say it's bad. Like, yeah, they're saying, well, bad shit happens in your religion too. Yeah. And we call it out and we go, it's bad. When the priests were arrested for fucking with kids, people left Catholicism and they wanted the priests arrested. And then the church tried to move them around to hide them, and they had to hide them because of the fucking outrage. And then the church got called out for it. We were like, yo, no. So yeah, we're not saying there's not bad shit, but we don't sit here and we're not like, well,
but Mike, there's a difference.
Like, it's crazy.
There's a difference. Right now, if I can ask any Christian, any respectable Christian, if I can ask them to produce me one verse where Jesus himself directly, quote unquote, advocated death, right? Then I can tell you that Andrei Breivik was actually trying to follow Jesus. But no, there's no such thing. However, Muhammad's injunctions are clearly and explicitly encoded.
Well, alpha. In fact, it's quite the opposite in Christianity. When Christ was asked, how do you get to heaven? He said that he didn't come to replace the laws of Moses, but he came to fulfill them. And he said that in order to do that, you really only have to do two things, and you will have fulfilled the law. You just have to love people, and you have to love God. So he basically said, so the Bible, the Christian teaching, you can distill it all down to a couple of basic things. Now, I don't believe all this, but the teachings of it is pretty benevolent. It's simply saying that you should love God and you should love people, and if you do that, you're going to go to heaven. That's
yeah, but if I can offer a little bit of pushback.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you a warm welcome. You got to do an intro for when these people come. So everybody knows, you guys are going to hear the most enlightened speaker on all of Clubhouse give pushback on this topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Muhammad isn't God, right? Muhammad isn't Islam.
He's a pedophile.
Muhammad is a messenger.
He's a pedophile.
I take it.
Can you say he's a pedophile? Can you say he's a pedophile?
I don't think I need to. don't need to jump through your hoops. I don't need to like.
So, do you believe he's a pedophile?
I don't. Do I need to pledge allegiance to you or something?
Well, do you think that fucking 9-year-olds is okay?
Do you mind if I just make my point?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So the issue is, it seems like you're trying to, like, I'm just curious what Mike wants Islamists to do with the information. Should they reject their belief system because of the behaviors of Muhammad?
They should.
Like, what do you want him to do?
At this point, concrete, I would just like one of them to been like, yeah, Muhammad's a fucking pedophile. Not a single one.
What will that do?
They're all just like, well, concrete. We had someone literally say, "There's no age too young," so then if they're old enough.
Obviously, that's disgusting.
By the way, that just see how easy that was, concrete. Like, see how easy that was.
Wait, hold on. But what is the ultimate goal that you're trying to achieve by getting different Islamists to like admit to this?
Well, we hadn't even got there yet, right? Because we couldn't get past step one.
That's fine. But what is your goal?
Looking at was why do people follow and hold a guy like that as a target?
Well, I'll speak to the goal. At first, I was genuinely curious about this because I heard people talking about it. I thought it was bullshit. I thought this was simply a trope that people that didn't like Muslims would say to agitate Muslims. That's what I genuinely believed. And then it came up, and I've heard it in another room that no, they genuinely believe that it was okay that the Prophet Muhammad, the most infallible human that's ever lived, that has the most grace from God, was marrying a 6-year-old and fucking her when she was 9, and then they don't deny that that's what it says, and in fact they say that it's okay, and so as far as what do I hope to accomplish in these rooms would be now that we can have these conversations in an open space. Nobody's gonna come chop my fucking head off. You bring a fucking blade to a gunfight, you're in fucking big problem. But here's what I'm hoping is that people like myself that thought that it was bullshit and thought that it was a trope can actually hear Muslims say in their own fucking words that she was old enough, or that what was the other
pedophiles. Pedophiles exist.
So this is what I'm hoping to maybe expose is that and I've gotten probably more back channel messages from this room than I've had in a long time, and people are like, holy shit, I didn't know that, and once upon a time I didn't know it, and every time one of these motherfuckers speaks, there's new people in this room that gets to hear, holy shit, these people condone pedophilia. And I think that's an eye-opening experience for a lot of reasons, because it exposes them in a way that I think a lot of people just don't know. And now when we have a chance to vote on things and make decisions about how to deal with that type of evil ideology, I think we just need to be working from a place of truth, and that's what I'm hoping is just people get educated. I want people to be talking about it. Now, I do want people to be careful. I'm not suggesting that everybody go out there and stand on a fucking street corner and fucking say Muhammad's a pedophile, although I might.
Yes, you're a pedophile.
Yeah, there you go.
This room, hold on, concrete. This room has became Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator named Muhammad.
Yeah.
Concrete, they were 7%.
You were so funny with that one.
Go ahead, concrete, my bad.
You're good, Mike. So the way I interpret it, because it seems to be about you.
You're a coward.
You aren't trying to. I mean, there's nothing you're gonna do about their belief system. I don't know. It just seems like it's trolling couched in outrage and curiosity.
Nah, hopefully we can bring them out of
Concrete,
this.
what if they did that with the Catholic priests? What if we were just like, what's the point? Why are you guys bringing this up? What's the point?
That would support my argument that you're just doing it for payback. Like they
call
say
something
about
out,
you.
bring attention
Wait, concrete. It's okay for you to go in and your anti-Paulian rant.
Don't you
and
go
argue with Christians about Paul's writings and if they're fallible and all the shit. But then you want to come in here and complain about us talking to Muslim.
Well, in concrete, look, we're not trying to change the world.
You're a coward concrete, you're a fat mouth and liar and a phony.
Hold on, Rabbi. Concrete, we're not trying to change the world here, dude. We were just simply asking.
I didn't think you were.
Crazy. We found it crazy. Look, we're on Clubhouse. We just found it crazy that it was concrete, dude. It was without fail, dude. It was like 7 for 7 people in a row. Like not a single Muslim we had said that it was not okay to do that. Every single one of them was like, it's fine.
Yeah, well,
this is how it is in that culture.
Alpha explained it to you, and so with the consequences like clearly laid out to you, I think you'd be a little bit more empathetic, right? People just don't want to die, right? They don't want to get killed. They don't want to get ostracized. So with that, I mean, if let's say you
I don't accept that.
One second.
How do you write about that?
You're good. Let's just say that you did have like honest beginnings and honest intentions. I take it that when you get the information from Alpha that any denigration of Muhammad is met with capital punishment, you wouldn't any longer like require Muslims to like make this renouncement, right?
Just a correction, concrete. Anything the ulama, the scholars of the jurists perceive even as a deprecation or insult. Just
no, that's fine. So if so it still stands. If you did have true pure intentions and you understand the consequences, then you'd understand why they would never make a public denouncement, right? And then you just I guess you leave it alone at that point, right? Because now it just becomes an issue of what's happening in the present moment. And if there are some children being violated or, in the present moment, then we do something about it. And if they're not, then we don't do anything about it because there's nothing to do. But this just seems to be, thinly veiled troll in the name of awareness. And the idea that you've been on the internet for how long, you didn't know that, Aisha was within a range of 9 to 13 or something.
This is true.
Some have longer, some have older. If you didn't know that and you were today years old, I don't believe that. But whatever.
But look, in the Torah, there's Rebecca and Isaac.
It doesn't mention your age. Don't you lie on my book. I believe in Torah. I'm Jew. Don't you dare put lie on
Christianity is Virgin Mary. But hold on. That was too quick, too loud. Hold on a second.
Go let him on. Right. Go let him on.
Yeah, in Christianity is a Virgin Mary. We very well know that that's what they were doing during those times. So even
don't we spread no less.
Wait, did Mary have sex? Did Mary have sex?
She was in the Joseph was in his 30s.
Yeah, she was married.
She was a virgin, right?
She was a virgin. Don't you spread that like
No.
Wait, hold on. Let him
okay, so where did the brother come from?
Amandi, when you said we very well know
so she was a virgin when she conceived Jesus, and you said, where did the brother come from?
She had a brother.
Did anybody say anything? Hold on.
She said she didn't have sex.
Hold on. Did anybody say anything about perpetual virginity?
You said she didn't.
Okay, brother, you're bringing that up anyway. You're doing it.
I was gonna bring.
So here's the thing. Even Gandhi did that. So where are you gonna turn to? It doesn't matter what religion background you get. Everybody has
the difference?
My point is that all your ancestors did that.
No, the difference between Gandhi and a virgin birth. Have you bumped your head?
Get out of
the difference between the Virgin Mary, the difference between Virgin Mary and Muhammad is Joseph would have been roughly 19, Mary would have been roughly 14 when this happened. Yes.
Even according to Catholic Church,
Well, the Catholic Church don't even think that Mary is whatever.
The Catholic Church is what gave you what you believe in as a Christian.
That's not true.
That is true.
Yes, it is.
Everyone
Rich, get off my nuts, bro. Please.
Can I please finish?
Okay. No, actually, no. When I say everybody mute up, that means you. That means everyone. Okay. I don't know who this fucking piece of shit is, but he's going down. Don't bring that retard back up.
It's a horrible shit you do.
Yeah, hold on. If you guys are gonna talk over each other, I'm just gonna fucking remove you, and you guys can start your own room, and you guys can go talk over each other in a different room. It doesn't work well on here. For those of you that've been on this fucking app for like 6 months plus, you should know that the best thing to do is to wait your turn to fucking speak. If you're gonna the next person that interrupts somebody, I don't care if they're my best friend, my worst enemy, I'm removing you from the room. Do not fucking interrupt.
As with everywhere else in society, guys. Captain, I know you're gonna say something. Rabbi, that dude should just waited and wrote it down. And Amandi, I didn't forget you, buddy. I want to get back to you because you said you kind of just made that leap. You're like, we all know what was going on back in the day. So like, where's your evidence of anything in Christianity or Jesus or whatever this happening back then? But go ahead, Captain. You can finish your point.
My point was.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, you're talking to me. What's
My point is that Muhammad was way, way, way older than Isha when he married her, and Joseph and Mary were way closer in age. That's the difference.
Okay, right. So Amandi, you were mentioning Amandi. You said the thing. You were like, you're like, yeah, Muhammad, and but they're like, you mentioned Christianity and something, and then everyone was talking, but you go, we can't act like we don't know what was going on back then. So like, what were you trying to insinuate there?
okay? When you said the age difference between 14 and 19, you're still applying your future standards, your present standards to the past. So where does it leave you?
Can I answer
16,
that?
17, or 20 or before you?
Yeah,
I don't remember none of it at no time because I'm born today.
I'll answer that. Yeah, that's a good question. Nobody here is saying that we should apply standards of today to the past. What we're saying is that today we are more evolved, we have a better understanding of human interpersonal relationships, human emotions, human psychology, human biology, physiology, anatomy, especially children's. However, what we're saying is that if we're going to condemn Louis XVI, who was of recent history, in human civilizational history or human history, as recent history, 770, he married Marie Antoinette when she was 14. However, the problem is that whenever Muslims are queried on this issue, there's a tendency, a very widespread tendency, very impulsive too, that they turn around and say, well, Gandhi did it, Louis XVI did it. No. Wait a minute. Jesus did it. Look, it doesn't matter even if God did it. The point is, in today's world, if you tell me, in this modern, quote-unquote, postmodern world, if you tell me that Muhammad did it in the 7th century, we're not going to continue that, that's condemnable today, and we condemn Muhammad for that today by understanding, right? I would say, look, that's fantastic. You're not going to practice that. But when you come and tell me that you are obligated by the very faith of Muhammad as the best example, and you must imitate his tradition, his sunnah, then what I'm going to tell you is, are you willing to imitate him in the act of child marriage? Whatever you want to call him, Rasulullah, Nabiullah, whatever you want to call him. The point is, Muslims never take accountability. What they do is to, okay, he did it, therefore, unless you judge him, you can't judge me. No, we've judged them. It's your turn.
Yeah, and that's what we're saying. Like, would you take diet advice from someone who weighs 500 pounds? Like, would you take life advice from a homeless person? Like, you would take, like, why would you take value? Why would you base your values and all of everything you want to learn and the way you live your life? Why would you use this guy to do it? It's just crazy. And what's up, Wayfan? You're one of the guys. You're Wayfan. You're one of the ones here earlier that was talking about how there's no such thing as too young.
Wait, hold on. Mike, I want to respond to what Alpha just said.
Yeah, for sure.
On one hand, he's saying, thank you. On one hand, he's saying we're not condemning Muhammad by today's standards. On the other hand, he's saying we're condemning Muhammad. Now, what standards would you be using to condemn Muhammad if not today's standards? You can only apply today's standards or his standards. And if you apply his standards, there could have been a criticism. It would just have had to come from somebody as a contemporary. Now, I heard that he was condemned in that time period by some people. Do you have that? Is that true? Or because if not, then I just say that you're condemning them by today's standards.
Concrete. A 9-year-old is a 9-year-old. Concrete. Come on.
Let's not do that, bro. Please.
No. Let's
just having a discussion. Like, if you want to make emotional appeals, come on, bro.
It's not an emotional appeal, bro. This dude had sex with a 9-year-old.
Bro, please, man. Like, look, Amadi like brought it up. How, look, if you're going to condemn Muhammad, there's a ton of other people. Then you said, okay, we're going to condemn those people by what standards is what I'm asking.
Right. That's a very good question. So
wait, hold on. Before you go, Alpha, Concrete, can you just, like, say it with your chest, though? Do you condemn that?
Oh, I'm not playing your silly games, bro. Please.
So
you're being disgusting.
So if
Concrete
you can't...
happened, bro.
Hold on. Hold on. If you can't condemn... If
y'all are disgusting, I'm out of here.
Hold on. If Concrete can't condemn it, we should probably say that he doesn't belong around you.
That's nuts, bro. Because their standards were different. Fuck off.
I mean, I don't know what I said out of order. All I said was that if you're going to claim, I'm speaking from the Muslim perspective, if you're going to claim that this was a 7th century thing, then let it remain in the 7th century. Don't try to implement it as a practice of your faith in the 21st century. That's what I'm saying. But if you are...
But Alpha, pause. You're making great sense, but I want to make sure we let some of these things breathe first before we just keep going. I want to make it clear. When Concrete had an opportunity to condemn it, instead of condemning it, he said, I'm out of here. He didn't want to go on record to say that he condemns it. And that's exactly what all of the Muslims that have been on this stage have done. And there's a big problem with this. Everyone that was not a Muslim, when this comes up, they're just like, dude, that's fucking heinous. It's crazy. And so, I mean, you gotta listen. When these people tell you who they are, you have to pay attention. Concrete was asked, do you condemn this behavior? He said, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm out of here, bro. All he had to say, I didn't say he was a fucking Muslim, for whoever the fuck that is in chat. What I'm saying is he has the same problem that the Muslims on the stage have, which he can't say with his whole chest that pedophilia is wrong. That is a fucking big goddamn problem. And you shouldn't let people off the hook with that. This should be automatic. It should be auto-fucking-matic. Do you have a problem with adults sleeping with 9-year-olds? The answer should be yes. I have a big fucking problem with that.
It's a very easy answer. We're talking about a 54-year-old man having sex with a 4th grader. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, if you don't think that that's fucking nuts that a dude got physical with a 4th grader, then I don't give a shit. Like, these are what standards would apply. How about fucking human ones? Like, this is crazy. I don't give a fuck who did back at different times. A 9-year-old's a 9-year-old. Like, what the fuck?
By the way, Mojo, I'm sure you're well aware of this, and my friend Mike and others in the room. Today, unfortunately, the very tools for which the West struggled for at least 500 years, since the Gutenberg Project and the secularization of the Bible, rather, or the personalization of the Bible as a result of the Reformation, and Martin Luther's struggle against the church as authority, we in the West have gone through the religious wars. And by the West, I mean those countries who have inherited the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, and all the other things that derive from it. Going back to the Greek, the Renaissance of the Greek tradition, Roman tradition. And of course, you should take into consideration the Judeo-Christian tradition. Now, you know, my friend Roger, I'll say this. Every time that we say the West, this is what we mean. And in the West, we have tools that allow us to express our humanity. For instance, in the West, we don't condemn. Some churches may will on the fringe or whatever, or any religious group may condemn Joanne Rowling's, right? Joanne K. Rowling's for her publishing Harry Potter because they think this is wizardry and witchcraft or whatever she's teaching. However, we say, look, she has a right to publish those books. Very entertaining. In fact, it was a big part of my childhood. However, my friend, when we look at it, the Muslims have used the very tools for which the West have struggled with blood and toil and sweat to use it against us. For instance, in the UK now, if we speak like this, they say, well, these people are trying to misrepresent Muslims and try to present it to the public as an act of race hatred, when in reality, Muslims are not a race. And Islam is not a race. Islam is an ideology like communism, like fascism, that needs to be criticized, scrutinized, and condemned where it is to be condemned. Now, this is the problem, that every time you confront the Islamists or their Muslim supporters with this, it's the same old dissimulative approach, the same old tactics. While the Christians did it, look, Christianity today, the Vatican Church apologized to, what's his name? Galileo Galilei. When will Al-Azhar, or when will the universities of Qayrawan, or when will the University of Zaytuna in Berkeley, right, or the the International Union of Islamic Scholars in Ankara, in Turkey, come out and apologize for the killings of, let's say, Sohrawardi? He was killed for his philosophical inclinations. Well, would they come out and apologize for Al-Hallaj because they killed him because they could not understand his mysticism and symbolism, and they actually accused him of witchcraft and magic?
Oh, Alf,
do you see that?
That's what I wanted to say to Concrete. They always say the standards of back in the day, or this is how it was back then. This is kind of what it was back then. We earlier that someone said to them, and we were talking to them, we're like, Christianity and Judaism predate Islam. So there's those standards of fucking pedophilia in Christianity, and it came before fucking Islam. So don't give me that bullshit. This is nuts.
Can I say something? You see, you're missing the point. The point is, this is happening in UK, right? The Christians are losing, and the Islam are winning. How do you prevent it from coming to US, right? That is the point. Stop talking of you. And then one thing Concrete say, look, guys, these are Muslim, right? You know, if they say the truth, they will be killed, right? So please have the empathy toward the Muslim. If they speak the truth, they will be killed. However, the thing is, if they know it's dangerous, why are they going around converting other people to Muslim? The fact that they know it's dangerous. Why are they still keep converting? The fact that they already know you cannot speak the truth. If you speak the truth, you die. That is the problem.
Well, Dave, so this is a good point you bring up. And I wanted to talk about this earlier too. This is actually a good point. And on top of what you said, and look, I don't really agree with the whole, well, you get, I do understand that it's real, but I don't really agree with the whole, well, they're too scary, so we can't stand up to them. But I don't necessarily agree with it. But on top of that, Dave, and I wanted to bring this up earlier, how do you kind of stop something when you have fathers that are, they're brainwashed into selling their children? What are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? It's we keep trying to help the junkie, but the junkie keeps fucking taking drugs. It's
exactly.
I get it. It's this shit is ingrained now. But Dave, we got to start somewhere, buddy. I get it, Dave. We got to start somewhere, though, buddy. But I'll tell you right now, Dave. But Dave, hear me out. We got to start somewhere, and I'll tell you right now. The other Muslims in the world, and I know there's a whole bunch of good ones. And I've always said, it's time for good people to start making some fucking noise. The bad ones make too much noise. There's way more good people than there is bad people. The good people need to start making some noise. But aside from that, I have nothing against the other Muslims or Islamic people that are good and aren't like this, right? I have nothing against them. But Dave, what do you think Americans would do to these people? Do you think Americans would allow just a straight up, knowingly pedophilia shit? This isn't a fringe stuff. This is a religion. This is knowingly. And like it's centuries old. Like this is like been going on forever. What do you think we do? Like are you kidding me? I'm more pissed off at these fucking terrorist motherfuckers for this shit because you know the bad ones are probably doing shit bad. I'll need an army to stop me. I'll take out 20 of them. Like this is nuts. Like we wouldn't let this shit stand. Now I know I get it. They're scary and shit, but bro, you don't fuck with kids. Like don't fuck with kids.
Yeah. Mike, their country know exactly how dangerous it, and they figure out how to coexist. Country like Singapore, Malaysia, right? They know exactly they are good one, right? And they are probably around 80-85%, and the bad one around 15%. So their country like Malaysia, Singapore, they know how dangerous the other 15%. They also know that the other 85% would try not to speak up publicly, but they have went through a lot of multicultural. That means like interracial killing each other. They went through this, right? The different ethnic group kill each other for 2 weeks. They went through this, and education is the key. In the school, they teach exactly what is Christianity, what is Buddhism, what is Muslim, what is Hinduism, right? Coexistence. But the Muslim, the 85% in country like Malaysia and Singapore, they would not tolerate this 15%. They would not tolerate. They immediately stop. They have law and everything to stop. And the Western nation need to learn from this country.
There we go.
Western nations dare not do anything because if they say something, Islamophobia, just like UK, right? The West has to learn from country like Malaysia, Singapore, how they deal with it.
Yeah,
no tolerance.
But Dave, how do they deal with it? You get 9 lashes with a split bamboo rod for under an ounce of weed. Over an ounce of weed is hanging in the public gallows in Singapore. If you're preaching any type of Islamic, jihadism in Singapore, they hang you.
Not like that. So basically,
I lived in Singapore. They do hang people in the public gallows.
I'm from that region. So basically, it's not easy. All Muslim country has to face this. Saudi Arabia deal with it differently. Like Jordan recently banned Muslim Brotherhood and things like that. But in Malaysia, basically they make them feel comfortable only in one tiny corner of the entire Malaysia. Right? So if you want to be extreme Islamic, you go to that place, right? And then the rest of the people like Indian and Chinese will not dare to go there. If there's any accident, if they knock somebody down, you do not stop. You drive out of that region and then you report to police. Because if you stop, you will be killed. So in that way, you control in some sense. The rest of the region outside there is democratic, sensible, feel safe. But in that region, you don't feel safe, right? So that is one way they deal with it, okay? So the West has to learn about this.
I'll just say my piece. Mike, thanks for the stage time. Roger as well, thanks for the stage time. My other friend, and his name I cannot pronounce, the one with the invisible name. Thank you for giving me the stage, guys. I appreciate it. But for everybody else, all together, look, you want to stay sane, you want to evolve, stay away from the virulent cultural meme known as Islam.
And the message for Mojo is fight for anyone who's shouting Islamophobia, right? Anybody shouting Islamophobia means is helping to bring this religion to US.
What do you mean?
Like I think in Senate discussion recently, there was so much talking about anti-Semitism, right? Try to protect the life of Jewish people, and therefore discussing to ban free Palestine, this shouting and things like that. And then Sani Bennett says that if you do anti-Semitic thing, then you also have to pass a law called Islamophobia. So he has no clue. So somebody like Mojo got to educate him.
believe in anti-Semitism. I don't believe in it. Just like I don't believe in Islamophobia. I don't believe any religion should be protected. Why?
You don't believe any religion should be what?
Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim?
I'm not Muslim. You see, you don't know me very well.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
And you know, we debate with Muslim all the time. Anybody say all religion are equal and all this stuff, you just have to ask, are you Muslim? And that's it, end of story.
So I'm not even here. I'm just saying that.
Hold on. I have a question. How is Boko Haram in Nigeria?
Boko Haram is just.
How do the houses treat the Igbos?
Yeah, first, please keep quiet. Don't ask me any stupid stuff. So you don't know anything about Nigeria? That's
No.
So hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, where is Boko Haram located?
In the houses.
Yeah, so where are the houses?
Yeah, the houses are in the north.
No, so first of all, Boko Haram is not really a Hausa problem.
You're full of shit.
What does not really mean?
It's not really a Hausa problem. So you see, this is why you guys should get geography. So where Boko Haram is mainly operated.
Well, I mean, you got Delta, you got Hausa, you got all these different tribes.
Can you please? It's like saying that certain problems, like comparing New York and maybe Texas. Those are very far places. What happens in New York necessarily doesn't happen in Texas. So where Boko Haram is mainly located is in a place occupied by the people they call Kanuris and Fulanis. Now, if you come to where the houses are, they also have their problem with the, what is it called? With the bandits, the Fulani killers. So they have various problems. So when you're speaking specifically to Boko Haram, it's not necessarily a Hausa problem. It is a Fulani and Kanuri problem.
Are they Boko Haram amongst and within the Hausa tribe?
Yeah, so eventually, because Boko Haram is eventually a Muslim organization, you would have
what's the dominant religion amongst the Hausa people?
It's Islam.
Yeah, it's like 99%, right?
Maybe, yeah. I would say 99%.
99 is a pretty high percent.
And the Igbos are about 99% Christian, and the Yorubas and Lagos are about 50-50 right now. It's actually 50.
I mean, you will not agree with you that it's 50-50.
It's 51-49.
The Christians will not agree with you that it's 50.
I'm just telling you, the Yorubas are 51% Christian and 49% Muslim.
So there are Yorubas who believe they are more Muslims than Christians. There are Yorubas who believe that they are more Christians than Muslims. I don't get into that fight. They handle it themselves. So what I'm trying to say is that when it came to Boko Haram was formed by a sect. A Muslim is Islam, but the sect that started Boko Haram were not Hausas, they were Kanuris.
Okay.
But eventually,
real quick question: what is the fastest growing tribe in Nigeria?
It's going to be the Hausa because they marry more than
1.4 per every wife, and they have 4 wives.
So that's not the shocking thing. The shocking thing is even their fertility rate. A state in the Hausa land has a 77% fertility rate. I don't think any state in the Western world has that number. 77% fertility rate. A woman in place. 77. What's the fertility rate in America? 25, 10.
Wait, Odin, do you think that Islam is a bad thing for Nigeria?
Oh, I think that, okay, so this is it. I don't want anything to do with Islam.
Okay, then why are you up here bitching?
Oh, I'm not bitching about anything. I don't think Christianity. Oh, I'd rather be a Christian than a Muslim. I mean, for you guys that live in very, very strict, I mean, maybe you guys live in a Muslim-dominated country, you have your own opinion. I'd rather be a Christian than a Muslim. And one of the reasons why I thank Queen Elizabeth is that she stopped the inflow. I mean, maybe by now I'll be answering Mujahideen Abbas. I don't know what I'll be. Maybe I'll be on the pro-Palestinian, pro-Gaza, everybody fighting themselves. But this is my own talk. My own talk is very simple. I don't believe in religion protection. I don't believe in it. Maybe because religion itself is fallible. It's not logical. People don't have to believe your delusions. So why, if people don't have to believe your delusions, why do you need protection from people not insulting your delusions? Why? Why do people protection? So what I mean is that when people insult you, so Islamophobic. Okay, what does that mean? People don't have to like Islam. When people insult Christians, you say Christianophobic. Now, if people insult Jews, why do people have to say that? No.
Wait, Odin, do you know what phobic means?
Phobic is fear.
It's an irrational
fear. Very
Now for Islam,
irrational fear.
so hold on. But for Islam, if you live in an Islamic country, you cannot tell me who has seen what Islam does.
So,
I have a rational fear of Islam.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's a rational fear.
Yeah, but so if we agree to that, why do people still want religions to be protected? Because religion all over the world, or let me say religion, people
I don't want Islam to be protected here in the West.
But I agree with you. How about other religions?
Well, I mean Christianity and Judaism, yeah.
I don't believe that they should be protected.
Yeah, they should.
No, why?
Because they're not murderous heathens who want to go slaughter the entire world for just leaving in their
all the Abrahamic religions were expansionist religion. Let's not come on. Let's
Are you one of these people that espouse that Christianity only came through transatlantic chattel slavery?
First of all,
do you believe that Christianity already existed prior to that?
So first of all, I don't espouse that. And two, Christianity.
Okay, you're not.
So hold on, but it's whether I don't espouse that or not is that whether we want to agree or not, Christianity and various religions, the Abrahamic came to people. Let me take out the Jews from it. The Abrahamic came to a lot of people through various means, and to certain people, Christianity came with violence, and it's understandable. But to me, Christianity didn't come with violence. That said, I still would not downplay people who believe that Christianity did some things bad to them because the documents are there, the history is there. Now, if we all agree to that, why do we still need to protect religions?
Can I try?
Yeah.
Let me explain to you. When we say Islamic phobia, it means that Muslim doesn't want the Western people to know the truth of the religion. When we say anti-Semitic, we want to prevent Jews being killed. These are two different things you do not understand.
Well, and like Christianity, like I get you guys are. I assume you talk about the Crusades and shit like that. You know, stomping out that stuff. But like, when was the last time Christianity was violent, specifically in the name of religion? Like, I don't feel like I don't feel like you can say Christianity is a violent religion anymore.
Okay. Well, do you believe in a Biafra state?
Go ahead, Zephyr.
Yeah. Let me just answer this question.
Oh, that was a big pause, though.
Yeah, no, I was reading my daughter. First of all, I sincerely doubt ethnic identities right now, what I see in life. So I don't think that. What do I want to value more? Do I want to value associate with people because we're of the same race, same ethnic background, or do I want to value them based on the principles and policies? So right now, I'm indifferent.
Do you believe in a Biafra state?
No.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, Zephyr.
Yeah. Somebody said Christianity isn't violent. Does anyone know who Mike Johnson is?
We're speaking specifically on the teachings of Christianity and what God condones in the New Testament on the basis of that of Christianity. So can you show us in the New Testament where it says to go out and kill disbelievers?
Yeah, did God cause a flood?
We're talking New Testament, bro. Can you show us New Testament and Geo?
Oh, you're specifically talking about scripture?
Yeah, Christianity. I can get you that's why we're focusing on Christianity.
Yeah, I can get you a few verses. Give me.
Okay. So where Jesus says, "Bring them and put them at my feet, and I shall I shall strike them down." Is that one? That just shows that God has the ability to strike people down. But what we're specifically looking for is where the Christian scriptures, the New Testament, tells people to go out and kill disbelievers, or slaughter people, rape them, kidnap them. Like his.
What's up, guys? Oh, go ahead, Odie.
I said you won't necessarily see that in the New Testament. It's in the Old Testament where you see all those things. Yeah. So I don't agree with separating the Old Testament from the New Testament. Again, I just think that is.
We're talking about New Testament commands. We're not talking about things that happened under the first or second temple that were condoned.
So I wouldn't Are you not among the Christians that are the New Testament?
Wait, Odin, I got a question. Are you aware that stoning of adulterers and homosexuals and all that is only allowed if the temple is standing?
Yes, of course.
And you understand that it's only applicable to the people of Israel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that it's no like, Philistines or any other people. It was only them.
Yes.
Okay, so the point when we're talking about Christianity and we're delineating between Christianity and Islam, we're showing how the Quran specifically says that it's okay to do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses, and all others are permissible, or how you can have sex with a 9-year-old and all this kind of shit. That Harper would totally be okay, Barthology. But then when you look to the Christian scriptures, the closest you can get is where Jesus says, "Bring them to my feet and I shall strike them down." So that's God saying that he's going to strike them down, which anybody in any religion would say, okay, well, that's fine. That's God wanting to strike somebody down. But in Islam, even in the end times, Allah calls upon his Muslims and says, "Oh, Muslims, my followers, servants of Allah, go and kill the Jews and Christians and kill the ones who disbelieve in Allah." That's what we're delineating between. Does it make sense?
Makes sense, but you see, the problem is that what I'm a bit worried about
being
is
specific.
Yes, you're being specific, but the problem is that even for Christians, when Paul said we are appendages, so we are appendages to the body of Christ. So meaning that because we are now Christians, we have to follow like the teachings of the people of Israel. We should, that's why a lot of Christians look at Israel as the Holy Land, because of in as much as we are not them, there's some kind of way we should follow them. So I don't know.
Grafted in. Yeah, grafted into the tree of Israel. Yeah, but that's a spiritual grafting in. It's not a physical grafting in. There is still a physical promise to Israel. Then, like I said, all the commandments that anybody's going to pull out of the Tanakh and say, well, look, stoning of adulterers. Well, that's only permissible when the temple was standing. And it's only applicable to the Jews.
Jesus Christ gave a classical example of the stoning when the woman came and he said, "Who has not committed this without taking cast the first stone." So that's an example why Christians should not really, get themselves involved in thought. But that's rubbish. Now, but for Islam, because Muslims have a thought-ending cliche that says that the Quran is the spiritual word of God. I mean,
shut your jahil, shut the mouth.
So because Muslims believe that Islam, the Quran is the literal. That idea baffles my mind. That is the literal. Are you a terrorist? Because Muslims believe that Islam, the Quran is the literal word of God. So here lies the problem. So whatever is written in the Quran is God's dead. So I don't know whether they can pick and choose. The next thing they come and tell you is like, oh, that hadith, it has been challenged. It's not first class. It's second class. It's dead. It's watered down. Like, okay, this confuses me. So because they say the Quran is literal word of God, no addition, no subtraction, they call it whatever they want to call it, then we have a right to say, okay, if you say the Quran is the literal word of God, literal, it's not written by man, but anyway, it's the literal. That is God there, not like translation or people writing the opinions in the Bible. Then people have a right to say that your religion supposed to stay. It stays the literal word that God spoke through the prophet and the prophet wrote it down. But it's okay.
Yeah, I'm with that with the message. I have no fucking clue what you're saying, bro. And I'm trying. I swear to God, I'm trying real hard. It's just tough.
Just don't worry about it. You're daft, so it's okay. I expect Americans are daft.
Oh, he said he's just drunk. He said you're stupid.
I tried, man.
Mike, he was saying you're daft, being stupid.
I didn't know. I didn't understand that part.
He's drunk.
No, I think it's easy to understand what he's saying.
No, just when you responded.
Yeah, I could understand what he was saying. He didn't say anything that I even necessarily disagreed with.
Anybody else want to go?
Yeah, Zephyr, back with the what was the question again?
The violent verses.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then also just to be clear, would you say Judaism is violent.
I mean, there's verses that can be violent, yeah.
Well, Romans explicitly explain the purpose of it is to explain governmental allowance for killing, capital punishment. So you have to narrow it down to purpose.
This might be an ignorant take on it. You guys say I'm wrong if you want. I mean, no problem. But I guess just, I don't know if I either, but looking from the outside, looking in here, I would say Judaism, every time I guess we're talking about Israel, right? I mean, obviously the violent part in the world we're talking about is Israel. Every time Israel's been doing whatever they're doing, it's always at these Hamas or whatever, Houthis or whatever, Hezbollah, blah blah blah. But with these Islamic groups, they want to get rid of Jews. So I would say I find that to be a little different. You never hear of the Israel wants to go after Islam. Oh, they're going after are Muslim, but
Mojo, you there?
I think that's
Yo, Roger, you there?
Mike, I think that's disinformation per se.
Can you come closer, Oshan? We can barely hear you, buddy.
Can you guys hear me now?
Not really.
If you got headphones on, try taking them off. So, since just the general topic is Islam, I took Middle Eastern history in school before the A&M asked me to come back when I had better grades. And that was the thing posted about is the textbook we used. It doesn't delve too deep into theology, but it is a good resource for historical timelines of the religion and the Umayyad, Abbasid, and Fatimid caliphates. So, if anybody's curious, you can click it takes you to Amazon, you can buy it, it's not very expensive. Or you could look for an ebook online of it. Either way, it's a good reference point.
Anytime when somebody say, look, there are some violent scripture in Old Testament or Tanakh, isn't the Jewish religion violent and everything? Yeah, I mean, Jews say no Jews would say stop you from criticizing Judaism. No Jews would stop you. They will willingly, happily to debate. But for Muslim, they come up with this concept called Islamic phobia to prevent you to learn the truth and to prevent you from further discussing, criticizing. That's a difference. Okay, that is the
Dave, one thing I was going to mention too is the Tanakh itself is usually descriptive, meaning that it's describing what had taken place, things in the past. It's talking about in the past tense, and it's talking about the things that are describing the actions. And the majority of the things that most people are going to pull out is going to be look what King David did or what Moses did, and these were all things that were going against what God had commanded. When David goes and steals another man's wife, that was against God's command. When Abraham ran away to Egypt, was against God's command. It was against what God had commanded him to do. And in the New Testament is prescriptive, most of it, because it's prescribing what we are to do in the future. There's a lot of descriptive parts in the New Testament, but the Old Testament is usually describing what not to do. Hey, Moses killed a man. Oh, yeah, that was against what God commanded. He wasn't supposed to do that. When you see that Moses had multiple wives, yes, again, what Moses wasn't supposed to do.
So, what's your take on the apocryphal? One second, right after me. What's your take on No Name on the apocryphal when Jesus was accused?
We don't accept apocryphal books.
Okay, but then maybe other people do.
Yeah. I don't accept Second Enoch, where Enoch's looking through the three portals before there was any rain that came down and seeing rain and snow and sleet and stuff like that. And no.
What's the reason?
Your seventh and 9th century constructed books with no authors that nobody knows where they came out of. And a lot of them came out of Gnosticism. So, I mean, if you want to accept those books that are antithetical against Scripture, then be my guest.
The only reason why you're saying that,
because it's true.
Saying that, wait, hold on. The only reason why you're saying that is because the Council of Nicaea rejected it. It was definitely wrong.
Wait. I fucking hate when these retarded motherfuckers come up on stage and say this dumb shit. What was the Council of Nicaea about?
They rejected the book.
No.
That's why it's
The
not
divinity of Christ.
Yeah, it was literally about the divinity of Christ. And
All
the
over
first
that.
council. Yeah, the Council of Nicaea was about Arianism. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it had nothing to do with Gnosticism. It had nothing to do with.
No.
It had nothing to do with the Apocrypha books. It had to do with the divinity of Christ. It had to do with the divinity of Christ. When Arius was slapped in the face because he said that Jesus came from celestial stardust.
That's not what I'm saying, brother. That's not what I'm saying.
You just say stupid shit like this. This is listen. This is like when the guy who's a world-renowned scholar, the leading expert in the Younger Dryas impact theory, stood up and talked about the Council of Nicaea.
You denied the genocide of Armenians. You're saying you're Armenian.
All right, well, let's let him walk down the road.
So no, like when the leading expert on the earliest Dryas impact theory came up and said that the Council of Nicaea was about Gnosticism. But when I heard that in the first minute, I turned the fucking video off because I knew that either one of two things. He's fucking stupid, which I know he's not because he's a world-renowned scholar and a historian and archaeologist and all this kind of shit. Or I knew that he's deceptive and he's a fucking liar. So either one of two things. You're a fucking liar or you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We done? All right, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead and show us how the Apocrypha books.
Let's let him walk down the road. Hold on, let him walk up for a second. What do you mean by the Council of Nicaea? Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, they held like 3 series of courts to decide what should be in the Book of Books, right? And we know the Maccabees is not in there. We know the Apocrypha is not in there. They rejected that. They rejected a lot of other verses and things like that. They curated exactly what the purpose was. You cannot deny that. So that's not what was my point. For those that do follow that, right? So for those that do follow that, Jesus was sitting there and he asked them, the teacher asked him a question, right? He said something about what the Alpha Omega. Can you tell me about that? And Jesus said, you tell me about the Alpha and I'll tell you about the Omega. And the teacher slapped him or hit him or something like that. I forgot exactly what I'm not sure if he used a stick or not. And Jesus cursed him and the man withered away. So essentially Jesus killed him. So this is a real reason why they didn't want it in the book. There's a lot of other reasons as well. That's not the only reason. So the point is, that is Christianity. And it's stated Jesus himself killing someone. Right? So the reason why you're not into it is because in Rome they took it out. You're not mentioning that. No matter what, how you want to change the goalposts, who did it, who didn't do it, it's not in there because of that. But my main point is that is in the New Testament.
Okay, real quick. So, First Council of Nicaea 325 AD primarily addressed the Arian controversy. Oh, wow, just like I said about Arian being slapped in the face because he was a church father who became a heretic and they threw him out of the church. The Second Council of Nicaea 787 AD focused on the veneration of icons and the condemning of the iconoclasm, the deconstruction of religious images, and affirmed the legitimacy of using icons in Christian worship. So where did that talk about the Apocrypha?
Okay, so they reduced the books? Did they not?
It didn't say anything about books.
Okay, brother. There's 88 books. We know in total now 66.
Did I just read anything that said anything about the Apocrypha books?
Okay, so you tell us when did it? Okay, I'm not even gonna take up too much time on the stage because I don't want people to get too bored.
But you tell me when did they reduce the books from 88 to 66? When did that occur?
I sure should know that it wasn't the first or second Council of Nicaea, which had nothing to do with those books.
Okay.
So like I said, either A, you're dishonest and a liar, or second, B, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Guess in the lab.
Let's go back to
there were three councils, but go ahead.
Let's go back to the topic. The topic again is this, okay? You can criticize, you can discuss scripture, Old Testament, New Testament. The point is, the Jews do not force you to become Jewish, right? Do not have to force you to become Judaism. You have to go through an ordeal. You have to go through a very long process to show your sincerity to become a Jewish, right? But for Muslim, right, they have to hide the truth. They have to prevent you to know the truth, their motive and everything. If you speak the truth, they say you're Islamophobia, because they have the goal to get to convert as many people into Muslim, right? So there's a big difference. And you can criticize the Old Testament as much as you like. The Jews are very particular who can become a Jew. But Muslim, come. And once you want to live Islam, we kill you. Okay, that's the big difference.
Go ahead, Frederick. You want to say something?
I'm so sad that guy left.
Yes, I'd like to say, I can quote you all the sunnahs and the Quran, like Surah 929, where it says you have to go and kill Jews and Christians and other minority groups. And we've had to live through that, for 20 years, bro.
Yeah, and also Surah 995 and Surah 930.
Just shut the fuck up and let me speak. We've had to deal with that in the Philippines. We've had to deal with that in Indonesia, in Aceh Island, in Marawi. I can send you the videos. Door-to-door fighting, forcing... You're doing this in fucking Mannheim in Germany. You're forcing 9-year-old girls to get married. You fuckers are such a barbarians. Honestly, you're not following basic standards of decency and humanity worldwide. And like, the Quran should be... Surah 929 should be taken out. Your sunnahs are full of bullshit where you have to get on your knees and kiss a black stone called Kaaba in Mecca. There's a sunnah where a blind man enslaves a woman, rapes her, and all the religious colors say the hukum is sahih for it in Arabic, meaning it's correct. Meaning that a blind man rapes a woman speaks up and says, I'm not happy with you. The blind man sticks her with a knife in the stomach, kills her and the children because she is not bowing down to Prophet Muhammad. Man, fuck your religion, honestly. Your religion is full of fucking hatred and murder. Surah 929. Read Surah 929. Read Surah 929.
Yeah, I know, Mike.
Surah 929. Read Surah 929.
Understand that we're not Muslims.
You are
None of us are Muslims. None of us are Muslims.
Why are you denying Armenian genocide of Christians and the Jews? In your profile it says Turkish equals Armenian. What the fuck does that mean, motherfucker? Explain to us. Motherfucker, what does that mean?
I can tell you what it means. It's specifically reference to a guy named Hagop, which you're probably familiar with him here on Clubhouse. And I was fucking with Hagop and Red Rum.
Also, but you're making light of a genocide of
they were talking about the Holocaust. And,
so we should laugh about it. We should laugh about Holocaust. Is that
Frederick?
You're a typical fucking
listen. You shot a Mutta. I'm not Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. You piece of shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, Frederick, shut the fuck up. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad is burning in hell. Muhammad, assalamu alaikum, and Jahannam forever.
Perfect, okay, at least we agree on that.
There you go, assalamu alaikum.
Now we can all go have a beer.
May death and poison be upon him.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, Frederick,
it's not assalamu alaikum, it's assalamu alaikum, because Muhammad said, do not wish... Salamu alaikum means death and poison be upon you. Muhammad said, do not wish salam unto the Yehudis because they're deceitful, and they will say salamu alaikum, which means death and poison be upon you. Yes, that's why, because I'm a filthy Yehudi. And that's why when Hagop was talking about the fucking Holocaust, Hagop was talking about it, I put Armenian equals Turkish.
important point. I think Frederick said something about 9 years old in Germany, a city called Mannheim. Frederick, please share this. I think Mojo will be very interested. 9 years old.
I'll put the link. You can see the news and stuff.
No. Please explain. Please explain. They want to learn about 9 years old in German city called Mannheim.
Yeah, Mannheim, these fuckers, they're taking over. They're forcing little girls to get married. I mean, it's fucking terrible.
Wait, you're not Assyrian, are you, Frederick?
No.
Or Chaldean?
No.
Oh, okay. I was guessing.
Yeah, you fucked up. No.
I feel like every time you ask someone a question, they should just say no.
Yeah, I said 9.
No. 8.
Like, if you're asking them a question, just be like, no, bro, no.
9.
No, I know Frederick.
You know
Frederick. Pretend it wrong. It's Frederick.
I know Frederick too.
Yeah, it's Frederick.
Not Frederick.
Yeah, I guess.
Hallo, Friedrich.
Hallo, wie geht es dir? Grüß Gott.
If we were to give you a nickname, would it be Fred or would it be Rick?
Yeah, Bob. Let's go with Bob.
Alright. What's up, Bobby?
Anyway, glad we got that out of the way.
Me too, Bobby.
I do miss the Ottoman Turkish Empire, though.
There's a sunnah. Wait, I'm gonna pull it up. 1 second. It says that they have a skin made of sandals, and they're not real. They're not humans. They should be all killed. That's what the sunnah says. Wait, I'll pull it up. No,
Robert, what made you hate?
Fucking hilarious.
Robert, what made you hate Islam so much? Talking to you, Bob.
Friedrich, that was for you.
Yeah, here it is. Wait 1 second. Here's the sunnah. Read this shit. It's fucking hilarious.
Hey, Frederick, did you hear his question?
What? What was the question?
He said, what made you hate Islam so much?
Oh, well, beheading of innocent women, children, I don't know. I'm not into that, I had to deal with that. So, it sucks, dude. It stinks. Muslims stink. Look, read this.
Yeah, I'm with you, Frederick. I'm with you. I just sounded personal to you, so I thought maybe you had like.
Yeah, it's very personal. Yes, Abu Huraira reported the Prophet, may peace be upon him, as saying,
No.
the last hour will not come before the Muslims. The last hour will not come before the Muslims fight with the Turks. So I don't understand how the Turkish people have taken, upon themselves. They think that they're somehow Muslims all of a sudden. People whose faces look as if they were shields covered with skin, and who will wear sandals and hair. And the hukam on this is Sahih also. So this is book 39, Hadith 13. And it's been approved by all the Muslim clerics. So what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense why Erdogan and the Turks are going in this direction. I mean, it's in the sunnahs. It says that they're fucking, their faces look as if they were shields covered with skin. And they'll wear sandals of hair. What the fuck? And that last hour will not come before Muslims have to fight the Turks. I don't fucking get it, but whatever, man.
You gotta remember, you have to respect the Ethiopian even if he has a head like a raisin.
I don't know what that means, but whatever.
You've never heard that, Hadith?
No.
It says when you meet the Ethiopian, you must respect the Ethiopian man, even if he has a head like a raisin.
What the fuck? Can you post this shit?
There's also.
Please post the sunnah. I want to collect.
Are you familiar with when the black man comes to, when the Arab man comes to Muhammad and he wants to take a shahada, and then Muhammad finds out that he's a slave, and he says, "Oh, go tell your slave master that I want to trade for you," and then Muhammad trades 2 black slaves for 1 Arab slave.
Yeah, he did that. So Frederick, he was the first one to do the Black Friday sale, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 for 1.
Have you seen this one? It's narrated that Aisha said that the verse of stoning and of breastfeeding an adult 10 times was revealed. The paper was with me under my pillow when that's what
the baby goaded.
Wait. We were preoccupied with his death, and a tame sheep came and ate this piece of paper. Oh, no, fuck.
Yeah,
it's all about
it was the book of suckling. So Aisha got caught with another man, And then when Muhammad returns back, they were all screaming, crucify her, kill her. We must kill her and him. And then Muhammad said, oh, no. If she breastfeeds him 6 times, then they become like family.
Only
and
6?
then they can be, and they can be, it was like 9 and they got abrogated to 6.
Oh, that's
but, so they have to do the breastfeeding, and then the man will lose all sexual attraction. And I always ask men, I'm like, if you sucked on a woman's titty 6 times, would you lose or gain attraction? Every guy's like, gain attraction, you know, like,
I've been drinking my mother's milk since day one.
But and then
sucking on tits.
Does Muhammad have a lineage?
No, there's 47 people missing between Muhammad and Ishmael. That proves that he's not from Ishmael. And that's from Islamic scholars.
So he didn't that. Wait.
He has no evidence that he came from Ishmael.
So something he didn't have. No. I mean, like, I'm sorry. Does Muhammad have like kids?
Oh no, he never had any kids. Not biologically.
With Aisha or with
Aisha was never able to have kids.
Yeah, probably because he fucking destroyed her uterus.
That's what I said. Yeah, when Muhammad died, when she was 18, her insides were destroyed so bad that she couldn't have babies.
Wait, so this dude doesn't have any. Okay.
Thank God he doesn't have any biological kids.
No, right.
Are you guys familiar with Zayn and Zaynab? So Zayn was his adopted son, and he married this beautiful chick named Zaynab. And then he comes to Muhammad and he says, well, I'm not happy with her, and she's always arguing and fighting with me. And he says, the next morning he tells Zayn, he says, Allah says that you can go ahead and divorce her. So he goes and divorces her. And then Muhammad says, well, I'm going to marry her because she's beautiful. And he says, Allah commanded it. So then he goes to marry Zaynab. And then he realizes that his new little honeypot, this like smoking hot chick, can't be around her ex-husband. So he goes and abrogates and removes adoption. So now Zayn is no longer related to him. He's no longer his adopted son. And then he tells him to fuck off and never come back or he'll kill him.
So that's why Muslims today don't adopt kids.
Yep. That's why when those earthquakes happen in Turkey, none of those people can adopt those kids. You could bring them into your house and like treat them like a child, but you can't give them your name. You can't allow them to have any of the inheritance or anything like that.
They don't believe in adopting kids because of what Muhammad did.
Yep, because he wanted to steal his son's adopted son's girlfriend away. Zaynab.
What's the story? I vaguely remember this from. I remember hearing about it. Whatever. Don't fucking tell me what. The story about like where there's a split. Is this a Shiite and Sunni story? Like there's a split. One leader takes one way. One leader takes
Ali went up into like Iran and all that shit. And then he ran north, and then Aisha sent some like guys to go and kill Ali, and he started the whole Shia movement. And she sent out some assassins to like kill him and shit. And then he like started talking a bunch of shit about her. And then they like fixed their differences for the most part. And then they just like lived separately. And he created Shia Islam, and then she carried on with Sunni Islam. But they call her like the worst of all creatures and like a whore and all this kind of shit. And they just talk major shit about Aisha. And then the Sunnis say the same shit about Ali. They say that Ali used to beat himself to like pay for penance and all that shit. Which I guess he used to flog himself.
Do they also believe that Aisha was the one that poisoned Muhammad instead of the Jew girl?
I think like that's a Shia interpretation, but the Sunni interpretations in Sahih Bukhari 4428 narrated Aisha, where it was actually a Jewish woman named Zaynab, a different Zaynab, not the one he married, but this Jewish woman said that from the Tanakh that if a prophet is to ingest poison, then he will not befall the poison. So she put the poison into the goat, and then she fed it to them, and 2 of his companions dropped it in front of him, so he spit the food out, and then it cut off his aorta, and for 5 years he suffered every day, crying like a bitch. It actually says, in his ailment, which he died, the prophet used to say, Oh, Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food. And it feels as if my aorta is being cut off. Yeah, he cried like a bitch, I guess, every day.
Yeah, I like your Muslim guys having kids. Just imagine. like his Abdullah voice?
Abdullah.
Yeah, it's the second time he's busted it out. It's not bad. The first one was when you were telling the cave story. He's like, he saw something, and you're like, no, it's still there.
Oh, dude, yeah. He's like running around the cave and getting choked and shit. Read, oh prophet. And he's like, I don't know how to read. I don't know how to read.
So to understand Middle East conflict, you just have to understand the distribution of Muslim who are Shia, Muslim who are Sunni, right? And this separation of Muslim into Shia and Sunni is 1,400 years old, right? In the moment Islam is formed, it's split into two. And these two has been fighting and killing each other since 1,400 years. And right now we are in a very critical point in history because the Shia dominant government, which is in Iran, IRGC, has been significantly weakened. And it has so far been a big bully in the Middle East, and now has been significantly weakened. And all the other Sunni who want to have peace is now better chance. So this is a very important time in the history. Finally, the Shia Muslim leader is finally being very weakened by the IDF, and therefore peace could finally happen because no more discuss who is the bigger forces, Shia or Sunni. Now it's all Sunni.
You noticed that there was a Muslim woman that was in the audience, and then as soon as were praising, the IDF, she said, "I'm out." Unfortunate.
Yeah, but the question is, for the Western nation, the most important part is how do you deliver long-term Middle East peace plan? Because as long as Shia and Sunni fighting, right, whenever they say like, the Western nation, especially Europe, is too comfortable, let's create Sunni and Shia fighting, right? So Sudan. And then what happened? That will create many thousands of refugees. Syria, fight, and then many thousands of refugees. So, and this is a political Islam strategy by putting all these refugees to Europe, and that immediately lay the foundation for slowly modern version of caliphate.
I mean, I have a solution, Dave, that most people don't want to hear it.
It'd be great to get a woman's
Oh no, we don't want to hear it.
Go ahead.
Oh, just real fast. It involves thermonuclear weapons, but can't use them.
There you go.
I didn't get it. Try again, please.
Oh, I said the solution is thermonuclear weapons, and we turn the Middle East into a glass factory.
No.
Just a desert like it was before.
First, this is not alignment with the Tanakh prophecy, right? There is a solution. It's already in Tanakh, right? We just have to understand. I haven't heard much about what you understand about the end time from the biblical point of view. Do you go into end time biblical point of view?
Well,
I heard about Daniel. Yeah. So I asked the Muslim, when can we have peace in the Middle East? He said Judgment Day. That means like Islam Judgment Day. And that is when Isa bin Maryam, which is Jesus for Christian, right? So from the Muslim point of view, okay, what is your
I would say that the Isa bin Maryam. Isa bin Maryam is not Jesus.
D, get up here, D. What's up, D? Down there in the audience.
I mean, it's the equivalent of saying that Jesus from the Book of Mormon is the same as Jesus in Christianity, but Jesus in the Book of Mormon is Lucifer's brother and existed in a pre-existent universe with Heavenly Father.
Is Mary, Maryam.
Yeah, I know, but Isa bin Maryam, Isa means the semen of a stallion, of a camel. And then Isa is not. All I'm trying to say, Dave, is that Isa bin Maryam and Jesus are two different people. That's all.
Yeah, when I ask the Muslim, they never say it's two different people.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's because they're liars and plagiarizers and they follow Satan. Shit.
Because it would completely destroy their argument.
So the thing is,
if they want to say that Isa ben Maryam, went up and died on the cross and rose again on the third day and atoned for our sins and is part of the triunity of God, then I would be like, okay, Isa ben Maryam and Jesus are the same guy now. But when they say Allah came down and made it appear as if Isa ben Maryam was up on the cross and made it what they believe is Judas of Iscariot to be on the cross, and that Jesus was brought up to heaven, and that in the end times Jesus is going to come down and he's sitting in the lowest seventh heaven right now. That's when I say no, that's not the same Jesus. That's
Don't forget he's going to break the cross too.
Yeah.
Isa bin Maryam just pop up like that in 2025, 26, 27. Who is Isa bin Maryam? With no historical background, just totally new guy. In your point of view?
No, my point of view is a constructed Jesus that never existed.
Whoa. I will say this: in Japan,
it was part of Muhammad's fanciful ideal of Jesus.
Japan claims to have the tomb of Jesus. There's literally a place in Japan you can go, and they say they snuck Jesus out and they crucified his brother, and Jesus went on to live in Japan and died, had a family and everything. It's they say they have this tomb. It's crazy. Look it up.
I don't know what kind of drugs the Japanese were on during that time.
So Dave, my question to you would be, do you believe that the Jesus who died on the cross and rose from the dead and atoned for our sins in the Christian narrative, or the Jesus who ascended to heaven and never died and will come back in the end times and destroy the cross and all that kind of stuff, do you believe that those are the same people or no? Or they just happen to have the same names?
I'm kind of with you on it. I believe it. Well, the Jesus we know and talk about, I think it's I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I say, my God is not the same God that Muslims follow, because their God in my religion is Satan. If you take their God and everything that he is described as, he fits the identity of Satan in the Bible, in the New Testament.
Yeah, honestly, I would accept God in the Old Testament and God in the New Testament.
They just have to have the same name.
Forever.
You have and when Dave says Isa, that's why my man corrected him, not in a mean way, not in a malicious way, but
it wasn't malicious.
He corrected him in the sense to where, hey, look, on surface level, it may seem like it's the same person, but if you take a deeper dive into it,
forever it would be the equivalent of somebody coming and saying, "Oh, I know your friend Zach," and I'm like, "Oh, you know my friend Zach?" And you're like, "Yeah, he's the 6'4" white dude," and I'm like, "No, Zach's 5'10" and he's Hispanic. And we'd be like, "Wait a minute, this is two different Zachs we're talking about." Oh, they have the same name, and they both are computer software engineers or something, but it doesn't mean that they're the same person. That's all.
No, I'm right with you, brother.
Right, if you make Isa bin Maryam totally not related to Jesus, then the solution to long-term Middle East peace is even worse. Right, everything is separated, everything is totally independent. There is no relationship with the history, with the religions. Everything is no relationship. So the question is, when do you think is the end time?
Oh, Dave, to answer what Calv down in the rabbi down here in the audience would love to do is what most Jews like to do, which is, we need to just get along with the Muslims. So we need to just be friends. We just kind of both believe in the same thing, and they don't believe in the Trinity, and they're okay with us, and we can pray in their synagogue.
Hold hands with the Muslims.
Yeah, hold hands with the Muslims until they pull out a knife and cut your head off. I don't want to associate.
I know a lot of Jews that do that. Actually, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, I know exactly.
How many Jewish rabbis do you actually follow their teaching? How many?
What do you mean? The ones on here online who get into Clubhouse and say, "Oh, the Muslims are really nice people" and all this kind of shit.
Right?
if you speak to them, you say,
oh no, he's a supposed conservative rabbi, but he's more like a reformed rabbi.
Jesus. What is your theological framework for end time as a Christian? Which version do you adopt? Post-millennium, pre-millennium?
Do you have any end times? Prophecies?
Which framework? No, let me ask him first.
Wait, do you have any end time prophecies?
No, my goodness.
No, I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Christian. Which framework do you
Aren't you a Jew, though? Are you a Jew, Dave?
No, I'm Christian. Which framework do you follow?
Yeah, but I think Dave, are you a Torah keeper or no?
No, I just asked you a simple.
No, I'm just asking for like clarification.
You got your little for the Jews and the Muslims here, Dave.
No, but Dave, do you believe that you're still under the law or no?
If you're a Christian, 3 version of end time.
Yeah, Dave, I'm trying to ask for clarification so where I know where to start. Do you believe you're under the law?
If I ask you whether
are you under the Mosaic law?
I believe in Old Testament, New Testament.
No, I get that, but are you under the Mosaic law?
I just say that I believe in Old Testament, New Testament.
Are you? Okay, I know he's not going to. Are you a Torah keeper or no? Do you keep the Torah?
You also say that before.
Do you keep the Torah?
One that help you to understand the interpretation of Bible.
Okay, right? This is getting into like the Torah keeping Messianic Jews.
No.
So my question
has no
is.
Holy Spirit. Torah has no Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit is in the Christianity. Okay.
Okay, and I'm trying to get clarification from you. Are you a Torah keeper?
I don't understand what it means.
Okay. Let me clarify for you. Do you keep the 613 laws?
Look.
I know a messy Jew. I
take that as a yes. I take that as a yes.
You can go that direction. There are so many Christians.
No, it's not about going that direction. Do you keep it right now?
For
there are
you,
so many Christians
do you keep the 613?
You know what you're acting. You know who you're acting like right now. You're acting just like the Muslims, bro.
See, okay, Dave, what you're missing, Dave, what you're missing here, Dave, what you're missing here is I was once a Jew and am now a Christian and know that I'm not under the law. I'm not under the 613 laws. And that's why I'm asking for clarification from you. Do you believe that you have to keep the 613 laws?
I believe I get the guidance from Holy Spirit to be a correct Christian.
That's not my question. Do you have to keep the 613?
This is a wash. He's not going to answer something.
It's like pulling.
I know.
I'm telling you, Mike.
It's always like this with Torah keepers.
It's like if you can be correct in every
there's
way.
A lot of these in like Indonesia and Malaysia and the Philippines and stuff like that. There's like Iglesia de Cristo in the Philippines and all these groups.
Jesus recognize you or not? You can be perfect.
So a lot of these guys come out of Islam and Indonesia and Malaysia and they become Christians. And they still stick. Dave. And a lot of these guys come out of Indonesia and Malaysia, and they come out of Islam, and then they still believe that it still works righteous. So they still believe they're under the 613 laws, and they have to keep Shabbat, and everything, and all these different laws and stuff. But it's not true. You're not under the law.
You are making a wrong
assumption. You still do sacrifices, man.
I know, exactly. Like 1/3 of them are just by the temple alone.
You are seeing the world from a tiny pinhole.
From what kind of?
You know,
I see what you did there.
Oh, you guys want to hear something funny? When we talk to the Indonesians about Christianity, the number one contention that they have is whose donkey was that? Whose donkey was it that they go and get? They go and get the donkey who's never. And they're like, no, it doesn't say that anybody go and ask permission to take that donkey. How do they know? They are stealing that donkey. Like, seriously? This is what you guys are hung up on.
The Indonesian guy comes off like the Muslim guy.
I'm asking you a basic question.
We asked you a question and you weren't answering.
I know.
Yeah, we should go back over it.
We're not here. We're done with that. Yeah.
Sean,
thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for switching. Hey, Dave, I think we're moving past that, brother.
Yeah, no judgment here, Dave. It's 2025. We're good. We're all good, buddy.
Matthew 25, not 55.
Well, you never know. What's up, everybody else? What's up to everybody in the audience?
Verse 1 to 13, parable of 10 virgins. Okay? If you fail this, Jesus don't recognize you. I go room to room to every Christian. They're all fearful of this verse.
Thank you, my friend 3 for us.
Yeah.
Storekeepers are insufferable.
Okay? Next time.
We touched a nerve with Dave here.
Wait, Dave, are you wearing ZZs right now?
So nicer.
Do you have your tassels? Do you have your fringes?
Dave, you wear fringes?
He's got fringes. I know he has fringes.
That's
He's
all.
a little Asian man living in Germany walking
A
around
lot
with
of time
tassels.
reading all kind of scripture.
You got
In the end,
you got fringes.
Dave, you don't have any cotton in your house, do you?
Whether you recognize me or not. I'm very sure Jesus recognized me, and I'm very sure Jesus did not recognize you.
Dave,
Very
rock the
simple.
tassels, Dave.
Genesis 12,
Rock the tassels.
3.
Rock the bedazzle, bro.
Dave,
Because
Dave, I have a mezuzah on all of my doors too.
doesn't matter. Jesus doesn't
Never
recognize
be
you.
too careful.
It has a parchment and everything inside.
Period. You are not Christian. Stop claiming yourself to be Christian.
Yes, I'm a follower of the one true Christ.
What's up, Nick?
You can follow as much as you want. Jesus does not recognize you.
Yeah, Jesus definitely recognized.
Fuck, buddy.
How often do you speak to Jesus?
20 to 30 times a day, probably.
Okay, what did he
On
tell you?
average.
What did he tell you?
That doesn't matter.
Don't fucking answer that.
Don't
It tells
answer
you.
I know. Why would I talk to you about what I talk to God?
Well, it's simple, right? What you have done, I will just make sure that you will learn Jesus does not recognize you. You probably
Thing to say.
Man, don't even engage in that.
Yeah, well, Dave, can you put in a good word with me and with Jesus?
Hey, Dave, can I tell you bacon cheeseburgers are delicious?
Well, you can say anything as you want. Change the topic. Jesus does not recognize you.
Jesus.
Oh, I don't think we're going to change it then.
These Malaysians and Indonesians are insufferable.
Man.
Hey, Dave. I'm done with this conversation, man. I think the others are as well. But, just let me know when your Messiah comes.
Doesn't sound very Jesus-like, Dave.
Wait. Watch this, guys. So he's a storekeeper. Dave, do you believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit eternally existing as one God, three persons? The hypostatic.
Trinity.
Don't answer that, Dave.
Oh, you are? Wow. Because usually the storekeepers aren't.
That's because you have limited brain.
I know. Limited brain.
And when you lose the debate, as Jesus don't recognize you,
Yeah, fuck these guys, Dave.
in other people, you don't demonstrate all characteristic of a good Christian. You are not Christian.
Yeah, you jerk.
Wait, because I'm not a Christian and Jesus doesn't recognize me because I called you out for being a doorkeeper.
No, because the way you behave, no Jesus will ever recognize you.
By asking by asking if you keep the 613 Mosaic laws.
Do you think a fellow Christian will ask another Christian this stupid question?
If they keep the laws and that they believe in legalism,
What
yes.
is Matthew 25 verse 1?
Did Paul write about the people who are Judaizers?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Jesus.
Wait, so 1 Corinthians doesn't mean anything to you?
10 virgin, right?
Wait, the letters to Corinth don't mean anything to you? To the Corinthian church?
Let me ask you.
No. I'm asking you a simple question, Davey. I'm asking a simple question.
Easy one, Dave. Just say no.
Did Paul warn about Judaizers?
Look, simple question. A Christian in end time and a Christian in different end time has different responsibility. And if you do not understand this, Jesus will not recognize you, period.
Duh.
Anything is irrelevant. You are really a lukewarm Christian.
You know, we gotta get that on
I am lukewarm Christian.
Promise you, I'm not.
I would love for you to expound on that, Dave.
A Christian in end times and a Christian in a different end times are different people. Duh.
Exactly.
Wait, Dave, do you believe that you're saved by faith alone?
You know, lukewarm Christian is not a bad fucking.
You are still don't understand.
No, I'm just asking for clarification, Dave. Do you believe that you're saved by faith
You
alone?
don't understand. We are in end time. You are not prepared.
Wait, you don't think I know about the kingdom of the north and the kingdom of the south and the war? Yeah, you don't think I'm familiar with that?
Nothing to do with end time. I ask you again. Daniel 9, how is that related to end time? Or you just simply...
Wait, are you talking about Daniel 9 and the prophecy of the calculation of when Moshiach has to come?
Here we go.
You really gonna ask on that? So either Daniel 9's prophecy is wrong and the Messiah never came, or Jesus was the Messiah.
That's why I ask a simple question. If you are end-time prepared Christian, according to Matthew 25, verse 2:13,
saved and washed in the blood of Christ.
Simple question.
I am saved and washed in the blood of Christ.
Pre-millennial or a-millennial, and that is based on Daniel 9. And if you can't understand this, you are not prepared. Based on Matthew 25, 1-13, Jesus will not recognize you, period.
Bro, we are all familiar with Daniel 9's prophecy. We are all familiar with the book of Revelation. We are all familiar with what is going to pass.
What is the 70 weeks in Daniel chapter 9?
Okay, so you have the first 3.5 years of when the Antichrist is going to show up. He's going to build the third temple. He's going to desecrate and destroy the third temple. He's going to declare himself as God. He's going to die and rise again on the third day. And that's how he's going to declare himself to be God. We are all familiar with this. I don't know why you're pushing this. By me simply asking if you were a Torah keeper.
Yeah, we all know this.
We know about God pouring out his wrath. We know about the plagues. We know about the rivers turning red. We know about the locusts. We know about when God goes. We know when Christ comes down and sets upon the hill. When he splits the mountain. When he splits the mountain in two. We also know that when the 1,000 millennial year reign, we also know that Jesus is going to take Satan and tie him up and throw him into the deepest, darkest pit. And at the very end of Revelation, it also says that he allows him to come back out to tempt the people even after the millennial reign. So what do you want to know?
Yeah, what about that
You
part?
can quote all these things, but you do not know 2025. Where are we right now in the book of Revelation?
I don't know. I would say with the war of the kingdom of the north and the kingdom of the south, which looks like it's very much going on right now. Would you agree, Dave?
What is the basic framework of classifying event in Revelation, the last book of New Testament? You have zero understanding.
Oh my goodness gracious. No one is going to know the time, the day, or the hour. So if you Torah keepers want to run around and say that you know everything when Jesus is going to come, he is like a thief in the night who is going to come.
Jesus said no one except who? His Father. Who is his
Father? His Father in heaven, yes.
Yeah, who is his Father?
Him.
Who? It's really God.
It's God, the Father.
It's really, period. It's
you have
really
the Father,
God.
the Son, and the Holy Spirit eternally existing as one God. The hypostasis. You have Christ, who is fully God and fully man manifested to flesh on earth.
Hashem, do you understand?
Yes, Hashem, the name, Dave. Hashem, the name.
Okay? And so if you want to know the end time, who do you ask? Hashem. So you are totally not prepared. And you are cursing Jews. Genesis 12.
When am I cursing? When did I curse Jews, Dave? Wait, Dave, I was born a Jew. When was I cursing Jews? I'm halakhically Jewish. No, Dave, I'm halakhically Jewish.
Are you a Messianic Jew?
I am a Messianic Jew who believes in the Trinity, but is not a Torah keeper and is not under the law.
Oh, yeah.
I am under the new covenant.
That is fine. That is fine.
But what's your point? You said that. Hold on. You said that anyone who curses the Jews shall be accursed, and anyone who blesses the Jews shall be blessed.
Yeah. Why would you say that?
Yes.
Yeah. Why would you say to a halakhic Jew who's born to two halakhically Jewish parents, who all three of us all believe in Christ, that I'm anti-Semitic?
In all fairness, he just found that out.
That is better now. Okay.
No, I know he just found it out because he didn't know what he was talking about.
So now I understand who are you. You are Messianic Jew. Next time start with the set. I'm a Messianic Jew.
I said I was. I literally said I was.
Yeah, last 30 seconds. Now I understand.
No, like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he said he puts the thing on his door and shit, remember?
Yeah, I said I have mezuzahs, all kinds of stuff. Wear a kippah, everything.
Okay, so
kippah, yeah, yarmulke, you know.
That's good. We don't have
fear, reverence to the King, and the atonement.
We need many Messianic Jews here. Okay, that is good. If you are Messianic Jews, good. We need many of them.
Wait, so is Jesus going to save them now?
Well, if he's a Messianic Jews, right, that is a different thing, right? I have more respect. Okay.
No, it's Jesus. We're going to recognize him.
Christian who just go around, speaking down on other people.
No, we're doing exactly what Jesus said and commanded of us, to watch out for the ravenous wolves and to protect the flock. And we're being sheepdogs by protecting people and warning them against Islam and telling them about the truth of Christ. Because the problem is too many people are lost in the world and too many people are running to this fake religion of Islam and converting to Islam without knowing anything about it. If they want to convert, that's on them. I can't stop. Hold on. I can't stop a person from being an atheist. I can't stop them from being a Buddhist or Hindu or Muslim. But I can at least do the right thing and tell them about the truth of Christ and also the false lies of Islam and what they're getting into. So when I see them in a room and they're talking to these Muslims, and the Muslims are reciting the Quran and telling them how Muhammad is the perfect example and how the Christianity is fake and the Jews are wrong and Islam is true, then I go and I tell them the truth about Islam so they can make their own determination and decision. And hopefully they come to the right decision, which is Christ.
I think you're good, bro. You're like a studio apartment.
I just want to look at Messianic Jews has a very important role in Clubhouse, because most of the Orthodox Jews, they are not taught about end time, right? They're not taught, and the secular Jew has no clue, right? Only the Messianic Jews could be the bridge. So if you are a Messianic Jew, you have to do this. You have to play a very important role. Okay, and therefore end time is very important, because for the rabbi, for the Orthodox Jews, they still think the Messiah come anytime.
Oh yeah, Dave, that's what I was talking about, Daniel 9. For the rabbinic Jews, there's one of two options: either Daniel and Daniel 9's prophecy of the calculation of when Moshe has to come. They were either wrong. Daniel was wrong, which means God is wrong. Hashem is wrong, or second option, Jesus actually was the Mashiach.
We have two different things.
Gotta go number two there, right?
They make mistake. Jesus came and they make mistake. But now we are talking about.
Well, yeah, 20% of Jewish people around the world believe in Messiah Jesus.
That is good, right? So as I say, it's only true because the Orthodox Jews only read the Tanakh or the Old Testament. They do not have the additional update that come from the last book of New Testament. And for the Christian, according to the survey in US, only 30% of the Christian read both books. So
I'm part of the 30%. I read both.
Exactly. So most of the 70% Christian you meet in Clubhouse are crazy. I have no clue at all. So we have all this problem among the Christianity, among the Abrahamic religion, between Judaism and Christianity, right? So besides challenging the third phase of Abrahamic religion. I call the first phase Judaism, second phase Christianity, third phase is Islam, right? So we also have to figure out how to help among ourselves, right? Christian, and which is 2.5 billion. Many of them are quite lost right now, right? And therefore, I say to you, if you are Messianic Jew, you have an important role. And I'm very lot of respect for you that you have deep knowledge in Islam. And but in the clubhouse, we need the Jewish people need help as well, right? Because if you speak to them, they say Talmud never teach them about end times. Right? They don't know about Revelation. They cannot debate with Muslim without knowing Revelation. They cannot discuss with Christian without knowing Revelation. So you have both, and you need to play an important role. Yeah?
Agreed.
Agreed. Good.
What if they don't die? What if they are the stewards of eternal life? What if they're retarded and their name is Lucifer? Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying, you don't think that the Jewish hold, the chosen ones hold the information to eternal life and go beyond death?
The information is in Hasham. Hasham is shared by Christian. Hasham is shared by Jewish people. No conflict.
Right. And Hasham, well, it lives forever, correct?
And the only people who interested to divide the people are Muslim. The moment Muslim is formed, divide to Shia and Sunni, and they have been going around division by deception. So we already learned today they are allowed to deceive, and their goal of deceive is to divide. And they come to US, they look for people who are like them, always claiming victimhood, and they try to preach to them, look, you are being subjugated, you are being suppressed, you have to uprise, you have to fight the white people and all these people. Right. Division through deception is their business model. Okay? So you are here characteristic of a person promoting division by speaking nonsense.
But could they also be the ultimate test for the individual that's supposed to know better? You understand what I'm saying, Dave?
I zero understand. There's zero information in what you said. It's a typical Muslim. Talk, no content at all.
Okay.
What Christian teaches? What Christian Dave teaches that you're supposed to fight a white person or a person of different race?
Yeah, you zero understand. You have no listening skill. Moju keeps saying, learn the listening skill.
He was talking about Muslims, Big.
Oh, well, maybe I had a hard time understanding his language.
You can say you don't understand, and I get another friend here to say that in an accent that you understand.
That's why I asked the question. I didn't assume.
So is it fair to say?
Are you Christian or not? Are you Christian?
Yes, sir, I am. Okay. That's why I asked the question.
So do you believe we are in end times?
I believe that we are. I believe that the Bible gives us signs of the end times, like wars, rumors of wars, places.
So the New Testament, the Revelation is fall into the following framework: 7 seal, 7 trumpet, 7 bowl. That is the foundation of breaking down what is written in the last book of New Testament. But with that information, you will not converge to the information you need unless you go to Old Testament.
Well, Revelation isn't the only book of the New Testament that talks about end times. You have Thessalonians, you have the book of Matthew, there's other books in the New Testament that talks about end times.
Correct, but a lot more detail comes from the Old Testament. Just New Testament. If you look at New Testament, if you look at the whole Bible, New Testament in content is about 18% of the entire Bible. So why would you want to be a Christian that only understand 18% of the entire Bible?
I knew because I heard you say something earlier that you said that it's not a lot of Christians, or you gave some type of random percentage of Christians not accepting the Old Testament. Well, you're not a Christian if you don't accept both the Old and the New Testament.
Correct.
So,
Why do you want to be a Christian when you are like a 30, 20% Christian, when you are given the entire Bible for you to cross-referencing? Like if you take out all the references in the New Testament if you take out Old Testament references in New Testament, the New Testament is not readable.
So I think the survey was done. What he was talking about was a survey taken amongst Christian people, asking, what percentage of people, finding out what percentage of people just read the New Testament alone and don't really go into the Old Testament, and what people read the entirety of the scriptures, which, I've been in churches where they stick 90% of the time in the New Testament, and like 10% of the time they'll jump back to be like, oh, well, this is how it ties back in the Old Testament, but like they don't start from Genesis through Revelation. There's a lot of churches I've been to that have done this, where they'll stick all the way through the Gospels, but they'll be like, oh, well, this was what Jesus was saying, and then they'll point back to the Old Testament as like a reference point. They don't like. It's sad. I've been in churches like that.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but if you're a true Christian, you will hold to both books as
exactly.
important. Yeah, both books are, the Old and New Testament are just as important as each other. So I wouldn't pick and choose. I think that you should understand the Old Testament as well as the New.
Yep.
So
to be fair, though, when whoever was talking about the church, most of the time that you'll see the church resembling the New Testament, because the New Testament is the resembling of the covenant that we're under. So most churches in modern day are trying to teach the covenant that we're currently under. And that's why you'll see a lot of churches reference the Old Testament, because the Old Testament points to the new covenant. But the majority of churches are going to stay within the new covenant. They're going to want to teach the covenant we're currently in.
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
It's a divine parody.
It's not necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think that when you go to the Bible studies within these churches, and it definitely depends, because there's sects of Christianity that I don't think preach anything close to what they should. But Lucifer, you're in the Matrix. But I think that if you go to the Bible studies, and if you really want to know about the Old Testament, church would not be the place to go for that. You would want to do your own personal research for that. Same for the New Testament. Church is like preaching, and it's not it's not a school. It's not for you to learn the entirety of the Bible.
Well, that's not true. I think that's an assertion, because you can't speak for every single church.
I said that.
Yeah, well, the church I attend teaches the Old and
I didn't
New
say
Testament.
they didn't teach the Old Testament. Did you listen to anything I said?
No, I did, but it's kind of like you're making the assertion. You said that you can't be, church is not a place where you go and be taught. It's like preaching. That's what you said.
I didn't say it's not a place that you're taught. I didn't say it's not a place where you're taught. I said it's not a place that you're going to learn the entirety of the Bible. You're not going to learn.
That's not true.
Oh my God. Can I get a sentence out? You're not going to learn theological perspectives that you would learn if you go home and do your research. You're not going to learn theological positions that this church doesn't even hold to. Specific churches are going to speak to only what they believe in. Therefore, you're not going to learn the entirety unless you go out on your own. If you go to another church and you attend two churches on 2 different Sundays, there's a very good chance you're going to walk away with 2 completely theological understandings that you didn't even know before, because this church teaches something that they didn't at yours. So you're not going to learn the entirety of the Old Testament unless you attend church for your entire life at the same church. Then I would say you probably will. But you're not just going to go to a Sunday service for an hour and learn the whole Bible. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I think you should study to show yourself approved. So I don't disagree that you should be studying the Bible, God's word on your own. But there are churches, because Sunday service isn't the only thing that people go to church for. There's churches that have Bible study groups. Yeah. One second. There's churches that have. Yeah, let me finish. I'm about to land right here.
Bible study groups. Now, I do agree with you that you should study the Bible on your own, but there are churches out there who dedicate time to Bible studies and different things like that.
And that's a different story. And that's why I brought that up in like a little bit of context. If you're attending Bible study and you're attending the same church repetitively and consistently, it is more likely the case that you're going to learn things without doing your own study at home. What I'm specifically pointing to is just going and attending to a Sunday service. There's two things. One, it's more likely you're not going to learn theological perspectives. You're going to learn like a preacher's version. You're going to learn this. You're going to read the scriptures. You're not going to theologically go into depth with it. And secondly, you're probably not going to be in the Old Testament nearly as much because that's the Old Covenant. And those were the 2 points that I was making.
What do you mean by theological perspectives?
Yeah, so for example, when people believe that like baptism is sacrificial, or they believe like the Eucharist is transubstantial, or real, or they believe in real presence, right? Like you're probably not going to hear the words of this. You're just going to learn what the Bible says. You're just going to learn that Jesus said, "Take this bread and wine, for it is my body and blood."
Well, that's a Roman Catholic doctrine.
It was just an example. I'm not.
But even the example that you gave, which I don't agree with Roman Catholicism, so even the example that you gave is not biblical, because every time I speak to a Roman Catholic,
that's why I said theological.
No problem. Every time I speak to a Roman Catholic or anything like that, and I ask them questions or to show me what they believe in the Bible, they can't do it. I would say,
think that's just an assumption depending on what Catholic you're talking to and what.
Oh no, I talk to. Well, they will have to show me transubstantiation in the Bible.
Yeah, I don't think they can. But
I know they can.
I'm specifically talking about just random like even if we adhere to the specific church that you attend and we talk about a theological understanding that church confesses to on their website, okay, that doesn't necessarily mean that when you go to Sunday service, this is what the preacher's going to preach. And then specifically leave out these terms because the majority of Christians in the United States are called cultural Christians, and they don't actually know a lot of these meanings. If you look at the statistics within Christianity, the majority of Christians don't even adhere or know what the Trinity is. So, I mean, like that's a huge problem. That goes to show you that a lot of these churches are not speaking in depth. They're just reading. They're just reading the word and telling you their exegesis almost.
I would disagree with that because any church that I go to, I would read their doctrinal statement to actually see what they believe. And if you don't affirm, hold on 1 second. If you don't affirm the Trinity, then I wouldn't attend your church.
Agreed.
So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that it's churches out there that don't teach it. I wouldn't say that, but I would agree with you that a lot of that stuff is vague in churches because some people are on baby food when it comes to the Word of God. Some people are not at that point yet to where they can really dig deeper into these things, which is the reason why they should study to show themselves approved and always be seeking God for a better understanding. So I don't disagree with you at all.
To be clear though, I'm not saying that majority of churches don't teach the Trinity. I'm saying that majority of the people that attend these churches aren't aware as to what the Trinity is. I'm not saying that they don't go up there and teach Father, Son, Holy Spirit, 3 persons, 1 essence, but I'm saying you don't hear the word Trinity. I couldn't tell you. My mom's non-denominational. I grew up non-denominational. I didn't believe in any of it, but I grew up in it. And I could tell you one church that I attended throughout multiple of these churches moving around in the state of Indiana that said the word Trinity. Like it was a very rare concept. Now, when you lean more towards like the higher ups and you leave the non-denominational, you'll probably see this more often. But when we look at cultural Christianity, the majority of them are attending these concert-like churches. Would you agree?
I would agree, but one thing that you got to understand too is Trinity was a term that was used later down the line.
Agreed, yeah.
That term wasn't always used.
Agreed.
Even when you look at early church history, so
yeah,
I would say that was a term, and I believe in the Trinity. I don't want you to misunderstand that. But that term wasn't always used. That term was used to distinguish true Christians and who God was from other cults that was arising, throughout history, like Arianism, Unitarianism, and all those type of things that was coming against the church. So that's why those terms was formed. That's why we don't see the word Trinity in the Bible.
That's actually my point. You will more likely see the concept of the Trinity taught in these churches, in these non-denominational churches, than you would for somebody to actually hear the word Trinity, the theological consensus. They don't point to early church fathers. I didn't even know what that was until I did my own research. Like, I didn't even know what an early church father was from a church,
How many years are we away from Millennium Kingdom? How many years are we away from Millennium Kingdom? 10 years, 5 years? What is your guess?
I'm not guessing on that, bro.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm not gonna guess on that, man. I'm just saying.
So, if we are, so there are three end-time theological framework. Scholars have been debating it, and for the last 100 over years, and they basically there are three groups of framework. One is amillennial, post-millennial, and pre-millennial. Right? Pre-millennial means we are not yet in millennium. Right? So millennials are characterized by three major attributes: peace, justice, and prosperity. Right? When we arrive at millennium, we will have peace, justice, and prosperity. So people who believe we are not yet there are pre-millennium. Post-millennium, we believe that we are already in millennium. Usually they think that after the destruction of Second Temple, about 70 AD, that is the beginning of the millennium, right? And amillennial is again another strange thing. So I try to survey, right, in the internet, how many very respectable priests and talk about this concept and how they are divided. Yeah, it's very hard to come up with the representation. But then, if you go to Israel, there are very small minority are Messianic Jews, right? And so they have to deal with this question, right? And many of them are pre-millennial. So sooner or later, you'll have to deal with this question, because I believe we are less than 5 years from millennium based on my calculation. And so a lot of preparation needed.
That's not, I understand what you're saying, and you make a valid point, but what's most important is accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. To try to make a guess about certain things, especially about end time prophecies, I think that's a huge mistake that people make, especially when they try to predict these things. Now, if you're saying that this is just my hypothesis, like an educated guess, then that's fine. But to really say that this is where we at right now, we're in a this is it. This is the Antichrist right here. Like, to do all that, I think that's a huge mistake. So I wouldn't go. That's why I said I wouldn't take a guess on that.
Yes, I understand your position. I have my position, right? I put in a lot of effort, try to comb the internet, looking for people who are smart, who dig through the Bible, who try to connect the dots between old and new. If you just look at new, you can forget it. You have no clue about the rough estimate. Jesus has said, you will not know the hours, you will not know the day. But based on all the smart scholars, I think we can come down to years, plus minus 5, right? So definitely we're not violating what Jesus said. We don't know the hours.
So Dave, let's reverse the question I just asked you. What do you think?
Yes, I think my approach is Daniel 9 has a concept called 70 weeks, and in that 70 weeks, 69 weeks has passed. The last week is in the future.
Well, it's a calculation. That's 70 times 70.
It's a calculation, and there are many different. You have to connect different things. And as I said, I'm not creating this.
If you go through the math of Daniel 9, it brings you up to about 70 AD. the destruction of the second temple, right?
Correct.
So that was my point that I was saying about the rabbinic Jews. They either have to accept the Daniel's prophecy, the calculation of 70 times 70, that it's either wrong, that Daniel's prophecy was wrong and the Messiah is not he did not come, or that Jesus was the Messiah.
No, the Pharisee, they make a mistake. The Messiah did come, they make a mistake, and for that they get punished. The second temple destroyed, and they are being dispersed all over the world until 1948. They are allowed to come back, so they pay for the price. But my understanding is the last week of the 70 week, which is 7 years, is divided two parts.
Wait, the first two. Real quick question, Dave. Do you believe that halakhic Jews have a place in heaven for them if they don't accept Christ?
I'm not qualified to say that. This is something I haven't really think much about it. The thing I focus more trying to figure out the end time, the rough year. There are still a lot of things I don't know.
But didn't Jesus say only through the Son shall you meet the Father, and only through me shall you enter the kingdom of heaven? And anyone who comes in through the back is like a thief. Meaning another way into heaven, which is what the Jews would say.
Yeah, and I must be honest with you, right? I'm trying to focus my focus is trying to figure out the time and how is it related to current event.
But you would agree that there's only life in the death and the blood of Christ, right?
Yeah, my motivation being a Christian, not so much of going to heaven, which I know is very important. My motivation of being a Christian is every day I get the right guidance from Holy Spirit. And that's how my life being transformed. And if I do my job...
You do believe, Dave, that heaven's not the final destination, right?
As I say, I focus day to day how my life being transformed by Holy Spirit, right? So I haven't think much about, the what will happen after that, but I'm focused day to day, how I could transform my life through the guidance through the Holy Spirit. So I think this is the biggest gift we receive as a Christian, but most people misunderstood that. Always talk about go to heaven, not go to heaven, but every day, if you doing it correctly, Holy Spirit will guide you, and it's totally free. It is more effective than many atheists would spend many 10,000, 20,000 going to those wellness program, New Age, and hopefully try to be a better person and everything. And in the end, it's still searching, right? So if you do it right, Holy Spirit transform you, and all the baggages in your past, you left it, and you become a new person. You start to walk, and you start to learn what it means to be in alignment with God, right? So I haven't think very far, but I'm just every day focused. How can I make the communication more effective? How can I make the communication more reliable, right? Because the better communication, the better chance that I know how to step left or step right or stay or avoid and things like that. And if we are in the end time, then the challenge of making that decision is much harder than before the end time. Because during the end time, the forces of principality is very active. It's a last chance to destroy as many Christians as possible. Your life will be more challenging than before you enter the end time. That's why when you enter the end time, you have to be a lot more prepared. And that's why in Matthew 25, verse 1 to 3, the 10th parable of virgin, right? And also this is how Jesus said that. When Jesus came, he very particular about any lost sheep. But in the end time, Jesus only cared about one thing. He come with a sword. He don't care about any lost sheep. He just want to separate you are sheep and you are God. And most of us, if you are not careful, do not understand Matthew 25, 1 to 13, you become the God
and Jesus would not recognize them just as the five virgins who are totally not prepared, and say, Jesus, Jesus. Jesus said, I don't know you because you're not prepared.
Flee from me, you doers of iniquity, I never knew you.
Yeah. Very interesting. Anybody else want to comment on that? Optimist, welcome to the stage.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I've been waiting for the past 40 minutes just to interject to throw some light on the Islamic concept of death. Death on the cross, death of normal human beings, and the crucifixion. Because, you see, you have to first understand the Islamic concept of death is not the same as for Christians. I'm a Syrian Catholic, staying in Kerala, India, the southern tip of India. Now, I shall deal first with the concept of death for a Muslim from the Quran. Okay, I have given references in the chat box about 40 minutes back. For at the souls of people upon their death, as well as the souls of the living during their sleep. So for a Muslim, death and sleep is exactly the same, except that those who are in sleep, Khairul Makrim will send back their souls. Those who are fit to be dead, Khairul Makrim keeps the soul with himself, or wherever he keeps the souls. So then he keeps, now I'm quoting the Quran again, then he keeps those for whom he has ordained death and releases the others until their appointed time. Surely in this are signs for people who reflect. Quran 39:4. So first we have to understand, death for me and a Muslim is not the same. Okay. Oh, hold on.
Does any Muslim on the stage want to respond to that? Maybe Optimist on
There's nothing to respond to. I think I can agree with Sunil.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I had a patient who just asked a question. So I'll continue. So sleep and death are not the same for a Muslim and me. Okay, so that is mentioned in the Quran. Now, see this. I'm going to quote you a Quranic verse, Quran 19:33. Quran chapter 19, verse 33. Here it is mentioned. Jesus quoting, Isa quoting. Peace be upon me the day I was born, the day I die, and the day I will be raised back to life. So remember the concept of sleep and death. And here Isa says in sequence, the day I was born. So he was already born, and the day I will be raised back to life. Now for the raising back to life, he has to die. That is what is mentioned in the Quran 19:33, the day I die. So that is regarding the death. Next, Muslims will say, who was running the universe when Jesus died on the cross? Their usual question is that. For that, Surah 2, verse 154. Surah 2, verse 154. Never say that those martyred in the cause of Khairul Makrim are dead. In fact, they are alive, but you do not perceive it. You got the point. So any person who is martyred in the cause of Khairul Makrim on the battlefield for jihad, he is not dead, he is actually alive. This is repeated again in Surah 3, verse 169-170, where it says, never think of those martyred Makrim as dead. In fact, they are alive with their Lord, well provided for, rejoicing in Khairul Makrim's bounties. Now, so I quoted the Quran. Now I'm going to quote the Hadith. Mishkat al-Masabi 3853. Mishkat al-Masabi. All of this I have given reference in the chat box. Do not consider those who have been killed in Khairul Makrin's path to be dead. Nay, they are alive in the presence of their Lord and are being supplied with provision. So all those who are martyred, they are presently in the presence of Khairul Makrin, including Isa. Because Isa had to die for him to be raised again. And he is the one who is sitting with Khairul Makrin on his throne on the right hand side. He is the only human being who is outside creation along with Khairul Makrin. It is only Khairul Makrin. See, we used to think that Khairul Makrin is, not we. The Mohammedans think that Khairul Makrin is outside creation and he does not come into creation. I can refute that too, but let us consider their usual statement that Khairul Makrin is outside creation. Now here we have a situation where Isa is also outside creation because Isa is taken up to Khairul Makrin. Now, I have given the Garibati translation as well as a link. Islamic studies, Islamic awakened, all those links point to various English translations where it clearly mentioned that Isa was crucified to death on the cross. There are few translations who do not agree with the word mutawafika, meaning to be death. Death means what? That means the soul is taken away. So get this, those references also I have given. Next, in Islamic Awakened Quran 355, the Garibati translation, O Isa, I'm just quoting to you what is written there in their book. O Isa, verily I shall make thee die. That is what is written there. I shall make thee die. There are umpteen translations which state the same. Recall the time that Khairul Makrin said, O Isa, I'm reading another translation. O Isa, verily I shall make thee die, and am lifting thee to myself, and am purifying thee from those who disbelieve, and shall place those who follow thee above those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. So this is regarding the godly death of Jesus. You have to stress upon the word mutawafika, because mutawafika is a word used for Yohanan. Quran 19 verse 15. Peace be upon him the day he was born, and the day of his death, and the day he will be raised back to life. Now here the statement is about Yohanan, and the word used is mutawafika. So when Yohanan has mutawafika, it means his soul departed. Soul departed. For a person who is sleeping also, soul departs. And then Khairul Makrin sends back the soul in the morning when he wakes up, or whenever he wakes up. So if Yohanan has been termed to have mutawafika, and the same term is used for Isa, it means Isa was also crucified to death on the cross, as is rightly translated in the numerous translations that I have given in the chat box. Okay, brothers, enjoy.
Okay, before I go, the 7th year, the last week of the 70th week, Daniel chapter 5, Daniel chapter 9, and it's divided to two halves. The first 3.5 years and the second 3.5 years. The second 3.5 years represent, and they all got to do with people in Israel, and it's already after 1948. And so the second 3.5 years is called Jacob Big Trouble. That means more tribulation
the second 3.5 year more tribulation than the first 3.5 years. So, based on the scholar I follow, the middle point is October 7, 2023. So we just have to calculate 3.5 years plus October 7, 2023. That will be the time Jesus is coming back second time. And that will also be the time, the beginning of the millennium. And that's why it's so important you understand this and you can decide to believe or not believe, but you need to understand the extra preparation needed prior to Jesus coming back. And he will need people step forward to fight the army of darkness. And he will need people step forward to help him prepare the building of the millennium. If you're still thinking every day, the next day is the same as the day before, then you will be totally unprepared. You will miss the Matthew 25 verse 1 to 13. You will be unprepared and you will not be recognized. But that's how serious it is. And most Christian room I went, most people are lost.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for giving me the space to speak, guys. I definitely think I'm going to enjoy this house. This is a really good house. Thank you for the stage, but I got to get groceries. God bless you guys.
Yep, me too, going. Good day to you all.
illuminating the area despite it being nighttime, and cameras were filming the detainees' arrival. Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was pushed towards a bus, forcibly seated, and fitted with a second set of chains and handcuffs. He was repeatedly struck by officers when he attempted to raise his head. He observed an ICE agent on the bus communicating with Salvadoran officials to confirm the identities of the Salvadoran board before the bus departed. Upon arrival at CCOT, the detainees were greeted by a prison official who stated, "Welcome to CCOT. Whoever enters here doesn't leave." Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was then forced to strip, issued prison clothing, and subjected to physical abuse, including being kicked in the legs with boots and struck on his head and arms to make him change clothes faster. His head was shaved. It's a little small, with a zero razor, and he was frog marched to cell 15, being struck with wooden batons along the way. By the following day, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia had visible bruises and lumps all over his body. In cell 15, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia and 20 other Salvadorans were forced to kneel from approximately 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., with guards striking anyone who fell from exhaustion. During this time, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was denied bathroom access and soiled himself. The detainees were confined to metal bunks with no mattresses in an overcrowded cell with no windows, bright lights that remained on 24 hours a day, and minimal access to sanitation. After approximately 1 week at CCOT, Prison Director Osiris Luna and other officials separated the 21 Salvadorans who had arrived together. 12 individuals with visible gang-related tattoos were moved to another cell, while Plaintiff Abrego Garcia remained with 8 others who, like him, upon information and belief, had no gang affiliations or tattoos. As reflected by his segregation, the Salvadoran authorities recognized that Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was not affiliated with any gang. And at around this time, prison officials explicitly acknowledged that Plaintiff Abrego Garcia's tattoos were not gang-related, telling him, quote, "Your tattoos are fine." While at CCOT, prison officials repeatedly told Plaintiff Abrego Garcia that they would transfer him to the cells containing gang members who they assured him would tear him apart. Indeed, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia repeatedly observed prisoners in nearby cells who he understood to be gang members violently harm each other with no intervention from guards or personnel. Screams from nearby cells would similarly ring out throughout the night without any response from prison guards or personnel. During his first 2 weeks at CCOT, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia suffered a significant deterioration in his physical condition and lost approximately 31 pounds, dropping from approximately 215 pounds to 184 pounds. On April 9th, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia and 4 others were transferred to a different module in CCOT, where they were photographed with mattresses and better food. Photos that appeared to be staged to document improved conditions. On or about April 10th, 2025, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was transferred alone to the Centro Industrial Prison Facility in Santa Ana, El Salvador. While at Centro Industrial, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was frequently hidden from visitors, being told to remain in a separate room whenever outside visitors came to the facility. During his entire time of detention in El Salvador, Plaintiff Abrego Garcia was denied any communication with his family and access to counsel until Senator Van Hollen visited him on April 17th, 2025. Amazing. Next section. Everybody all right? Whew, yeah. I know. All right, so this next section is called Statements Refusing Return of Abrego Garcia to the United States. Oh, well, I guess we know about that, right? So by way of example, there's like a list of things. So they say on April 16th, Attorney General Pam Bondi stated he is not coming back to our country. President Bukele said he was not sending him back. That's the end of the story. If he wanted to send him back, we would give him a plane ride back. But he's from El Salvador. He's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him. Remember, we saw all these things. We heard these things. So she could be. You can skip, oh, yeah. You can skip to page 27. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. We are going to page 27. All right. The whistleblower disclosure. On June 24th, 2025, Erez Ruveni, the former acting Deputy Director for the Office of Immigration Litigation, otherwise known as OIL, at the Department of Justice, submitted a protected whistleblower disclosure to Congress. The Department of Justice Inspector General and the Office of Special Counsel, Mr. Ruveni's disclosure detailed violation of law and abuse of authority by the Department of Justice and White House personnel in connection with several cases, including that of plaintiff Abrego Garcia. The whistleblower disclosure details how after Mr. Ruveni truthfully informed this court at the April 4th, 2025 hearing that plaintiff Abrego Garcia's removal was an error, he was instructed to, among other things, file an appeal brief making arguments he believed were unsupported by evidence and law. When Mr. Ruveni refused to sign the brief, he was placed on administrative leave on April 5th, 2025, and terminated on April 11th, 2025. Lord have mercy. All right, so the next part is causes of action. They're talking about the withholding of removal statute. Is there any defendant's violation of law? Even now, the plaintiff Abrego Garcia was released from CCOT in the Central Industrial Prison Facility and returned to the United States. He has not been placed back in the position he would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, and is suffering irreparable harm in the form of separation from U.S. citizen wife, plaintiffs Vasquez Sora, and his severely disabled U.S. citizen child. Oh, that plaintiff AAV. That's who it is. Okay. Plaintiffs asked the court to immediately under defendants to take all steps reasonably available to them, proportionate to the gravity of the ongoing harm, to place plaintiff Abrego Garcia back in the position he would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, and not remove plaintiff Abrego Garcia to El Salvador or to a third country that will or may send him to El Salvador without prior notice and opportunity to be heard. That's it for that section. They're talking about due process, his lack of due process. Basically how they violated his rights, defendant's violation of law. It's repeated that he hasn't been placed back in the initial position had he not been improperly removed. Third cause of action. Plaintiff Abrego Garcia has a substantive due process right under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution not to be subjected to government conduct that shocks the conscience. Defendant's conduct as set forth above violates that right. His family, though, just repeated that he hasn't been restored to the place where he had been if he hadn't been improperly removed. Fourth cause of action. that he was subject to arbitrary, capricious abuse of discretion, being held unlawfully. Sort of repeated, this is like repeated statements about not being restored to where he was before he was improperly removed. We're on page 32, almost done, y'all, almost done. Additionally, a warrant is required. Okay, defendants had no reason to believe Mr. Abrego Garcia was likely to escape before a warrant could be obtained. To the contrary, they knew he was living openly in Maryland, working at a legitimate job, supporting his U.S. citizen family, and consistently complying with his supervision requirements. Yet, defendants deliberately bypassed the warrant requirement, ambushing Mr. Abrego Garcia while he was driving with his disabled 5-year-old child. These regulations were promulgated to safeguard due process rights of non-citizen, and defendants' violations severely prejudiced plaintiff Abrego Garcia. Had these regulations been followed, Mr. Abrego Garcia would have had a meaningful opportunity to contest the revocation of his supervised release, demonstrate his compliance with the order of supervision, and prevent his unlawful removal to El Salvador. Let's write down here. The 7th cause of action, unlawful detention beyond removal period. We covered that. Defendants cannot detain Mr. Abrego Garcia indefinitely while they search for a country that might accept him, or while they pursue lengthy legal proceedings to try to overcome his withholding protection. Such detention violates both the statutory limitations of USC 1231A6 and his constitutional due process rights. 8th cause of action, third country removal without opportunity for protection, and the Convention Against Torture. Lord have mercy. Let's see. The Convention Against Torture, as implemented in U.S. law, prohibits defendants from removing an individual to any country where such individual is more likely than not to face torture by or at the acquiescence of the government. See Foreign Affairs Reform and Restructuring, a bunch of numbers and statutes, y'all. This prohibition extends to chain refoulement, the practice of deporting someone to a country, which will in turn deport that person to be tortured elsewhere. For an individual with an order of withholding of removal for a particular country, like plaintiff Abrego Garcia, defendants can only remove him to another country if he first receives notice and an opportunity to apply for protection from removal to that third country. Scrolling down. Plaintiff Abrego Garcia has no claim to citizenship or permanent residence in any country other than El Salvador. Accordingly, any third country to which he might be deported would in turn likely deport him to El Salvador, where he has already been held, that he faces a substantial risk of torture at the hands of or with the acquiescence of the Salvadoran government. Defendants have repeatedly stated that their intent to remove Mr. Abrego Garcia to a third country. However, they have refused to identify which country they propose to remove him to, thereby denying him the opportunity to seek protection from removal to that country as required by law. Plaintiff Abrego Garcia could face persecution or torture if removed directly to various other countries, including but not limited to countries with notorious human rights abuses, such as, like Libya, South Sudan, and Eritrea. Without knowing which country defendants intend to try to remove him to, plaintiff Abrego Garcia cannot prepare or file an application for protection. As relief, plaintiffs requested order from the court that defendants may not remove Mr. Abrego Garcia from the continental United States without first providing him and his counsel with written notice of the specific country they intend to remove him to, in a reasonable period of time, which plaintiffs respectfully suggest is 10 days, to file an application for relief under, among other things, the withholding of removal statute and the Convention Against Torture with respect to such country. Last section here is request for relief. Let's see if there's any. Basically, it's another appeal to the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Just a repeat of kind of what happened to Abrego Garcia relative to his captured habeas corpus hearing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's all technical stuff. Okay, so I guess the last sentences, with the last few, I guess, are order that defendants return Abrego Garcia. Okay, well, I'm sorry, let me back up. Plaintiffs pray for judgment against defendants and respectfully request that the court enters an order for A, declaring that defendants' actions as set forth herein violated the laws of the United States and the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. B, immediately ordering defendants to restore the status quo ante, which includes returning Abrego Garcia to Maryland, where he was before picked up by DHS agents in March 2025. C, issue a writ of habeas corpus and testificanda. Okay. Ordering that plaintiff Abrego Garcia be brought before this court for a habeas corpus hearing. At the habeas corpus hearing, this court shall order defendants to show cause why continued detention is lawfully permissible, and if they cannot meet their burden of so showing, issue a writ of habeas corpus and order plaintiff Abrego Garcia's immediate release from custody. D, order that defendants return Abrego Garcia to his prior order of supervision. C, goes back. Okay, they messed up here. It does say C, which probably should be E. Granting plaintiffs costs and fees under the Equal Access to Justice Act. And lastly, granting such other relief at law and in equity as justice may require. It is then signed by, dated July 2nd, 2025, by all of his legal representatives. Jonathan Cooper, Murray Osorio, Simon Y. Sandoval Mosenberg. Anyway, and yeah, it's all his legal counsel. And that is it. Oof, that was a journey.
Yeah, it was. How do you want to get your money and go find another country? It ain't worth it. Is there a particular dollar amount that they're suing for, or is it just?
It wasn't listed in there. At least not that we saw. We did skip around a little bit, but I didn't even see a dollar amount.
So, in other news, Trump's administration froze billions in funding for after-school and summer programs. If you have a page, let's see. Alright, I think it's a 2-minute clip. Hold on. Man, music mode. You know these damn programs. These kids gonna be outside.
Washington, D.C. and today, President Trump's budget proposal for 2026 includes some proposed major cuts to federal programs supporting U.S. social services. It includes food benefits, education funding, and public health services. These proposed federal cuts come at the very same time as nonprofits are reporting record high amounts of money raised. What are they going to do with that money? New data from the Giving Institute's annual report shows that last year, philanthropists, it means love for humanity in Greek, by the way, donated more than $592 billion overall, with major cuts on deck. Again, they're just potential at this point. The question is, will there be enough money in the world of philanthropies to cover the shortfall? Or will big donors have to open their wallets even more? Or will somebody fall through the cracks? To break all this down and talk about the dynamics of American giving, we're joined by Meg George. She is the co-founder and president of George Philanthropy Group. Meg, thank you very much for being here. So there's kind of an idea in people's minds that if the government's not going to do something, maybe the world of philanthropy will. Does that make sense, and is that going to happen?
I think that's really a challenging question for us because, as you just noted, over $592 billion given away last year. But if you break it down, so much of this came from a relatively small group, and how much more can they do? At the end of the day, nonprofits are going to need the government to step up and be partners to philanthropists to make services work. And let's remember, nonprofits exist because there's a gap in what the government can or will do, or for-profit corporations. So there are people in this country relying on things, and we need money to fund them. So yeah, I think it's really optimistic that this much money was given away. It's 3.3% more than the year before, but I don't think that we can plan for individuals, families, and foundations to step up to that extent, even though we're expecting them to step up a bit.
Is there the concern, though, when you have just a few select people really doing the bulk of the donating, that they could then have an outsized influence on what is being funded and the issues that they care about?
It's true that most people are going to give most to the issues that they care about, but we've really seen a change, a turn away from that quid pro quo or that give to get, and I think people are choosing to invest in the things that they want to find solutions in. Philanthropy today is about finding the biggest problems that people want to tackle, finding a solution, and funding it. And we just saw the Time 100 magazine list come out, 100 of the most influential people in philanthropy. It's a gift to Americans. You can read 100 stories of the ways that people are using generosity to find solutions to challenges.
You know, there are people who argue that if you're a rich person and you want to make a gift to Americans, what you do is you write a check to the U.S. Treasury, call it taxes, call it a donation, and we all have a big democratic conversation about how to spend it, and that's how money gets doled out. What do you say to that?
I would say that no one has to give. And people who are choosing to give based on the tax benefits are normal American people. That is a real motivator for giving. But in 2025, we're seeing that people are asking advisors like me a lot less about taxes and a lot more about the impact they can have. Everything today with donations is what kind of outcomes can I drive as opposed to how can this benefit me, which is why I like the list. It offers stories of people like Robert F. Smith or Mackenzie Scott who are going out there and saying, hey, there's a real problem here. I have money. I'm going to invest in it. And I'm not asking necessarily for control over it or anything other than to say, can we have some real solutions here that feel tangible, outcomes that I can see?
All right, Meg George, thank you very much. Really appreciate your perspective on all this.
Thanks.
So we're going to depend on philanthropy to fund after-school programs. And these...
Put your health first with Comcast.
Isn't that why Matt keeps coming in here and being like, what about the churches? What about the charities? I mean, what?
Child, ain't about enough charity. I'm sure his kid went to an after-school program because both of his parents were working at one time before he retired. I know mine did. My daughter went to after-school. And it wasn't that expensive, these after-school programs for me, but then, like, I do know, like, there are a lot of families that struggle to pay, like, freaking $50 a week for these after-school programs. There's a lot of families that struggle. I know, when I was in Texas, it was $50 a week. Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, it was $25 a week. It just depends on the state, but it's expensive for some families. Like that $100 is, you got kids that their parents are late on their electricity bill, and you want them to be able to come up with that money. And that's based off of income. So I think like at the highest for Texas, if anybody's from Texas and they got kids, I think it's like $50 a week for after school. And I think boys and girls was, which I didn't send her to boys and girls, I let her stay at this school. But I think boys and girls was like $40, like $10 cheaper, something like that. Yeah. And it's all income based. So it's like, and I knew a girl in Texas that we were helping her, me and one of my other friends was best friends with her daughter. We were paying her after school program fees. And she only had to pay like $20 a week. But that was a lot. You know, that was taken away. So I don't know how this is going to go. So let me go ahead and read this article real quick. It says day camp providers of schools say the Trump administration funding freeze could ruin summer for low-income American families and jeopardize the after-school programs next year. The administration is holding back over $6 billion in federal grants for after-school and summer programs, English language instruction, adult literacy, and more. It conducts a review to ensure grants are aligned with President Trump's priorities. Aligned with President Trump's priorities. The move creates uncertainty for states and schools as they budget for programs this summer and in the upcoming school year because they don't know if or when they'll receive the funding. Democrats say the administration is flouting the law by holding back congressionally appropriated money. Without funds, schools say they won't be able to provide free or affordable after-school care for low-income kids while their parents work and may not be able to hire staff to teach children who learn English classes or camps underway this summer. Boys and Girls Club of America depends on some of these fundings to run their camps and other summer programming for low-income students. That's just crazy. Because I know a lot of kids that went to Boys and Girls after school. My daughter went to go to Boys and Girls. I was like, no, you're going to stay your ass at that school. That should be my job. You're going to stay at school. But they're going to take money away from Boys and Girls. Teams and sports teams.
Denzel Washington is a famous supporter of the Boys and Girls Club for many, many years.
Yeah, a lot of kids from the community goes to those programs. They use those programs as a community program.